stop, no. You sparkle like diamonds, yes you do, no matter where you are. And you got everyone's attention, yeah, you're breaking every heart, yeah. Wonder if you ever realize it's yours for you to take. Just let it show what you feel inside. Don't hold back, don't make them wait. Set the world on fire, it's your time, so do whatever you like. It's your night, you got the stars in your eyes. Let them shine and set the world on fire. Light up the sky, you look good in the spotlight. Just go on and set yourself free. And why not have the time of your life? 'Cause tonight you're royalty, yes you are. Wonder if you ever realize it's yours for you to take. Just let it show what you feel inside. Don't hold back, don't make them wait. Set the world on fire, it's your time, so do whatever you like. It's your light, you got the stars in your eyes. Let them shine and set the world on fire. Light up the sky. Just let the music take you anywhere you wanna go. Oh, never hide what you feel inside. Come on, baby, let it show. Set the world on fire, it's your time, so do whatever you like. It's your light, you got the stars in your eyes. Let them shine and set the world on fire. Light up the sky. Too good to stop, and it's all your fault. Tell me what you did to me. Yeah. Temperature's hot, and you got me caught just the way I wanna be. Yeah. My favorite addiction, you know you are. Just what I've been waiting for. You know that you had me right from the start, and I keep on coming back, baby. that shines like rubies and pearls. And I love that little robo girl. Well, she knows how to do that bump and grind. With four on the floor, she'll blow your mind. She's got rosy cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she burns like a kitten and twirls her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With her high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt a lover who's more alive.
my private garden. It's my own menagerie. If you're looking for a party, I own everything you see. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. They said it's my time, and I'm gonna run this scene. If you don't like the way I rule my empire, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? There's only room for one hustler, sitting way up on that throne. Guess I'm showing my true colors. 24 karat gold. I'm gonna wear that crown. Y'all better hit the ground. It's my time, and I can guarantee, if you don't like the way I rule my kingdom, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Wake up with no alarm, brand new kind of charm, and fresh hot coffee in a big old mug. Can't wait to get my face in the morning sun, yeah. Make a list, check it off, doing only what I want. 'Cause there's nothing better than making waves. I'm front and center in my own parade, on parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Hold up, windows down, rolling with the classic sound. I spent $5 on Walmart shades. Can't wait to stop traffic in my own parade. On parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. On parade, shot, new kid on the block. Currents running strong like a solar wave.
I feel electric.
Locked, plugged into the socket. Watch me burning hot, yeah, I radiate.
I feel electric.
Coursing through my veins like a power surge. Call it misbehaving the way I burn. If you're gonna wait, then you miss your turn. Charged up and ready, I'm going steady with you. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, get that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Breathe, feel that energy. You can change the lights from red to green. See, I got what you need. Sparking a connection, go VIP.
You feel electric.
You feel electric. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, get that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, future shot. Future shot, future shot, future shot. The future shock. The future shock. Once we started, there's no way to stop us. Like a rocket, not for static hearted. Once you got it, you'll go supersonic. You know you want it. 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 Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, get that future shot now. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now. Everybody stop, get that future shot now. Future shot, future shot, you know you want it. Future shot, future shot, you know you want it. Everybody stop, got that future shot now.
Out on the street, people pass you by. You don't meet their eye, you don't care. And out in the night, you see a light. From the cafes, there's more singing than despair. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done.
DreamLeague Season 23 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back to another day of Dream League Season 23. Ladies and gentlemen, it is MLP Dota and John X5 once again. Jonathan, we're looking at some highlights from yesterday's game, sir. But before all that, how are you feeling?
Feeling great, Mike. We've had some developments, of course, in our group stage already off the back of, well, ending the middle of it. This is the last day of groups, and we've got a couple of teams already locked in for playoffs based on a couple of the results from the past few days. Gaiman already feeling good in Group A. No one can eclipse their scoreline, along with Falcons and Tundra in Group B, who also have scorelines that can't be succeeded anymore by any of your other teams. So it's looking good for all of those teams there. Of course, we still have today left for a lot of those other teams, especially in the middle of the pack in Group A and Group B, to kind of determine who will make it into those playoffs and who will be lined up for elimination. Of course, one consequence of some of these teams being locked into playoffs and their minimum points for the EPT changing out as well is that we've got a few teams that are in a really solid position now to go into the EWC. I believe Tundra did manage to finalize their position in the top 8, and I believe Liquid might be up there as well, no matter what the result is now at Dream League. So that leaves potentially 2, maybe 3, if my estimate's wrong in Liquid, 2 or 3 more slots left for the top 8 to head into the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. And that puts a lot of pressure on a lot of these remaining teams. You know, teams like Shopify Rebellion, teams like Azure, teams like Aurora, all need to really show up, go place at least top 2. I think top 2 now is the requirement for a lot of these teams that aren't on the top 8 leaderboard just yet. And again, that just puts so much pressure into this last day of groups. They've got to really show up, really perform. If you want that journey into the top 2 for a lot of these teams, an upper bracket starts what you're going to want to look for. And unfortunately, at least for Group B, the upper bracket is a little bit of a harder reality to look for now. In Group A, there's still a slight chance, depending on how Extreme does, but everything kind of boils down to this last day for some of those teams.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on the line for a lot of these teams here, and we'll see how they do perform. Of course, here are the list of teams, and like you've already said, Team Falcons and Tundra from Group B have already qualified to the upper bracket. And for Group A, we do already have Gaiman who have qualified, and well, there is still 1 slot left. Of course, here's the prize pool in case you were wondering. $1 million up for grabs here for the total prize pool, a pretty big amount of money. But going back into our conversation here, Jonathan, I mean, there's more important things right now because you've got the EPT leaderboard, of course. This is what all the teams are fighting for. Now we have Team Liquid qualified as well. So you've got your top 6 so far for the EPT leaderboard. 2 more slots left to try and fill here. So we'll see if one of these, or 2 of these teams rather, can do it.
Yeah, and the best part is, you know, OG and Team Spirit aren't in this tournament, so they have no chance to gain more points. There are chances for, say, Heroic to upset, for Shopify, for Aurora to kind of get an upset, or Zure. Again, the requirement is pretty much a top 2 finish for most of these teams to kind of get that reality going. I think that's the safest bet for you to kind of eclipse these guys. So again, that long journey has to start here, and we'll see whether or not anyone can kind of get there. But to have that position to go into the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup is massive, right? And again, we can see some of those teams that are in the top 6 here in the group stage for Dream League 23 and the standings overall. Gaiman, Falcons, and Tundra, as you mentioned, already locked in for their own positions in playoffs in their respective groups. And there's still swing chances here. Quest is not, has no mathematical possibility of coming out of elimination, unfortunately. Liquid still has a shot, which makes this upcoming series a rather interesting one to watch out for. And again, everyone else, a little bit more chances coming there, especially in Group B. BetBoom not fully out of it, but again, very dependent on how the other results go there, Mike.
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be a very interesting day of Dota 2 action, I do believe. And as like you said, Quest has already kind of been eliminated, but they still are playing against Team Liquid here in our first series. And Team Liquid, as you just saw, they are fighting for their lives here in Dream League Season 23. Obviously, even though they've already qualified for the EWC, Jonathan, you'd still like to be part of Dream League Season 23 if you can and get a bit of that prize pool going for yourself. So Team Liquid, they'll be fighting for their lives tonight against PSG Quest. And of course, right after that, we have Azure up against Tundra. That should be another pretty interesting matchup here to see if one of these other teams can try and make sure they do qualify to the playoffs. Of course, Tundra has already qualified. I'm talking about Azure, just trying to remain in the position where they can avoid any kind of tiebreaker and make it through to the playoffs of DreamLeague Season 23. But again, Jonathan, there is a lot of pressure here for Liquid, a lot of pressure here for Azure to try and secure some 2-0 victories here today. And I suppose we can start with our first series. I mean, you've got PSG Quest against Liquid. Quest, sadly, again, don't really have too much to play for, John. But, you know, there is some pride on the line here, of course. You don't want to just leave having all these losses underneath your belt. You'd like to see if you can secure at least a victory before you do go. Maybe even deny Liquid their spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, certainly a lot in the line there. Or at least to spoil what Liquid may want to happen here. Of course, a lot of pressure on Liquid, but Quest, for their part, this roster's been a little bit up and down. You know, they had an amazing year last year, surprising a lot of people, and then post DPC tour cycle last year, it's been a little bit downwards. We haven't seen them in as many of these LAN events. They've been struggling in some of the qualifiers. It's been a little bit touch and go for the Quest boys, but they are in a pretty tough region to try to qualify from, of course, and it does complicate matters when, you know, in some cases you still have to play Falcons. You've got teams like Enigma in the qualifiers, so it has been a little bit more challenging for the squad. But, you know, even though the results aren't mattering as much for Quest, and all of that pressure is on Liquid, I think it's going to be interesting to see how they fare up against Liquid. Liquid, for their part, also a very touch and go team so far. This tournament has not been that standout start that they've been looking for. We've talked to them multiple times off the back of, say, previous Dream Leagues in Birmingham, and they always mention that the group stages where things go pretty slow to kick off for Liquid. So I'm keen to see if they can shake that off now and into this last day, into an all-important series for them to try to get into at least the playoffs here.
I mean, they are arguably against the quote-unquote worst team in the group, right? Considering that the Quest have already been knocked out. So you'd imagine Liquid should have a pretty decent chance at being able to try and secure a 2-0 victory here up against Quest, but we'll have to wait and see if that is going to be the case, because I don't think Quest is going to make it that easy, Jonathan. In fact, Quest might be even more motivated to deny Liquid their own position going into the playoffs for Dream League Season 23, and I suppose, again, we'll have to wait and see how Liquid do want to try and take on this side of PSG Quest. And I do believe as well we do have a bit of a video ready here for Team Liquid's end of things. The team that's best at almost winning, apparently. So let's have a look at that and see exactly what they had to say.
The absolute best team in the world at almost winning tournaments. That's been the fate of Team Liquid for a long time now. They have some of the most prolific names in the scene: Nisha, Boxy, Mickey, Insania, and their newest addition, TI winner 33. But winning events has proven nigh impossible for them. According to the all-seeing gem of true sight, a wise man once said, "Upper bracket is for bitches." Well, it turns out that there are no bitches on Team Liquid, because they always seem to end up in the lower bracket at every event. By choice, I'm sure. At least they always end up making massive lower bracket runs, but they tend to be eliminated by the eventual tournament winners at Birmingham, Kuala Lumpur, you name it. Now, I can hear you saying, Dream League is different. Oh yeah, for Team Liquid, it definitely is, because in Dream League, they tend to swap out their lower bracket for the bottom of the group stage. Someone should tell these guys that you can't do incredible runs through the tournament from the bottom of the group. This team has all they need to win tournaments: unbelievable skill, Team Liquid backing them, and extensive experience. Now all they need on their side is fate, and they might just win. Don't, for the love of Gaben, double down, however. You might want to wait and see if they get out of the group stage this time.
Harsh words, Jonathan, harsh words here from Slacks. I mean, they are literally the best team at almost winning pretty much most of the time in most of these events that we do watch. John, what is it with Team Liquid? I mean, what's the problem? You tell me. Why can't these guys find that first place victory?
I don't know what to tell you, why it just slips them out. Maybe it's the pressure, which is so weird to say when you've been in such high pressure environments for so long, being in those grand finals multiple times. I don't know, like at this point, I would say almost reminds me of, you know, some Southeast Asian teams that always do well in C and then go to lands and just kind of falls flat. It's hard to pinpoint the problem because theoretically everything's there. And, it's so sad to hear that statement from Slacks as well, because they literally are right at the bottom of groups right now, right next to Quest. And, if they don't manage to get a 2-0 here, you can pretty much dash those hopes away for Liquid. Heck, even a drawn series, I don't think does too many favors for Liquid. They have to hope for one of the other teams in Group A to get 2-0'd to hope for a tiebreaker. So it's going to be completely out of their hands if they can only get a draw. And of course, for Quest, even though they are at the bottom, they would want to go out with pride. They would want to ruin someone's day, Mike. That's how you go out.
That is exactly how you want to go out if you are PSG Quest. We'll see how they do perform here. Again, Team Liquid are the ones with a lot of pressure on the line here to try and secure a 2-0. It's like you said, you don't want to draw. Because if you get a draw, then you're very reliant on one of the other teams in your groups losing 0-2 to try and give yourself a chance at maybe a tiebreaker, maybe just overtaking them in general. We don't know yet, Jonathan, but all I know is you need a 2-0 victory if you're Team Liquid to really give yourself a solid chance at those playoffs. And I believe we do have Game 1's draft underway very, very soon, so we could probably throw over to that. Game 1, PSG Quest versus Team Liquid. And this might be the last time, Jonathan, or one of the last times we get to see a draft like this, because apparently there's a gameplay patch tomorrow. So, look forward to it, John.
It's exciting. Yeah, I'm sure all of these teams are excited at the prospect of playing playoffs on a new patch, as is tradition for a lot of our tournaments on the EPT. It happened in Malaysia. It's happened multiple times. So a big major gameplay patch with a lot of hidden stuff leaked from a little teaser in our cavern crawl. Yeah, it's exactly the way to go. So this is probably, again, the last day we'll see these kinds of bans. Chen, Io, Pango, Slaughter being taken out by Liquid. Quest taking care of the TA Doom, leaving the Disruptor Shadow Demon open, even the Hoodwink that we've seen a ton of, and sometimes the Doom and the Brewmaster. So a ton of free options still left for both sides. Keen to see what Quest will prioritize. I'm wondering if they'll just instantly, in this first phase, just go for something like the Primal Beast. Feels like, again, that hero has just been pretty hard to knock out. It feels good on offlane. It still does good in mid. It's a decent enough option for Quest. Noob Primal Beast, of course, is a very big tool to have. They will go with a Shadow Demon pickup instead, as they do ban out the Enchantress as well. Again, one of the top tier supports. Great saves, great stacking potential already lined up for Quest. So you really can't fault anyone for opening with Shadow Demon. Why is Nisha so happy? What's going on here with Liquid?
I'm not sure. Everyone seems okay on the side. Liquid.
The
smiles are going on. You've got to smile, John. Sometimes times are dark. You got to brighten up the dark with some smiles. There you go. Nishan's so happy. I don't know why, but he's very, very happy.
That he is.
Boxy is not.
To see you what. Boxy's cool, calm, collected. There's that Disruptor we were talking about. So guess what? You don't ban the top two supports right now. Both teams get to pick one of each. Disruptor's an interesting one because he was implied in the patch notes, wasn't he? Something about Disruptor kinetic replaced with a kinetic something else. So maybe our kinetic wall will be replaced with something, I don't know. Kinetic field replaced by kinetic wall. Who knows? Whatever it might be.
Kinetic
all that excitement. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's weird because kinetic field already has a wall because it has a fencing wall. But, we'll find out tomorrow, I'm sure. Maybe Team Liquid already knows. Maybe they feel like the patch changes are there and they're like, all right, let's pick the Disruptor before it becomes even more giga broken.
You never know, they might. Final bans to come here before we can see these drafts continue. I think that's the one thing I'm looking forward to, is not being able to fully tell exactly what's going to be drafted anymore. It's it just feels like it's been so long with these damn same heroes. Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's been.
I wonder how they're going to nerf Pango again for the 2000th time. I can't wait.
Yeah, it's an exciting prospect. Do you remember that DPC tour where it was like Lina for almost like all three tours? It felt like that was basically it, like Lina and Morph. Kind of feels it at least hasn't been as long. I don't think it's kind of fair to say it's not been as long, but it's going up there. So that patch tomorrow will be a welcome change. Brewmaster and Timbersaw being taken out by Quest, top tier off lanes. What Liquid want to remove, they do take care of the Kotl, so taking care of some new mids, leaving something like, say, again, Primal Beast still in the pool. If Quest can find a way to make it work on mid lane. It's already kind of awkward playing that into Disruptor with a glimpse back. So it might be pretty annoying for Noob to play anyhow, especially if he's going to try to get a rotation on the side lanes. The Liquid will go with a Marcy pickup. We've seen a rise in Marcy picks overall. Not the most successful, I would have to say. You know, it feels like it's not been winning as much. I believe its win rate is actually at around an odd 37.5%. So not the most winning here right now, Mike, but when it does do good, it looks amazing, at the least.
It does. I mean, you know, it's just that thing though, right? Like the one player that we always say we always say does well with it is ThinkQ. ThinkQ is currently not here though. I imagine it is probably going to be Boxy playing the Marcy, and I'm sure Boxy probably has a pretty damn good Marcy himself. I suppose only time will tell exactly how this is going to go for Team Liquid as or PSG Quest now looking for their second pickup. I mean, how many times have Liquid really played this map? I mean, I'm trying to have a look right now. See how many times they have picked it up here in DreamLeague Season 23.
They've played it at least once, maybe twice with Boxy. I do see it. Yeah, they picked it one time, and they did win with it. So if you can draft around that potential, play around the aggression, have something that she can safely rebound off of, and has a physical core that plays with sidekick pretty nice, can work out. I'm curious to see what they will give 33 to tie into that Marcy. Because again, it feels like it's very, very dependent on getting a good start in lane. It's not the quickest flash farmer after the fact as a support. So it's not like you can just sit back, get an easy time into your BKB. You do need that early activity to get that done. Quest will just go into the Kunkka, which we have seen to be banned out quite often as well. So you do have a nice little bit of save with the X in terms of trying to get some cheeky plays forward. You've got a lot of AoE damage. You've got a lot of durability coming out with the Kunkka, and we see the Venomancer coming out for Quest. We've seen a fair bit of Venom come out as a bit of a pocket pick. It's not been working out too well. I think Shopify picked it up a couple of times yesterday. It has a 33% win rate. Not an amazing stat, but it can apply a lot of pressure. My concern for Quest is an over-reliance on the Kunkka right now to set up, right? Like, you have disruption into Torrent, disruption into Boat, you have X-Mark, but in terms of hold overall, it's not the best. And now Liquid gets to pick up the Life Stealer, which was left in the pool. You already see the Kunkka you can kind of run down nicely. It plays well with the Marcy sidekick, so you feel great. You already have a good core to kind of play with that. You have an infest target in the Marcy as well. Very low committal sort of initiation for Liquid. I like this overall. It's a very safe way of counteracting all of this magical control and magic damage that Quest are trying to leverage.
I wonder as well, like, where they're putting this Veno support. Like, if you're going to throw it as in a position 4 role against the Lifestealer, it's not going to feel great anymore. So you'd much rather, I think, keep it as a position 5 now. We are going to see the Sniper, of course, making its appearance for Team Liquid, which is... It's not very surprising, is it, John? It feels like every second game we see the mid Sniper coming out. Maybe that's why Nisha was so damn happy just earlier on, knowing what was coming. Of course, PSG Quest did not look very happy seeing that Sniper. I can't quite blame them, I'll be frank.
5 seconds remaining.
No, they don't really have easy jump forward Sniper right now. I mean, if you're expecting Noob to play the Kunkka mid, Kunkka versus Sniper, I'm sure you have Tideburner, but that's a shrapnel build lane, maybe a couple of value points in the headshot or in the take aim, as we tend to see, just to stand back, but Sniper still has control over the lane after level 2 into level 3. Ooh. Quest will go into the Meepo, trying to be a little bit cheeky, bringing that one out. Gonna be interesting to see how much they can get done with that Meepo. But mind you, most of the time when we see the Meepo, it has been off lane. Would expect almost the same story here. I don't think, well, a Meepo mid can apply pressure in maybe the first 2 levels, but it's not particularly amazing. You can kind of try to spread the damage around, juggle it in and out, and play the camps from mid. It's a lot easier to abuse the jungle, of course, as a mid Meepo. So I'm keen to see what the priority here is for Quest, whether or not that's Noob or Malik's hero coming up here. Or TA2000. I mean, he is a prolific Meepo player, to be fair.
Could be anyone. We don't get to see much Meepo these days. It hasn't really been that popular in the current meta. Now, I guess against heroes like the Lifestealer, the Meepo does make enough sense, right? The Lifestealer doesn't necessarily deal with Meepo that damn well.
Somewhat. I feel like Lifestealer really fights against the Mega Meepo pretty damn well because of his scaling damage in terms of percent HP. So it's one case where the Mega Meepo is not going to necessarily fully simplify your fight into the Lifestealer. But it is Lifestealer is not a hero that does a lot of AoE damage. So it's going to be a little bit uncomfy trying to find a solution to kill off these softer meepos. And then again, you have the sniper to kind of help you with that from the back line with Assassinate to pinpoint the target if it's trying to escape. There is that. I'm assuming this is just going to be TA2000. He did play it here in DreamLeague already. Should just be given onto him. Just wondering about the lane. Safe lane meepo doesn't sound too bad. Dire side, you have some nice camps to access. Relatively easy to just farm up and stay protected. I'm wondering how the lane goes though. Like meepo Venomancer lane. It is fairly annoying. At the same time, it's super squishy, and you already see the Morsi support ready on Liquid. So if they get something that frontlines really well and plays with that aggression that Morsi can provide, something like, say, a Centaur wouldn't be too bad. I think that can get a little bit dicey at a level 2, level 3 power spike. There's a lot of rundown potential for Liquid just having a stun setup for the Morsi to play off of.
Final ban is there. You've got the DK now removed here from Team Liquid's end of things. PSG Quest looking for another off-lane ban here up against Liquid. Just get rid of those pesky 33 heroes. They'll ban the Viper as well. Fair enough. Right into the Primal Beast. So, is this like a POS 1 meepo we're looking at, John? Do you think they potentially throw it in the offlane?
I think that's just, I think it's just TA2000 playing it. You'll run the Kunkka offlane, and then you'll give Noob the mid Primal Beast, which again into a Sniper. Does work out in the first 2 levels, even going forward. It is somewhat playable for a Primal Beast, although Sniper, once he hits double Wraith Band or Wraith Band power treads, can still be pretty annoying. He doesn't have an escape tool for the full commitment from the Primal Beast, though. And that is something I want to see from Quest. Some emphasis on mid, picking off the Sniper before it can get too big, and force some rotations in from Liquid to open up your side lanes there as well. For Liquid's part, what are they looking for the off lane out for 33? Can Centaur still in there if they want that? Centaur's a very funny one with double edge and how it works. We'll go with a Kunkka or the Tide Hunter instead. And that's still a very stable lane to play into the meepo. Anchor Smash, Gush to help with the chase down with Marcy. There's some kill potential there by, say, level 3, level 4. But at that point, the A2000 should just be juggling around the jungle. Overall, a very different set of drafts from both sides. I would say Liquid's draft is a lot safer. Very stable team fight, good scaling on hand. Quest does have this like early spike that they can play off of if the lanes do line up well. Like the meepo's farming pace is insane if it is handed that space over. So if Liquid aren't disciplined in, say, keeping track of the expanded jungle, TA2000 should be able to hit some pretty decent timings for the stat padding, like maybe Dragonlance Ags plus Blink with the power treads, and that's where things can get a little bit spicy for Quest. I'm just so curious about what Ducalis can do with a meepo lane. Like theoretically, you do have easy setup with a net into the Gale, and then some nice rundown, but you're laning into a Tide. Like at level 2, level 3 probably safer. At that point, 33 is not going to be that easy to kill off with that magical combo.
No, I think 33 is probably going to feel pretty invincible here on the Tide once you get a couple levels up. Like the Kraken Shell is just going to make it impossible to actually kill the Tide Hunter off. And yeah, I don't think Team Liquid are too concerned going into this game number 1 with the draft they have got. See what PSG Quest can do though. Bringing out the meepo, something a little bit special here for PSG Quest, and you know, again, they don't really have much to play for but Pride here at DreamLeague Season 23, but Pride is also important. John, so we'll head over to game number 1. See how they can do it. Team Liquid fighting for their lives here in DreamLeague Season 23.
Yeah, they need that 2-0. Again, if they get a draw, they're not completely out. They have to bank on one of those other teams to get 2-0'd today, and that puts it out of their hands. If they get a 2-0, it's a little bit safer, but you're still reliant on other results. So Liquid has to find this series really to feel a little bit safer. And Quest, again, they can just set up to ruin Liquid's day today. I mean, to be fair, if you're Liquid, again, you're already guaranteed into the Esports World Cup, into Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. So maybe not as much pressure at this point. Like there are a couple of ways you can look at this. If you're in Liquid's position, right? Like it's either you, okay, we have a little bit of a camera thing going on, but it's either you pressure yourself to do better or you kind of just relax, try to use this as an improvement. You have your bigger staging grounds at Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. So I'm going to be curious to see what Liquid we see today. Is it going to be high pressure, we need to win this, we need to stay in, we need to prove a point? Or are they more like, all right, we know we're messing up, we'll take it a little bit easy, not too easy, but we won't let it get to us as much, is I think what I'm trying to say.
Bit of a smoke out here from Team Liquid. TA2000 going to run into the tier 1 tower. Will find himself a one hit from that tier 1 as well. They are going to smoke up Team Liquid, trying to see if they can find TA2000, but the smoke is immediately going to break. They'll place the wards down. They'll eventually see the meatbow, but it won't matter. Boxy now having a search around for a ward is not on the mark. It's actually on his side of the map, so neither side really able to find the observer ward they were looking for. As bottom lane, bit of a fight onto Mickey, forcing the level 1 rage out from him. He might actually be in trouble though. Ducalis does come in.
Oh, boy.
They've got the venomous gale out is what I was trying to say. Is Mickey should eventually just drop, and does. Nice start here for
what you're looking for. Yeah, definitely not the start you're looking for on Liquid side. They smoke under the ward right around the tower. I believe that did catch at the edge, allowing TA2000 to hold his position to break that smoke, wasting some resources and giving that information that Mike would be isolated bot, providing that kill for Quest. Still, off to the game we go. Down in mid, you have Nisha up against Noob against Sniper versus Primal Beast. Not the worst thing in the world for the Primal, but it's also not the safest for Nisha. There is a commitment that can come in here for Noob to run down. At the same time, Nisha does have some pretty good range. Level 3, if he goes 1-1-1, should be a lot more stable for the Sniper. But if no one backs him up and if the wave is not shoved in his favor, he is at risk of just getting run down by Noob. Really depending on how aggressive Noob decides to play this lane, but there is threat onto the Sniper. He's not the tankiest, doesn't have the highest HP. You do have the damage to deal with that in the Primal Beast.
You absolutely do. And he's just going to try and apply pressure here in the mid lane, but Noob's not going to be too concerned about it. Because bottom lane, you were looking at Mickey there for a second. He's back to the top CS, so even that early death won't really matter. He doesn't miss out on any creeps. Meanwhile, top lane, Ducalis does go down. Boxy able to secure first blood already, and that was the level 1 first blood. Just with the dispose alone, he was able to get that as bottom lane now and Sania are going to be caught out. The torrent will land thanks to the setup of Omar. Sania trying to run, but they've got the Tidebringer hit here from Malik. And so 1-for-1 across the map on the position 5s.
Yeah, still going to feel pretty all right for the side of Liquid overall. I think you do kind of expect the bot lane to be a little bit rougher. Again, you have a level 1 Rage Lifestealer. It's not going to feel like the best. You're not going to be able to just run up and trade with Sprint Hero down mid.
A lot of damage from Noob, just diving Nisha past the T1. Noob, he's going to try and survive through it and does make it. Thought he might want to go for the reset, but thinks better of it as he'll hand a tip over to Nisha, takes both water rooms on shore, and looks like he's going to be just fine to reset off the water rooms.
And that's the full commitment we're looking for from that Primal Beast. Gets level 3, has the level 2 trample, the damage is there, no one's around to back up Nisha. And Nisha did have a Fairy Fire, but just not able to pop it in time. Really good play from Noob. Again, you have to be so cautious here as a Sniper. Does go for the level 2 headshot, so just once more poke damage onto Noob. But with how tied in the side lanes are, and you don't have the best opportunities to just TP in, try to make things go. Still, the top lane is a little bit of a pain point for the side of Quest. And you're laning into Tidehunter. You do have some good synergy with a slow into Dispose for even more slow and chase down. Venomancer and Meepo aren't the quickest, snappiest here, so just run out once you fully commit. Don't quite have the rebound in Boxy yet, but once that's up, definitely a lot more kill potential lining up there for the side of Liquid. Still for Quest, 3 kills on the board early on is going to feel really nice. Noob does manage to snipe away the Bounty Rune as well for another free top-up. And things are going swimmingly so far. The lanes, maybe in terms of CS, not so amazing. Yeah, despite Nisha dying, he is dominating the lane in CS. 7 denies, equal last hits. That's going to slow down the EXP gain for Noob by a substantial amount, despite Nisha being behind. He's not as far behind as you'd imagine him to be dying like that.
It certainly is not. Noob not able to really take the big advantage you're looking for here in this mid lane. Boxy again, top lane, going to go into Ducalis, and they've just got so much damage. Ducalis trying to run, barely will make it out thanks to the body blocks of TA2000, but even just the right clicks coming out from Team Liquid with this level 2 sidekick of Boxy, it is causing huge problems for the Venom.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised with this build from Boxy, but it does make sense with the Tidehunter. A little bit more lifesteal apply with the Anchor Smash, a little bit more damage coming out. It allows you to trade through the Gale. You don't really care too much about the Venmancer's DOT. Like, it doesn't even feel like they need that jump in with a rebound. You just run up with a Gush Slow, and then you get the follow-up from this coast, and that's more than enough to really threaten. So you do have to, again, watch yourself on the side of Quest. TA2000 does have the double Wraith Band, has the Band of Elven Skin, so he does have a lot of armor to play with, has a pretty safe time in trying to trade back, but again, we'll want to try to scale up in the jungle as the levels build up. We'll see if he's going to be given room. But so far, Liquid making sure that the Meepo suffers as much as possible to slow down that critical spike with, say, Dragonlance Axe Blink here. Down mid.
Nisha is trying to man up, and it's going to work out. The dive in from Noob not working out this time around. Nisha just underneath that T1 tower was able to just outman the Primal Beast, and Nisha going to be very happy with that, just being gifted a free kill.
Yep. Does force a little bit of a reset for the sniper. He's not going to be able to hang around for a creep wave. They are starting to apply a lot of pressure bot here. Rage was committed from Mike.
Oh, they're going to try for Mike. They don't have the torrent. Malik's still going to just try and get the hits off, but Mike is going to be just fine, and does have a salve and a shared tango available for himself, so it looks like he's going to be just fine. Torrent. Oh, it's going to land. Ooh. Very nice taunt there from Malik. Landing perfectly onto Mickey, cancelling off the salve. Mickey certainly not having the most comfy lane. Malik has now overtaken when it comes to the CS.
And he has. I think Mick is still doing a fantastic job, though. 10 denies on the board, matching the CS of Malik. Things could be a lot worse for this Lifestealer. Mind you, he does need a good start. Not the quickest farmer in the Lifestealer, of course, especially in comparison to some like the Meepo timings that we've been talking about. I do like what Nisha's doing on mid, just trying to stack up his camp. Try to get that constant build-up with a Shrapnel. Does have level 6, but does not quite pick up Assassinate. Could go for that usual 2-2-2 we see. Maybe more emphasis on Shrapnel to clear out waves. And be interesting to see that. And again, the side lanes are pretty tied in. No one can get that rotation onto mid. We are seeing Insania make a move now. Does not have the kinetic field, but I suppose if Noob does go too far forward, he could try. Still, doesn't seem like Insania is going to find too much for this movement.
Not quite yet, anyway. Liquid at top lane. They're having a look around for this Venomancer. Ducalis has left the area, though. He'll connect mid to Noob, and they are actually going to smoke up as two. You've got an amp damage rune available here on Noob to boot, so plenty of damage available here for the Primal Beast. They'll head up towards the top lane. They'll see a courier of the Marcy, but instead they want the 7-minute Wisdom Rune timing, and well, Noob is going to be able to pick that up no problem. So Wisdom Rune has been stolen. 33 is going to show up anyway, but he's probably going to fight out the hard way that he shouldn't have. It's Noob. Just going to do so much damage with that amp damage rune. And 33 still alive just barely, but the Pulverize is going to ensure he cannot survive. So now Boxy will try to get his way out. The nets are a little bit short here from TA2000, but they are just diving tier 2 towers, and they will secure a secondary kill now onto Boxy.
And that's how this lineup from Quest should go. Early aggression. Try to play off the back of this Primal Beast, getting the room out to rotate, having that rune control as well. Noob's done a fantastic job in just getting that snowball effect started for his team. Suddenly have TA2000 at the top of CS and in the top of Net Worth. We're rushing into the Ags, so not bothering with more stat padding beyond the 2 Wraith Bands. So he's going to be a little bit of a harder target to get down once that Mega Meepo form is up. And for Liquid, they have to minimize these losses. They need time to build up. They'll find Noob.
They do find Noob indeed. Noob's just going to onslaught towards the north, and he will be okay. The T1 top tower does officially now go down to TA2000. TA, I mean, he's really started to overtake in terms of the net worth department. Already top at 4.2k just about here on the Meepo. And he's going to be rushing that Aghanim Scepter, of course, and it's going to be a rather quick exit at this rate. Not really much in the way of slowing him down at the moment.
No, Liquid have not been able to cross over behind that tier 1. They haven't applied really much tower pressure as well. Not that you'd expect that from a Tidehunter anyhow. But that does leave a lot of wiggle room for the Meepo to just scale up. And again, it's kind of Noob taking this early activity for his team on that Primal Beast. Even Malik's just camped down bot trying to work onto the Blade Mail. But you only need a Primal Beast, really. Does manage to get himself some good stacks as well, as it was scouted out by an Insania Illusion. does prevent any sort of shenanigans from Liquid to try to steal. And for Liquid's part, well, this is the point in the game where it gets a little bit passive. You don't really have anyone that you can connect to. You will have Ravage ready on 33 now to T6. You don't really have anyone to play with that Ravage. Like, you know, level 6 on your supports, you're still a ways off. You'd kind of want Static Storm to maybe tie into that, or at least the Unleash to try to burst someone down. Both of those skills are still a ways off. Again, back to just that movement for the Wisdom Rune. It cuts off these pivotal level 6s for Liquid to hope to get a playoff, and they're just going to be entrapped on the map. Some good aggressive wards already out from Quest as well, watching the bot jungle and protecting their top. Ensures that they can do whatever they want. They can keep their stacks going. They can keep farming. Noob. Oh, Noob.
Yeah, they do find the Primal Beast here. Noob trapped up in the kinetic field. Going to try and fight back, but can do nothing. A nice gank here from Boxy and Nisha. And that'll be about it. I mean, they do get the glyph out for the tier 1 tower. They want to try and secure some power runes here, and they do find a very nice haste rune for Nisha. And immediately it's run up toward that top lane and see if you can find TA 2000 farming. Nisha is going to find the Veno instead. Ducala's probably just going to tank the gank for the team here, and that he will. Nisha will find a third kill for himself now on the sniper. At the very least, the Meepo does get out of there. No issues for him, but plenty of kills now going the way of Liquid.
Some important kills to find and to feed over onto Nisha. I love that our sniper is taking early activity with the Dragonlance already. Just working the map, knows that there has to be something happening to buy space out for 33, and especially for Mika to just have reading room down bot. They'll be able to find that top tier 1. They could start to set up some forward vision, although they don't quite have the obs wards to set up. They can start to threaten a little bit more onto TA 2000 once they have some information there. So they are keeping themselves in the game on Liquid's end. Quest, at some point, I think we will want to see Malik join in a little bit more frequently. He does have his blade mail up. He's rushing his tags as well. So the team fight does start to get pretty scary. Tying that in with, say, this Mega Meepo timing, which is only one part away now for TA 2000. And again, it's just the splash farm for Meepo. It can get so much done if you do just give it the space up top in the safe lane. Again, Liquid has just not been able to contest until recently. And still no wards forward, so all that space for TA is still there.
Absolutely is. You see, Noob just taking so much farm here with the Ancient stacks as well. And Noob just desperately trying to get towards that BKB timing for the Primal, which is really when you start to feel very, very strong as the Primal Beast. A lot of catch-up farm to be had, though, because Noob has fallen relatively behind when it comes to the net worth department. Anisha still farming extremely well here on the sniper, just second only to TA 2000. Of course, TA now 1 point away from the point booster, just needs about 800 gold to fully have that up. Or rather, just fully have the Aghanim Scepter up is what I was supposed to say. Is Mika in the meantime does pick up his armlet, going straight for the Radiance up next. Meanwhile, Team Liquid, they're going to start applying pressure into that mid-tier 1. Question is, do the side of Quest want to try and defend? Because they don't have a glyph available. So you either commit the bodies for this defense, or you just let Nisha slowly chip away.
That does look like they will just hand it over. TPs are still coming late, though.
Malik's going to try and find a bit of punishment onto Boxy. And Boxy does have the help around to try and just bounce away, but it will not work out for him as he does go down first. And now Insania, who did stick around to try and help out, is looking to drop to boot. Insania, it does eventually go down, but now Malik is also being chased. The Ravage is going to connect perfectly. They do take down Malik on the Conquer. But that should be about it, because now Quest are moving in once again. They want Nisha on that sniper. Nisha, he'll get onslaughted here by Noob. Noob completely surrounded, though, as Mickey's going to move in now with the Infest. Noob needs a TP out, and he does make it. He will barely make it out. Here comes Boxy once again. But the TP took a little bit too long, so he never got the rebound off. Still, I mean, I suppose it's still worth it for the side of Quest, though you do give Malik away for 2 supports.
Yeah, it's still a decent enough time for Quest. I mean, you do manage to find some pretty good kills. Again, we were looking for activity coming out here from Malik, and it does pay off. The side of Liquid could have been a lot worse. You don't lose anything pivotal, at least. So, again, you're still in good position. The mid tower isn't under the position where it can be sieged. Really good TP out from Mika. Again, just using an early infest to save. Does bail out Nisha quite nicely. And again, because no one else died, tier 1 still stands. You still have your triangle control. Mike has access to that for the flash farm. Going for the Radiance, as you mentioned, next, and he does have the room to get that done. However, you do have that full Ags up on TA 2000 now, going for the Diffusal next. So our Meepo is pretty much at the point where it can join in. Malik is still 3 parts away from the full Ags, and the last piece of the puzzle there for the early aggression. But it's shaping up for that timing. Like, you line this up with Noob's BKB along with that Ags of the Kunkka, and you can start to see Quest taking more activity. They will go for that smoke out now.
That they will. Down towards the bottom lane they go. Quest hoping for a kill into the tier 1 tower. Boxer is nearby. Noob will have his smoke broken on... In fact, not smoke. Invis rune is available for Noob, so Boxy has no idea that Noob is right by him. Pulverize, of course, is going to come out. Do they have the complete control? With TA 2000, they probably will. In fact, they don't even need him. Noob will just take care of it on his own. Very nice pick up here for the side of PSG Quest, and now a tier 1 bottom tower to be taken to boot.
Just a big pick off for them to find. Again, just supports, but this time at least into objectives. Liquid are holding a weird position here. They will have Ravage up soon, though.
Yeah, but they don't have the mana for it. 33 a little bit low on mana. Does at least have the 1 charges if he needs to pop that Ravage, but looks like they do think better of it and just back out anyway. So nothing really comes out of that attempt. And of course, PSG Quest very, very happy just with that tier 1 tower alone. And of course, back to the farm game here for TA 2000. Mike, top lane, will get purged up. The Infest will be onto the Siege Creepers. He'll try to run away, and it looks like he's going to be just fine. They actually just completely give up on the kill attempt. And Mike just going to relocate to the other side of the map and just get farming there.
Yeah. Does waste the Infest, but again, all Mika wants to do right now is get that build up into the Radiance. Should be able to find that relatively soon here on the Life Stealer now. Not too far off from the Sacred Relic. And then things can start to amp up. And while all that happens, again, Liquid haven't used their big team fight spell in the Ravage. We'll have that pocketed up. Going for the Mage Slayer now on 33 to mitigate some of that output here with the Anchor Smash. Going to be a nice little bit of utility, especially up against Ducalis and Malekith, even to an extent onto TA 2000 with all these poofs going on. So that will provide some more survivability for the team up front. Overall, I think a slower pace like this does feel better for Liquid. I say slower, they've been dropping heroes, but it has been supports. As long as it's only those supports and you keep some semblance of farm parity going here on your cores, you're in a good spot. This Mega Meepo threat is still hanging over their heads though. Blink Dagger coming out for TA 2000 next does have the full Diffusal up. So at some point that will have to come into play along with that Ags for Malik, and of course the BKB for New, which is only 100 gold off. They have done a good job on Liquid, just planting some heavy defensive warding. They know they want to hug this bot area. This is the area Quest is going to try to contest. And they want to keep that build up for themselves to have in their side of the map. So I do like this. It's just set up for the eventual fights to break out. There is some forward vision coming out here from Quest right in front of that tier 2 by the hot tub. But it's not an area they can sneak easily into. I mean, they did get the box kill there, but didn't feel like they even needed that vision earlier on for that one.
That they didn't. Insania getting some deep wards down at this top lane. Just keeping tabs of anyone that wants to farm that area. Meanwhile, bottom side, you do have Noob and Ducalis who's kind of sticking around by 33 and Boxy. Though no jump to be made yet. They don't seem too interested in trying to force a fight by that tier 2 bottom tower. Rest of Quest just kind of hugging the Meepo almost and just ensuring that he does remain safe. Of course, Team Liquid just trying to buy more space for Mike, who is still relatively behind on the Life Stealer, but is getting relatively close now to the Radiance being up, so his farm will start to escalate quite a bit faster. Bottom lane, Liquid looking at Noob on the Primal Beast, but they need a good way of jumping him. Just trying to get the vision maybe for a glimpse back on Insania. 33 will just casually wrap around. The smoke will be broken, but they are just going to be able to back off. Noob is perfectly fine, and Team Liquid, they find nothing for this smoke.
Yeah, and again, now Quest hits that spike. Ags up on Malik, instantly smoking out with the BKB already on Noob. They can cause some serious damage onto Liquid now, but have to be a lot more cautious here. Again, the forward vision of Quest is limited. If they catch anyone out, they're pretty much gone for.
The question is, can they catch somebody though? I mean, Nisha is a pretty damn great target in the mid lane. Smoke broken on Insania, which is not exactly the target they would have preferred, but the target they'll have to take. Insania actually does end up dropping the Static Storm as well, just in case. But that is going to be a mid-tier 1 tower now going down for the side of Liquid. I don't think they'll mind too much anyway. They did find the opposing tier 1 tower quite a bit of time ago, so not the biggest loss in the world.
No. Do manage to hit that Radiance up now for Mika so his farm can escalate. It's all about mitigating losses, right? Again, Liquid have only been dropping their supports really in the past few fights. As long as it stays that way, you're happy. They're getting a lot of value from that early defensive vision they've dropped, although it is set to expire. It does allow them to see where Quest wants to be and how Quest will want to position for these fights. They also see the Ags on Malik already on that Kunkka, showing it the creep wave. They still need an initiation tool. That is the one thing lacking for Liquid. This Blink for 2-3 has to come out soon.
Malik's trying to start a fight by the tier 2 tower. Down Boxy with a turret. Now TA2000 going to try and jump him and blow him up, but they do have the help of Mickey moving in, and TA2000, he's in the Mega Meepo form, but it does not work very well up against that Lifestealer. Ravage is going to connect, and they've got the Meepo down. Yeah, Mika just kind of shredded him once he went into that Mega Meepo form. Meanwhile, Malik will also drop on the Kunkka. Ducalis does manage to TP away, but they have lost 2 cores for the price of a support. Not great news for PSG Quest.
No. Again, it's what we were talking about with this Mega Meepo into Lifestealer. It just boosts your Lifestealer's damage. He has a lot of output for that feast. And he has a lot of sustain because of how much HP a Mega Meepo has with that stat sharing. You're also not at peak Mega Meepo yet. You don't have the maxed out divided we stand. And that will open up Roshan now for the side of Liquid. You'll be able to find out. And that was a really split up fight from Quest. Noob was trying to isolate the backline, trying to jump Nisha, couldn't quite clean up the kill. There was a concussive grenade on Nisha to create distance. And right at the Primal Beast, the front line for them to play with his Meepo. It was just way too divided for Quest. Again, it was the fight in 2 fronts. You can see Noob all the way off screen, not able to really help out his team there.
Pretty rough situation here for PSG Quest, and they're the ones that forced the fight to boot. I mean, the fight never needed to happen. They just had their spikes with the Ags on the Kunkka, so they thought they could go, but it certainly did not work out in their favor. And you are seeing the issues, I think, with the Mega Meepo form now against that Lifestealer just being a pretty big problem against Mickey. And I don't think it's going to get much easier as time goes on, sadly, so we'll see how they do want to try and adjust to make this style of draft work against Liquid. So for now, I mean, they've got a 3k advantage still sitting on PSG Quest. The thing is, it's not going to last very long if this keeps happening. Like, one more team fight, net worth lead will just swing Liquid's way. And it seems though the win probability has already swung Liquid's way up to 58%.
Yeah, again, when you have that Meepo, you really do want to snowball hard. And it's also because you have something like the Venomancer for Ducalis, right? Like, this hero, this Veno does not scale all too well, especially as soon as we start seeing more spell immunity come in. If that's even something Nisha considers, he's so far back that Ducalis can't even threaten onto the sniper. And Lifestealer's not going to care with his own rage. So you lose a lot of the utility on one of your heroes. It becomes basically what? A free walking ward with Plague Wards. It's really where all the utility has. That forward vision they set up earlier does pay off onto Ducalis as well.
Poor old Ducalis. He's going to get destroyed here by Nisha. Not much he could have done about it. He did try to fight back with the Noxious Plague, but it meant really nothing. And so with that, I mean, the sniper again has become a pretty damn big issue. You've still got the answers here with the Primal Beast, and speaking of the Devil, Noob, he's going to rush Insania. He will find the Disruptor, but is forced to BKB TP away, and they might still have the damage through it, but no. Thankfully, they will not, and Noob will make it out. That's kind of the concern, though. Like, you've got to pop a BKB, you find a position 5 Disruptor, but you almost lose your life in the process.
Yeah, and that BKB pop is pretty costly. And you are reliant on Noob holding the front line there to play with that Mega Meepo when it does come out from TA2000. Just having that spell immunity go down all the way to 6 leaves a lot of openings. That Liquid can start to really punish. It's already setting up for a top tier 2 siege here. Doesn't feel like we're going to see too much from Quest in terms of the defense, although Malik is around the area. But without a BKB to back up Noob, 40 seconds away from that, he's just not going to be able to front line. They will have to surrender the tier 2 very early on to Liquid at 24 minutes in. Force out the fortified, slow out the process at least. They have 2 minutes on this Aegis for Mika. He does not care. He's just going to go again.
Why not? No real need to back off here for Team Liquid. They are looking very, very strong here for game 1. And PSG Quest, the ones that need to find a way back into this game, I think now, as they will lose that top tier 2 tower. Back to the farm game here for Liquid. TA 2000. I mean, I can only imagine what his plan is to try and deal with this scenario now, because I mean, you really did see how fast Mickey just got through his HP pool as the Mega Meepo. Looks like he is going to go for the dig, so going to pick up the shards, which could be pretty annoying for Liquid to try and deal with, but we'll see if it works out for him. I don't think it's going to be so simple. This Team Liquid, they're smoked up as 3. Into the mid lane they go. Ducalis will see Mickey. Malik, in the meantime, is being pinged out. They did see him with an Observer Warden. They will glimpse him right back onto the high ground, but he'll X himself back to the low ground. Malik just trying to get the hell out of there. A very nice torrent flying out from the Kunkka, buying himself a little bit of time as Insania does go down. So does Nisha by the looks of it. They do find themselves a very tasty sniper kill, but can you deal with the Life Stealer? Mickey's going to rush in. They're going to find themselves Omar at the very least, but the Ravage really connected on nothing else. It's TA 2000 looking to move back in now onto Mickey. We'll just split up and try to do it that way, but he needs to run because Mickey is still just a huge problem here for the Meepo. Rages up through the X. We'll go instead onto Ducalis to find the easier target on the Venomancer. And so props to the side of PSG Quest. Like they do find Nisha. They do take the sniper out, but you see with Mickey, they just don't really have an option.
They really can't stand up to that Life Stealer at this point. They isolate out the squishy targets. Again, they split that fight into two fronts, except this time around, it's Noob taking point with the rest of his team, and it's kind of Malik caught in the flank, which is kind of the ideal scenario for you at that point for Quest. Again, as long as this Brown Beast can be on top of someone with some heroes surrounding, you don't really mind if it does split apart. Mika's still going for tier 2s. Aegis does expire at this point.
Well, they do get the torrent off. Rebound, pulverized.
Oh,
Mickey,
boy.
oh, he's overstayed his welcome. Mickey is down by the tier 2 tower, and Boxy trying to help out will also drop. Mickey, he never actually popped the rage as he came out of the disruptions. The torrent hit him immediately, and they just bursted him down.
I don't know if the rage even helps him at that point. With a pulverizer to still hold him down through that debuff immunity, would have had maybe enough damage. Maybe not in the follow through, sure, once pulverized is down, but it's still a risky position. He was playing on the edge of that Aegis. Expires right as the tower falls, trying to maximize it. Tower doesn't even fall, by the way. And the side of Quest, again, some good punishment. 10 to 15, 8k lead up. The investment in the Meepo is certainly paying off. The Disperser and the Suppress has been causing some kiting issues for Mika, right? Like it's hard to chase down when you're slowed down by quite the amount, and you know the Meepo is kind of buffed up as well. So trying to sustain through that fight is a lot more complicated than it would be for the side of Liquid. You are going to hit that point as well where TA 2000 can start to face up against the Lifestealer with a Scotty, just to mitigate some of that lifesteal Mika has. You have some good answers here on the side of Quest. Still Liquid going for a smoke out. Ravage only a few seconds away. Could try to force something if they find an angle in.
Into the mid lane. I mean, Malik's going to just clear out the creep wave with the X back. PSG Quest doing a very good job of just avoiding Team Liquid for now. They'll just hang out on the eastern side of the map, and it seems as though Team Liquid are going to be unable to really get there in time to start the fight that they really wanted. They'll run down towards the Radiant jungle instead now, but again, it just feels like they are quite lost as to where PSG Quest are, and PSG Quest, well, they've smoked up themselves now as 5. Running through the bottom lane they are. So they might just go through the twin gates and try to meet Team Liquid up towards that top left corner of the map. And that they all will, straight through the twin gates. Nisha was showing on a creep wave, so they know he's around the area somewhere.
Oh, no.
Sania, he'll drop the Static Storm immediately. They found Ducalis. The Ducalis is going to go down, but here comes TA2000, cancelling the TP of the Disruptor, and he will take him out immediately. As now Malik got the bow down onto 33, the Tide Hunter. He's gone as well. Boxy trying a man fight here, but Noob's going to use the Pulverize on the Marcy and takes him down. Zmikke, he has been netted up. He's got no rage for another 5 seconds, so he has to fight against TA2000. He's actually kind of winning the fight right now, though. Gets the rage off. TA, he goes into the Mega Meepo form, trying to rush Nisha. Nisha from a mile away, trying to hit, but now they're close up. TA2000 not stopping, but he's held down by Mikke. Mikke being disrupted up now. TA2000 digs away and blinks out of there as Omar will be left behind to die. At least they do get the Meepo out. But it's still a pretty okay kind of team fight for both sides.
I would say for Quest, that's not the best look. That's them taking that fight without 33 popping Ravage and with a static storm from Insania only landing onto the Venmancer. So you didn't have the two big tools from Liquid coming out, and it still ended up being far more even for Quest than they'd want it to be.
Oh, they
not the best of signs, Nisha.
Nisha. Well, this could be making it a lot better for the side of TA and Quest. As, yeah, they'll take down the sniper, and well, suddenly it looks a lot better. Suddenly it looks a lot better as the sniper is now dead. Because I didn't realize there was a buyback from our Shadow Demon, an immediate dieback as well, that last team fight. But again, I think now that Niche has died, you might feel a lot better about that fight as PSG Quest.
That it does. It feels better for the economy for sure. But it's still concerning. Again, that's Liquid without using their spells. Insania again.
Yeah, going to be taken out by Noob. Not much he could have done about that. Boxy in the meantime has to BKB TP away from TA2000. Seems though the Meepo has become a pretty big issue now, and TA just really abusing the dig into the blink away. Makes it very hard for Mikke to just hold on to this Meepo and get the damage off that he's looking for. You saw, like, in a 1v1 between TA2000 and Mikke, it's no problem for the lifestealer, but with the dig shenanigans you do have on hand, plus the Mega Meepo that you can always switch to, it does become a little bit more challenging.
And it does. And having the full Scotty up kind of changes that story as well. I don't think the full Scotty was up in that last fight, if I recall right, that they had the components. Yeah, so it's going to be a little bit more different now for Mikke. It's not going to be as sustainable. I do like that he's going into his shard for the open wounds. That should help a little bit and try and keep that team fight, or keep the man fight against the Mega Meepo in line into the Yags. Having a little bit more bailout as well with lower infest cooldown, maybe an offensive infest if need be to buy some time. I think the big issue for Liquid in these fights is, again, their team fight spell utilization hasn't been amazing. Quest has been able to break up these fights every single time. It's Quest jumping in first, right? Like, it's the Ducalis getting caught out, and then suddenly Static Storm has to fly out onto the Ducalis, which he's a Venomancer, he doesn't care. 33 gets pinned down for a long time, doesn't manage to Kraken Shell off the control, and never manages to Ravage. Like, they need to be able to land at control. That's where their advantage lies, especially if Malik's not around with its Horn Storm. Still a little bit of an opening here for the side of Quest to go into Roche. A lot of scans in that area. Next flashpoint here for both sides, which Liquid can fight into with that Ravage. They just need to be able to pin down some of these softer targets. Maybe take care of Omar off the bat, and then you can start to consider the rest without having to worry about disruption, clutching out moments here for Quest. Sneaky ward as well from Quest, right by the outpost on the southern side. Not the easiest one to spot out.
We are looking for that Roshan now, PSG Quest, but there is going to be a big smoke from Team Liquid, of course, unwilling to allow this to go the way of PSG Quest for free. BKB now up Amnesia, so he's going to be feeling a lot safer in the middle of these fights. Ducalis being jumped by Mikke. Mikke's still just going to continue to move forward as they do land the rebound, but the Ogre still totem does allow him to get out for now as Ducalis has been left behind and will die. A nice start for Team Liquid. Quest still sticking around, thinking about making the jump in. Here comes Malik. Who does he go on though? He'll pop his BKB very early, trying to go on to 33, but no, it's Nisha that he really wants. Nisha, he'll pop the BKB straight off the bat as Noob. He'll blow up 33 now, no Ravage available, but he'll buy back on the Tidehunter. Meanwhile, Mickey, he's got the Meepo trapped up in the Static Storm. The Mega Meepo is going to be thrown out. TA2000 trying to get out of there, but it's not looking good for him. They'll disrupt, they'll buy a bit more time, but 33, he's hit with the Ravage, not allowing him to get up, and no, the dig now. He digs and blinks.
Oh my god.
Oh, but he's on the low ground. It was too short. He couldn't get to the outpost, or rather, he couldn't get to the twin gate.
Is under attack.
Onto Roshan, Team Liquid will go, and it's going to be a pretty big loss for PSG Quest.
And that's the difference it makes when Liquid can use these teamfight spells on actual targets. Static Storm onto the Meepo, even though it's only the Meepo and his clones, does enough to kind of control TA2000 to that point where he has to Mega Meepo and try to bail out. They take care of the backline really well. They remove Omar from the equation. Great BKB usage, great item usage from the side of Liquid to just stand through that control of Quest. And again, the big difference, they could use their teamfight spell. Sure, it cost 33 a buyback. He dies a little bit too quickly, fully committed by everyone there, with the Pulverize on top of him as well. But it makes it all worthwhile. You've got that secondary life for Mika to play a point. And they've got the equalization in net worth down to 6k, which again, it doesn't mean much. That 6k net worth lead is off the back of 33 not having much gold and TA2000 having way too much gold. Everyone in the middle of the pack of Quest is sort of hurting. Your scaling is all in on the Meepo, but you are suffering on the other cores. Like, you're not as durable as you'd want to be on Malik or Noob just yet. And they'll lose it here too. No outer towers left for the side of Quest and the side of Liquid. They can start to keep that ramp up going. Ags for Mika, not too far off, is trying to gun for the full Ags Blessing as well to free up the item slot. Into the Shard, into his own Scotty now. So again, it just becomes easier to manage that Mega Meepo. Although it is taking some time, but it's almost like a bristleback, right, Mike? You ignore it until the end, kill everyone off first, and then the Mega Meepo, it's annoying, but it'll eventually die.
Eventually. Does take a while. Quest. Venturing out of the map, or rather out of the base once again. We'll just take the Wisdom Rune for Malik. Still a 3k advantage Quest's way, but 3k doesn't really mean too much here. The game, though, is still relatively close according to Dota. Plus 65% to 35% the way of Liquid.
Dire are scanning.
Still anyone's game here in this game one. Top lane, a big group up here from Quest and Liquid. There are no niches around the area. He is just farming the creep wave, so if they did want to jump, they could. Because Mickey still has about 3 minutes on the Aegis timer left as well, so plenty of time to try and approach high ground, if that's what Liquid intend on doing. They are setting up top lane. Wards already being placed around the area. Quest slowly starting to venture out, seeing if they can catch the sniper. Nisha, he will run towards the south and seems to realize they are here. Will connect back with his team and reposition. As Boxy's going to see TA2000. They want to jump in. Nisha has been caught by Noob. Pulverizes out, but the Ravage, it does fly and connecting onto another Static Storm, holding a couple together. Nobody's really dead but Nisha, though. Everyone's still running from Quest, trying to get away from the side of Team Liquid, but now 2 down for Liquid. They've also lost Insania. It looks like they're going to lose Boxy to boot. 3 down is Mickey. He'll pop out of the Infest. He'll try to Rage TP away and should be just fine to do so. But 33 has also been left behind. He'll BKB TP out. He's going to be fine. But 3 down for Liquid and nobody down for PSG Quest.
Nah, that's a rough situation for Liquid. Nisha used a concussive grenade to get out of the lane early, so he didn't have it for the jump in and commitment from Noob. Noob, again, finding all the right targets there, jumping that sniper, isolating him away, forcing out the Ravage. And again, it's a very awkward Static Storm coming out there from Insania, catching non-pivotal targets, really. Not managing to catch Meepo out. The BKB usage was a lot earlier on the side of Quest, so they managed to ride through.
TA2000, he does not hesitate to make the jump as soon as he sees Mickey. And Mickey, he's trying to infest here, but he's in big trouble. They'll snare him up. They'll purge him up, but Mickey, he's actually going to survive as Quest. They do not blow him up quick enough. So they will retreat. 33 was right behind him on the way, and Well, even without Ravage, Quest do not want to risk throwing the game. They will retreat back towards the safety of their triangle. Looks like they're going to be just fine. Nobody gets caught out.
Yeah. And you still hang on to the Aegis here on Liquid's end as well. Not only 40 seconds left. So that safety net not going to last for too long. There are opportunities here for Quest to play. Again, for Liquid on their part, the Quest are looking for pickoffs. That's the name of the game with this kind of lineup. They're looking for the isolation onto the sniper or the life healer. Either one can kind of work in a vacuum. And for Liquid, they're looking for wider team fights. They want to leverage this AoE control. They want to use that static storm with the Ags up on Insania along with a Ravage, just layered on top of each other. Quest have not been making that easy. Again, they have some really quirky wards just directly planted on the lane where they made those moves up top and down bot when they tried to jump Mika.
Oh, TA. No, 33. Who jumped to Carlos instead. They didn't know the Meepo was there, to be fair. They hadn't seen him yet. So they just take the kill that they could see. But had 33 just walked a second extra, he would have ran right into a Meepo. And he had Ravage ready to boot. Nevertheless, Team Liquid, they'll take Carlos's life. They'll move into the triangle of the Dire. But Quest, they're not going to mind too much. I mean, you got your Meepo out of it. So I'm pretty sure they're going to be happy.
That they are. And they hit the critical timing now on Noob. He has his own source of break with the Uproar. He has the Ags up. So it's going to be a little bit harder for Mika in the middle of these fights whenever Rage and BKB are down, which we have seen these fights drag on with how long it takes for both TA2000 and Mika to drop. So you will have that edge now for Noob, not just fully reliant on the 2 charges on Omar to get that break on the lifesteal and make these fights pretty awkward for the side of Liquid. 7k lead still standing for Quest. Win probability is still Liquid's way, 55%, but there is still a lot of play for Quest. Again, you can't count them out. They've got one last item slot here for TA2000 in that Swift Blink. Maybe you can think about tossing the treads as well if he so wishes. It is a possibility. For the side of Liquid, you have some good damage on Nisha. He just needs to get protected. Like, he has been taking point for his team much more often, and I get why he is trying to act as bait with everyone else sitting behind him. It's just he melts way too fast when that commitment comes in. They cannot afford to start fights like that once more on Liquid. Quest gonna be looking for that next Roshan on both sides. Liquid, it's a little bit easier for them. They've got tier 2s to protect, so they're not under as much pressure, at least in terms of like the creeps and map control. Just a little bit easier to reshove these lanes. Let's see if they manage to get that pivotal Roche control going their way. 14 minutes in, 18 to 24. It is an issue now with how long these fights take, but how short BKBs are becoming. You know, this is the point where we always talk about how Torrent Storm becomes kind of weak when BKBs come out, and then BKB shorten down, and then Torrent Storm's really strong again. To be fair, Nisha's is still a fairly long duration BKB, so is Mika's. They will try with a smoke out in both ends. See if they manage to find each other. They are pretty far apart right now.
And they're running in the right direction, Team Liquid, running right through the river. TA2000, he'll be the one to show on the creep wave. Ducalis rushing forward is going to have his smoke broken here onto Mickey, but Mickey has no hesitation to go after the Venomancer. Let's pop the rage and goes right for him, so Ducalis is dead. Meanwhile, a Ravage being committed has connected on 2 towards the south. They found the Meepo. The Static Storm gonna lock him down. Omar, though, with the disruption, gonna help for now, but the Meepo's in huge trouble. And TA2000 is dead, but he's gonna buy back as the fight does continue. Insania now going down. Nope, he will rush away from this team fight, at least for now. Is Insania. He TP'd back to the outpost with his buyback. But he's going to be all right. Noob's forced to blink away as TA2000 now rejoining the fight, but the jump is there from Boxy right in the middle. A big torrent though into the boat, landing on 3. Oh, Boxy is down. Boxy is gone. TA2000 completely surrounding 33 here. The Tide Hunter still trying to run. Meanwhile, Mika, he'll find Malik on the Kunkka. Infest onto Nisha, but Nisha should go down and does. TA2000 now onto the Lifestealer. Mika being hexed up, cannot fight back. He will buy back into the fight. Boxy still in trouble. Still being rushed here by TA2000. He will drop the boot.
God.
An ultra kill here for TA. He wants a little bit more, and he might just have him. Nisha's shown up. Once again, the dieback immediately up for the sniper by the looks of it, as they will pulverize, and TA... No! Omar will take the kill.
God.
No Rampage yet for TA2000. On to the Tidehunter, 33. He brought back into this fight. 33 gone now. Mega kill for TA2000. They're on to Mickey now. Mickey, can you really fight this one, sir? I think the answer might just be no. He'll be X'd up, back into the loving arms of TA2000. The Mega Meepo just whacking away, and the lifestealer's gone. This game it just looks over. There's no buybacks. They're all committed.
No. There's no way Insania can defend this by himself. They're 40 seconds away from their second support, a minute 20 from everyone else at minimum. Quest have their big opening they're looking for. A little bit of an X-back reset coming in. Not much to really hold back the side of Quest, and that was just a mess from Liquid again. That fight drags on for so long. BKB starts to fade away.
Oh, 30. Look at this crap.
Way too
Bottom
much
lane.
going on.
Look at 33. Look at his career. 33's dragging the creep wave away at the bottom lane.
Oh, God.
He's dragged it away. He is not allowed them to go
He's
high
falling.
ground. Yeah.
They're not. They back off completely. I thought they'd just go reset with the X's.
The courier's by the Roshan pit now as well. It's just classic 33. His courier survives on 1 HP to boot.
And that's the stall. The creep waves are still coming in, but now you're 30 seconds away from Sniper, 30 seconds away from Tide. They're going for the tier 2 mid instead to try to get more off the map at the same time for Quest. It's still a long time, don't get me wrong. These racks are still under heavy threat, but there can be one last fight here from Liquid. They need to play their cards right. It has to be such a good Ravage and a really good Static Storm from 33 and from Insania here.
They're going to try for the tier 4 towers anyway. 33 has bought them enough time to have one more team fight, that's for sure. They should be able to make it, but they won't have Mickey. They've got to go 4v5. On to the Ancient TA2000. He's not going to rush it quite yet. He'll go back for the mid-racks. Nisha does get called with an X back here. They're going to jump in with Boxy, fighting to Carlos from the Venom, and now the 33 Ravage, connecting on 3 heroes. They'll drop the Static Storm. They've got the Meepo. TA2000, oh, he gets the Mega Meepo in time. He'll survive for now, just barely. TA2000 not dropping yet. Onto Boxy, he goes. Boxy barely able to rebound away. TA2000, he'll go for the dig now. There's 33, forced to TP out. They've got the Lifestealer back up, so it seems the Quest are going to have to go for a run. And Team Liquid, they will successfully defend. Only 1 racks down. And it really is all off the back of 33's courier, pulling the creep waves away, not allowing them to go high ground, buying enough time for Liquid to stay in this game 1.
Yeah, it's such good stall from 33. You're still in a pretty terrible position here for Liquid, to be fair. Right, like your Ancient's fully exposed, bot lane's ready to be taken, top tier 2, your last outer tower. Roshan is up. So Liquid does have a little bit of backup in that, and they are setting up for that Rosh up top now as well, with the free Ags Blessing and the cheese on hand. Quest are aware though, they have the Watcher control, so they know they can run in here. Respawn for the Collis isn't too far off. This Rosh is going to go fast. Boxy does commit. But Quest don't care. They want to rush this Ancient. They're setting up on mid.
That makes enough sense. If you can get there in time, that is. I mean, Roshan is now officially down, so there should be time for Liquid to get back to the base ASAP. Nisha will be there ready for the defense. But oh no, never mind. Nisha's not ready. Nisha's not ready. He is dead. No buyback available on him as now the boat will fly in. Boxy surviving for now. Mickey was jumped by Noob. He'll be okay as he'll make the jump in onto the Meepo, but Boxy dropping low, eats the cheese, will survive, but the Ancient is just being focused here by Quest. They will take game 1. Oh boy.
Oh.
And things become a little bit juicier here in this group as Liquid. They were, again, quite desperate for a victory. Now the best they can hope for is a 1-1 draw. And Quest look very happy about it.
That they are. And at this point for Liquid, even if they get that 1-1 draw, they have to rely again on one of these teams above them to get 2-0'd in their series today. Either Aurora or Hero getting 2-0'd out. So it's not in their hands anymore. Even if they win this next one, let's see. Quest, an outstanding performance coming out from them. We thought this Meepo would be in a bit of a tougher position, but they played their cards right. They constantly forced out these fights in a way that it would split up the side of Team Liquid. They'd isolate away Nisha. they would force bad spell usage out from Liquid, right? Like the Static Storm's not lining up, the Ravages early on not lining up onto the big targets, and it made it so difficult for them to kind of isolate. It's just way too slippery on the Mega Meepo as well with the disruption saves and the dig. Overall, that last fight was disastrous, though. They just took Roshan, the Ag's Blessing, Nisha didn't even manage to eat it. He he's back and just dies on the blink in. Like, they were blinking in to just end the game. Yeah, it's such a hard one for Liquid, but well played to Quest. Again, they have nothing to fight for, but they're making sure Liquid are in pain right now.
It's all about the pride, Jonathan. It's all about the pride. Of course, we're going to head off to a short break, but right after that break, we'll be back with our Game 2 draft between the side of Team Liquid and PSG Quest.
to battle. I'm not ready. Illuminating. The night sees all. Absolutely not yet. 30 seconds to battle. It's not time yet. What do you see? For night silver. Yeah! On the hunt.
The battle begins.
The dark moon comes. Yes. Quickly now. Let's go. The hunt. Unworthy. Crescent steel. We ride. Let's go. Stalking. Let's go. Let's go. Fear the moon. What do you see? On the frown. Attack!
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Pia! Another death. Run them down. Quickly now. By starlight. Yes. Catch. Good plan. Absolutely.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah. The night sees all. Not yet. On the hunt. Unworthy. Slice. You won't escape. Who dares? This will hurt.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our Game 2 draft very, very soon between Team Liquid and, of course, the side of PSG Quest. Jonathan, Game 1 was a bit of a back and forth between these two teams, but PSG Quest did manage to take out game number 1. Again, they have really nothing to fight for but pride, but they are very prideful by the looks of it because they take game 1 away from Team Liquid. What would you like to see Team Liquid change up to try and give themselves a chance at the draw?
I think they've got to ban out the TA2000 Meepo. It felt like it was getting a little bit too much. The farming pace coming out for TA2000 was pretty oppressive as well. They couldn't really contest the top jungle, the top extended jungle that early on. The tier 1 tower top stood for way too long as well. It felt like they couldn't get as much going there as they would have liked. And I think Nisha and the sniper was a great idea. I mean, you know, the hero is just really popular right now, but the answers from Quest are too strong. Like the Primal Beast from Noob, again, one of his best heroes from the time we've seen him even last year. It is just too much. They had too much jump potential. The side of Quest could dictate all of those fights. They split up those fights in a really clean way. And Liquid were much more reliant on like landing some really good team fight spell usage there, which happened a couple of times, but every time it would miss, it would fall flat. I think the positioning from Liquid was not as good as it could have been. And those are harder things to fix in terms of coming into the next game. So I think maybe just an adjustment in draft, something that's a little bit easier to execute, not as reliant on trying to get like perfect team fights going. Maybe something a little bit more brawly to match what Quest was trying to do as well. I think again, with the bans that they have to do up against Quest, taking care of Slaughter and stuff, and Bristleback really early on, leaving something like the Shadow Demon is just really risky. Again, that hero just does way too much. We saw some really big clutch saves coming out from Omar, just provide TA2000 that little bit of added space to allow them to fight back in for TA2000. Mind you, for Liquid now, they still have a shot. We did get one result from one of our other games, Heroic versus Extreme. Spoiler alert right now, Extreme did take one of those games already. So if Heroic gets 0-2'd and Liquid gets this next game, there is potential tiebreakers. But they have to kind of bank on Extreme Gaming winning again, and Liquid still has to find this win here. So it's not completely gone yet, but they need those circumstances to come out. At the very least, they need to win here and hope, again, one of those teams, Aurora or Heroic, get 2-0'd, which is a lot harder, of course, leaving it out of your hands. Still, we do have our draft ready for game number 2 for Liquid up against Quest. And there's that Meepo ban. They take care of it very early on.
I don't blame them. I do not blame them. I mean, even though it felt like they had somewhat of an answer there to the Meepo, it just still was a bit too much. Once you had the shards up, once you had the blink up, it just becomes almost like a puck, you know? You just can't catch the slippery bastard. And Team Liquid just not going to be bothered to deal with it once again. I'll see what other bans we see do coming out as PSG Quest. Ban out the IO, ban out the Chen. The Slaughter you mentioned as well, still available for Team Liquid to just ban out now. Unless they just go ahead and first pick it for themselves, but they will not. They'll go ahead and ban it. Anyone gonna ban out the Shadow Demon, I wonder? I mean, again, Team Liquid could just first pick it if they leave it.
Yeah, I think it's more on Quest to kind of take care of that. And it's kind of pick your poison. Do you want to play into the Disruptor again, which was fairly annoying, or, you know, do you want to take away that big save and stacking potential that the Shadow Demon does provide? It'll take care of the Doom first. Maybe they just ignore it again. Like both teams did ignore the Disruptor Shadow Demon, so could be allowed true. I'm wondering if Quest will also consider like an early Bristle ban, as that hero has felt like it's done way too much as well. I know Liquid's run it a couple of times, mainly on 33 if I recall right, and not as much on Mike, but still, like that hero can be devastating if the lineup can kind of play around it. So we'll see what Quest does opt for. Any of those 3 heroes make sense to me as a ban right now into the pick phase for Quest. They'll take care of the TA instead. So just remove that high tempo hero from the game. Liquid, again, Shadow Demon, Disruptor, Bristleback, maybe a cheeky Timbersaw is there as well. Could be an option for Quest, or the Primal Beast of Noob, which was a massive issue.
Well, that certainly was. Team Liquid. Final ban for them is before they can make their first pickup. So important they find this win. I mean, I know they're hoping for Heroic to lose their second game here against Extreme Gaming, but that won't even matter if you can't find this draw. They will get rid of the Pangoli. So we do see the Pango removed once again. Shadow Demon is available if they just want to take it for themselves. And if you don't take it, chances are PSG Quest will just take it immediately right after Team Liquid's first pick. So we'll see what they're thinking.
10 seconds remaining. Quest Esports turn.
They'll go the Disruptor route.
No. Back to the Disruptor. Can't fault them, and that hero does a lot, but there's the Shadow Demon again for Quest. So nothing changing with our openers here for both sides. Liquid can adjust now, though. They can opt to not go for the sniper. They can ban out the Primal Beast if they want the sniper. They will take care of the Malik Kunkka instead, as, again, like the disruptiveness of those team fights were pretty big, especially as the BKBs wore down, along with the fact that Boat Buff was doing a lot of work in how long those fights were taking as well. So I do like that respect out from Liquid. Will they leave the Primal Beast though?
5 seconds remaining.
That's a good question. The Primal Beast in the right hand's just such a nuisance to try and deal with.
Quest
I mean, in fairness, Team Liquid this time around may not go for the sniper, but maybe they will, because they do ban the Primal Beast out. Can't quite blame them for that. It's just one of those heroes where you get a BKB and suddenly you're online. You know, it's just, he becomes kind of impossible to deal with once the BKB is up for a certain amount of time.
seconds remaining.
It's kind of the theme with these newer heroes as well, right, John? Like, you just, one core item and suddenly you're ready to go.
Yep, pretty much. It feels like it was worse when we had like Razor every patch, Razor every game kind of patch. What was that? Like last year where you just go BKB and then you go ham. Like 3 heroes with BKBs running around early. Somewhat the same case, but I don't think it's too tied into that. At least, you know, we're not that crazy still. I'm wondering if Quest will consider the sniper now. They have first pick in this next phase. It's fairly well protected. There's no Pango, there's no Primal Beast. They could bring out a noob sniper if they so wish. It's, again, covered pretty well. I don't think noobs played it at all in this tournament, though. So maybe not. Maybe something like Lena could be another safe bet down the line. I don't think you picked that too early. It's not been a high priority hero at all. I'll take care of Viper, so they could line up for Bristleback here. There's no Primal Beast, no Viper. Those are like two natural counters. You've got the Shadow Demon in your side here for Quest, so you don't need to worry about Demonic Purge. It's looking like a smooth Bristleback game for Quest if they just wanted to pick it. Like, there's no threat. Maybe a Hoodwink Break is the only remaining option for Liquid. Even then, that's not the best. Out of all the breaking options, Hoodwink doesn't feel like the most reliable to pin down a Bristleback.
I will say, I mean, Bristleback has been more of a last pick kind of deal, I feel like. In PSG, they're going to go for the Gyrocopter instead. Not a hero you and I have seen so much of in DreamLeague Season 23, but it's still Gyrocopter, still popular in this current patch. The PSG Quest can also still flex it if they really wanted to, but in most situations it is just a standard position one to pick up. See how concerned about the Gyro Team Liquid are?
Yeah. It's open enough, although it is Omar that plays the support Gyro, and he's also the only one who has been playing their Shadow Demon games, so I'm not sure if that's the way you'd want to go. I mean, you could go and do Callis Gyro, I suppose, with Omar on the Shadow Demon still. Liquid will secure the Brewmaster very early on, so they've got a nice lane lined up. They have some easy Ignite plates. They'll go with the Dark Willow as well, lining up some good team fight potential with the Disruptor and some good jump potential for the Brewmaster to follow up on. I like this from Liquid. Pretty stable lanes coming out so far. I feel like Gyrocopter should still be happy with Flak, but it's not the most uncomfy with how tanky a Brewmaster can be. And again, you've got some rundown potential with some Cinder Brew Ignites coming out there. So I'm curious what Quest does, because it's still fairly open. They still have their support pickup to go back to first. They could go for something a little bit more aggressive to compensate for the Shadow Demon. Stuff like Ench is still there. The Techies is still there. I don't think you dip back into the Veno. They'll go to Bristol pickup first. Again, left in the pool, Dark Willow has no break. No one has any break here on Liquid. And now that forces a really hard decision on the Brewmaster as well when the split does come in. You split, who are you going to Cyclone? Are you going to isolate away the Gyrocopter? Are you going to try to isolate away the Bristleback and try to take care of the Gyrocopter? It's a difficult one to call, because once these heroes have farm, both of them kind of do the same thing. No, they have good AoE damage. They can be pretty sustainable on both sides when some lifesteal is up for the Gyrocopter. It makes it tricky for the Brew, and his Brewlings are not going to survive long with Flak and Quilts.
Certainly not. Not once you've got the Ags up. A Quest. Still yet to pick up a secondary support, unless again they flex the Gyrocopter and put that in support. They will not. They will go for the Clockwork pickup here for PSG Quest. So there's your position 4 here. Team Liquid 2 cores to be picked up for themselves. I think you've got to kind of forget about the break here as well. It doesn't seem like they're going to be able to fit any breaks in their kind of draft.
Seconds remaining.
No.
Still go for options like
There's
the
no way.
Spirit Vessel Carrier. You know, you could maybe go for a mid keeper of the Light if Nisha felt like it, but for now they're going to go for the Void instead.
The Faceless Void is an interesting one. You do have good team fight with a Faceless Void. You've got some damage outside. You've got the Static Storm to set up for it or to follow up from it with a Chrono. So
10 seconds.
there are some options. You can go for a heavy hitting mid now for Nisha to apply some damage into the Chrono.
Remaining.
There's stuff like Zeus. There's stuff like Lena still in the pool. If they wanted any of that, can scale up pretty nicely as well. So I'm curious what the side of Liquid will want now for Nisha. They will have to show it earlier. I guess the sniper's in the pool as well, but with a Clockwork on hand, that does not feel like the safest option. There's a very easy target for the Clockwork to look to hookshot into, isolate away in these fights. Kind of taking over what Noob was doing if that sniper was to come out, so I don't think it's a concern at all. I'll take care of the puck, take care of some slippery heroes here. From Quest 10, that is one thing that Quest does lack. Like, very reliable lockdown isn't quite there. You have, what, homing missile, battery assault, hook, I suppose is your most long-reaching one. They will ban out that Costly mentioned for the Spirit Vessel Carrier. They're covering their bases. I mean, again, leaving Sniper open, but it doesn't feel like the best time for Liquid to go back into that niche Sniper.
I wonder how Nisha's feeling about the Sniper after that last game. It was a bit of a rough affair, that's for sure. And, I mean, against Clockwork, it's generally not very well advised to go down the Sniper route.
Just realized Nisha's wearing an Insania jersey.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that, Jonathan. Swapping the jerseys. Maybe his jerseys are in the wash.
May
You
have.
never know. They did ban that coddle, by the way, on PSG quests and
Yep.
things. So just in case.
Yeah, just in case for the Spirit Vessel Carrier and for the mid matchup as well. I'm curious what Liquid will want. I feel like Zeus is your safest bet. Still has the issue of being isolated by the Clockwork, but Heavenly Jump can kind of bail you out at the very least. It's not amazing, but you do have some mobility there. They'll ban out Lena, so maybe setting up for a Zeus. Maybe a Leshrac works as well for Liquid. There's push options, which is lacking for Liquid. They have like a DP. They'll go with the Timbersaw instead.
Okay.
So that is one way to kind of handle the Bristle to an extent. High armor. The barrier is going to be annoying if you do go for the Ags here in the Bristle down the line for Nisha. You don't have your own break on... Oh, well, you do have a break on the Shadow Demon with Ags. So it's not the worst thing in the world, but that does take time.
5 seconds.
What do they want here for Noob to deal with that in the mid? Zeus is an option that still stands out to me. Zeus or Lesh, I think, lanes into that pretty fine. Lots of magic damage on hand.
PSG Quest still thinking about it. Oh, hello. They're going to go for an Earthshaker pickup. Now, this
What
is
is
something
this?
we really don't get to see anymore. It is going to be a
The
mid
Noob
Earthshaker
mid,
here.
all
from
right.
Noob. I like it.
I like that. It's so good. Enchant
Nisha can't
Totem,
believe it.
It's not like... Yeah, no, I mean... You feel like you can win out there as the Timbersaw, but level 2 Enchant Totem with the Aftershock, it's kind of painful for Tim. Again, you don't have a tree line anyway, so you're not cutting down additional stats on Noob, and you don't want to go for reactive armor here. Even if you did, you're not going to build up enough stacks to really survive true Enchant Totem spam from Noob. It's an interesting solution, but, and again, not one we've seen too often any longer, and we saw it a little bit last year. I like seeing it though. It gets me excited, Mike. That's a fun one. Timbersaw versus Earthshaker. This is a very tanky lineup in Quest though. Like Shaker, Bristleback, plus like once you have the stat items up in TA2000, it's going to be pretty hard to isolate them out in the Chrono and try to do damage. There is some damage in Chrono again. Static Storm can come in as it ends. You've got the Chakrams to throw inside. But it's not particularly amazing. I suppose Bedlam on the Faceless Void when he runs in could be one early source of DPS. And I would like to see that connection on Liquid just to get some usage out from Nika early on. it's going to be a fun one. Again, Liquid, there's a lot of pressure here, Mike. They need to win this one to hope and hope for one of those teams in Heroic or Aurora to get 2-0'd in order to have a shot still for a lower bracket start in the playoffs. And like Slack said in the video, you know, someone's got to tell Liquid you can't have a lower bracket run if you place bottom in groups.
Indeed. Sorry, Jonathan, I was distracted by the music again. They keep switching it up on me, and I'm confused as to why we went with this choice, but it's nice. It's very relaxing.
Vibe.
It is a vibe, Jonathan.
I like it.
Yeah. You know, to be fair, both these teams could be on holiday after this game, so, you know, maybe that's why. Time to plan a trip to the beach.
Yeah, a little bit of break time. Of course, Liquid, I'm sure they're going to be using that time to prepare for the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. Regardless of what happens here, we will at least have that to look forward to. We shall see as we will end the music, get into some serious business here, Mike.
Absolutely. Very curious with this mid-Earthshaker pick as well. I mean, you're going up against the mid-Timbersaw of all things, so it doesn't really feel like the most comfortable kind of pick here for the Shaker. It does feel like that Whirling Death is going to make life a little bit challenging for Noob, but at the same time, you also don't really care about any reactive armor points or anything like that of the Timbersaw because Enchant Totem is just one big hit.
Yeah, I don't think Noob is going to care too much. I think the spam ability of the Enchant is a lot better as well. Much more efficient for sure. And a little bit less downtime as well for Noob to get those hits. Like a double Enchant, if you time it right, is going to hurt Nisha quite a fair bit. Nothing too exciting in these bounty runes. It is a 2-for-2. So we're going to be taking a look at our mid lane as it breaks out, of course. Nisha, again, on the Timbersaw mid, up against Noob on the Shaker mid. This gets me excited. Now, again, like, Nisha shouldn't be completely out. He has Whirling Death to play with. He can go for reactive as well. But I don't expect Noob to struggle too much. Maybe the first level is kind of annoying. You do have the deny potential here for Noob, although he does miss one. And he gets one now, though, but missing those denies is going to hurt. Although, does have to watch that Whirling Death. If he's not harassing, he's going to lose out.
Yeah, it's still a strength here against Timbersaw. Like, this is not going to be an easy lane for Noob by any stretch of the imagination. Up until you get maybe a couple more levels up, and even then I think it's still going to be a bit of a challenge here against Nisha. See how it does go. As top lane, we do already see Ducalis getting extremely low on the clockwork. TA2000 taking a fair bit of harassment on the way out. And it is one of those classic Brewmaster lanes, where, you know, with a support that does have spells to throw out. So you do have to be a little bit cautious, because they can start to escalate in terms of the damage department very, very quickly here on the side of Liquid. TA2000, again, dropping extremely low now on the HP pool. Even Ducalis, like, for a clockwork, this lane can be quite challenging because you can't really trade effectively as long as 33 and Boxy just stay together.
Yeah, and they are staying together quite nicely here on the side of Liquid. They did miss time the Cinder Brew into the right click, but again, Shadow Realm's very easy Ignite source for that damage to come in. They do get the isolation now with a Cogs.
They certainly do. Boxy's in big, big trouble, and Boxy, looking to die, does go down to TA2000. In fact, 33 almost down. They'll let him live on very low HP. 33 will buy out a set of Tangos and a Salve and bring it out on the Courier, but I mean, I was just saying it should have been challenging for the side of Quest, but apparently not.
Ducalis got the separation he was looking for. Just a little bit too far forward on Boxy. Has to respect that level 2 spike with the Cogs. And again, like, there is some good damage with Cinder Brew Ignite from Shadow Realm, but you do have to be cautious. You can't get the follow-through damage that consistently in that lane instead of just right-click harass. And that's not something 33 can just run up and get some free right-clicks. It is risky with the calls around. So you're having a pretty decent time now for TA2000 off the back of that kill down bot the last lane. Malik on the Bristle, Omar on the Shadow Demon, up against Mike and Insania on the Faceless Void and the Disruptor. This one is fairly straightforward. You're not going to be killing off Mickey anytime soon. Does have some good presence with time dilation up against the Bristle as well. But this also shouldn't be the most painful for the side of Quest. You will get your farm up for Malik. You should be able to hit some decent spikes. Still keeping that aggression up top here.
Ducalis is just being an absolute menace here with the Cogs usage of the clockwork. Does manage to get himself a healing Lotus. TA2000 definitely having a splendid old time on the Gyrocopter as bottom lane. Bit of action to break out. Mickey trying to go onto Omar, but he is going to drop. They will find the trade, but now Malik thinking about a dive onto Insania. Doesn't think he should do it. And he does back his way out. You've already got the bigger target on the Void anyway, so why the hell care about the Disruptor?
Yeah, don't really care at all. Again, they are applying that pressure they'd want to. It's going to be a slow process for Mike if you do have this slower lane, right? Like, TA2000 will just out-farm every single time. Even our Bristle can keep that farm pace a little bit faster as well. So Malik shouldn't be too far off in terms of getting his own build-up. I think the one lane you can lean into for Liquid is Nisha's lane. Is going pretty slow for Noob. He is going for the Aftershock instead of the Enchant. So he wants a little bit more of that free chip damage there. They isolate 33 up top just a bit. He is fairly tanky.
I mean, Ducala's going to be just fine to walk his way out as well. I mean, Boxy trying to harass as much as humanly possible. Very, very hard into the Gyrocopter because TA2000 just happy to stand his ground and abuse that flak cannon against the side of Liquid. Looking back at that mid lane as well, we haven't really talked about it for a while, but Noob is keeping up. Like, Nisha, of course, is still ahead on the Timber Store as to be expected, but Noob's still doing a pretty damn good job of securing his own CS, though he is always a little bit wary of how close he does get because Nisha obviously just spams Willing Death every single time.
Yeah, I do like this, again, change up in the build, going for the Aftershock maxed out. So trying to just get that free chip damage onto Nisha, just trying to be as annoying as possible to sustain that lane. And the level 6 spike of Nisha is a pretty big threat though. With the Chakram stuff, I do believe there is enough burst damage to deal with Noob. So we'll have to be cautious, especially as the creep wave's constantly shoved against him into his tier 1. And there is dive potential there with the creeps to cover for Nisha if he so wishes once that fixes up. And again, your side lanes are so tied in, no one can rotate up. They are starting to find stuff though.
Yeah, Ducalis is going to cut Boxy off, so Boxy should just guarantee die here with the battery assault usage, and well, they will have cogs as well. Once the Shadow Realm does wear out, they won't waste the mana on the cogs. A very nice kill being fed the way of TA2000. 33 at least does find himself the courier of TA2000, so we do deny the courier. But that's about it. You have lost the Dark Willow again, and TA2000 is really starting to escalate when it comes to the net worth department.
Yeah, this early farm for the Gyro is going to be a bit of a concern. Again, the Faceless Void is not going to be able to keep up, especially with how hard this bot lane is in comparison. They are starting to emphasize mid.
A nice kill here. Insania rotating with the glimpse back on Noob. Going to set up perfectly for Nisha. Noob, he was playing on the edge the whole time on the Shaker, so just one glimpse back was more than enough. As now TA2000 top lane going to get caught. Boxy with the Brambles Maze just locking him down, and 33 able to get the damage out.
Some good punishment out from Liquid. We'll lose Insania, but not the biggest kill to really trade away. Still better than nothing for Omar to find. But Liquid are starting to hit, again, these launching points. You've got level 6 on Nisha. He's got level 3 Whirling Death. He can just try to nuke down Noob every single time. Noob, for his part, does have the Slam. So he can start to play aggressively on maybe the side lanes. I don't think mid's that viable. But if you can get some movement out to, say, get a jump onto Mike, perhaps, or even 33, things can start to line up. Just play off your stronger lanes. Leave Nisha alone. Let him do what he wants in the Timber Store for now. He's still focusing on mid, though. They are starting to fight over these wisdoms.
Ducalis, unable to pick it up for himself, still trying to deny himself off to the Ancients. 33 also dropping very, very low, so Ducalis my turn here. 33 really playing on the edge, hoping for some misses. Ducalis still alive, has cogs back up. Meanwhile, Noob gonna go down mid lane. But Boxy, oh, the deny. They still get the deny anyway. A fair bit of time wasted here from Liquid. But back in mid, John, Noob has died another time.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I think you kind of accept the mid lane's just not going to be the lane you'd want for your Shaker. Again, all things considered, you were doing a decent enough job on Noob, but it is a lane that Nisha will control up and does manage to do so. You are happy with just the space for TA2000. Going for the Crystalist build up into the Ags here. Already has Power Treads, Falcon Blades. It can kind of self-sustain in that lane and just try to flash farm up. The key thing for Liquid now is to play off the back of this strong start for Nisha. About to hit level 8, keeping that mid lane shoved in, forcing a response out, freeing up the side lanes a little bit. Will manage to secure the Arcane Rune for Nisha here as well. So he can look to play aggressive if they so wish. Quest are not ready for this intercept. You know, we're still a ways off from Ducalis hitting 6. They don't have those big stacks this time around for Noob as well. so he doesn't have something that he can just walk up and try to slam for some free gold. It is going to be a slower process into this Shaker's initial items in comparison to his Primal Beast in the last game. Again, the commitment's there for mid. They're playing off their strongest hero in that Timbersaw right now.
We're going to find Ducalis. Ducalis getting him back by Instania right into the arms of Nisha. And still the push does slowly continue. Of course, it seems like PSG Quest probably going to have to accept the T1 tower taking all this damage at this point, because I just don't see how you're really going to defend with the draft they do have and the lanes that they have had. The best lane you did have is TA2000's lane, and of course he is a gyrocopter who just wants to hit creeps. No interest whatsoever in trying to come and defend. Seems like Liquid though, they're going to start roaming through that dire jungle a little bit, taking these stacks away from the Earthshaker. Nisha will take them all for himself. Of course, will be still at the top of the net worth here on the Timbersaw. Ducalis will be able to find himself a nice little D-ward behind the T1 tower. Omar, on the other hand, very out of position. Will try to run away with the disruption setup, but the glimpse is there from Insania. Yeah, another death and another kill to go the way of Nisha.
Again, the right hero to kind of get all of these kills as well. The early tempo from Nisha should buy out that space for 33 and for Mike to keep trying to keep that scaling up, considering how their side lanes went. So it's all down to this mid Timbersaw. Mid tier 1, not the healthiest either. It's not the quickest push, but with how often these creep waves get across, it shouldn't take too long to get that cleanup. They'll find Insania at the least. So they will find something for the trouble. That is slam commitment out from Noob. So that tool is down, but he's not set to really go into a 5-man anyhow. So he'll take what you can get at this point for Quest.
I mean, just a nice little easy kill for Noob. Something he desperately needs as well, because he did have a pretty rough laning stage and has fallen quite behind in net worth. So any kill is a good kill right now if you are the Earthshaker. Top lane, narrowly avoiding finding Ducalis.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, mid lane, Quest has grouped up as 3, but it seems that they're just around here for the D-wards. Not interested in trying to force a push as Insania, looking for a glimpse back, is going to find the Clockwork once again. The Static Storm, just to ensure that there's going to be no follow-up save from Omar on that Shadow Demon. Another nice kill for Nisha. He's now 4-0-1 on the Timbersaw. Boxy in the meantime does get purged up here by Omar, but do they have the follow-up damage is the question. We'll go into that Shadow Realm form. Meanwhile, Nisha is going to show up. They will at least find Boxy. And Nisha has to accept the fact that there is going to be no trades happening.
Dire's structures are fortified.
No. They will, again, find everything they'd want anyway. The objectives are gone. They have control over the triangle. They can start to invade, apply pressure. You don't have a free lane for Malik. He's still under constant pressure out from Mike, who has not been shoved away from bot. The Ag's timing for Malik is lining up, only 1,000 gold away. So that's going to be a big one to play with, but it doesn't feel like the Bristleback's at critical mass yet. It's not the most durable. Maybe when you get a Voodoo mask, it can start to feel better. Set their eyes onto that bot tier 1. It's the Liquid nice and simple, shrinking down the map as best as they can, while Quest doesn't quite have play. They do have the hook shot ready now in Ducalis. They can try to isolate out, maybe 33 if they manage to find an angle, but he is very tanky. The easiest tier to burn down.
It's a nice hook. A nice start here onto 33, but he's of course going to Primal Split immediately and try to start with the 33 shenanigans. His Quest still being chased down actually just by 33, seeing if he can find Ducalis, but they are going to clear out the Brewlings mostly. Now Insania going to show up on the Disruptor, does have Static Storm ready. 33 will go back into the main form. More heroes incoming now from Team Liquid as Nisha's going to show up. He'll find Noob on the Earthshaker for a moment, but does back his way out as the glimpse is going to be there onto the Gyrocopter, but TA2000 will be saved by Omar. So Liquid trying to force a bit of a reinitiation onto Quest, unable to find any kills but the Clockwork.
And that's important for Quest. Just sacrifice your supports right now. Get that build-up you want on your cores. Get this blink going on Noob with the space you're given. You've got a lot of space for Malik down bot with Mike leaving that lane. So the Ags, only about 30 gold away, should be there off the back of this camp. And you have some tools. And you've got the level spikes you want in your supports as well. It's just a matter of, is this going to be enough to help you start to clean up? Perhaps. Nisha is still a massive issue though. Like this Timbersaw already has the Kaya, already has enough gold for the Blink. So you can just start to look for the backline really easily and melt them apart. Noob does have his Blink up with that Ag's timing lined up from Malik now, but and it just feels a little bit harder for Quest to play into that as of now. They need so much more to come in. Heck, even TA2000 is going for the BKB first over the Ags. He knows they're going to need to fight into this.
Bottom lane, they'd love to find Mickey. Okay, he's been free farming this whole game. Does have Chrono plus the Master Madness available, though he did just commit it. They'll jump in now. Echo has been committed as well. Hook, the Chrono. It's going to lock 3 of them down. Mickey, he'll just turn right back onto Noob. It's a beautiful static storm from Insania, not allowing the follow-up onto the Void. And now poor old Malik, he's been left behind. No teammates to speak of. He would at least pop the Bristol back, takes one with him, but he is almost certainly just going to die. As Nisha will be able to secure a double kill onto the Timbersaw. And it really was just a perfect static storm drop from Insania, not allowing them the follow-up damage they were looking for.
And that's the combination we were looking for from Liquid, right? Like early kills coming out, damage coming through, with the Bedlam coming out onto that Faceless Void as well to provide some output. They make short work of those heroes so clumped together. That's the one thing. You've got double melee into the Faceless Void. You're going to be stuck together to try to find that kill. And the Void's just not an easy target. He has a lot of bailout ways. You don't have that much control outside of your Shaker. So it makes it really tough to find some good angles in. The Quest are going to have to wait a little bit. They have to wait for at least the slam. Whereas the side of Liquid, Static Storm not going to be too far off. And Visha again with a Blink. He just wants to keep hunting.
I mean, Quest is smoked up as 4 now. Heading right back towards Mickey. Well, the Void is going to go through the twin gates though, so he'll be across the map now. Team Quest, they're still having a look around, seeing if they can find anybody here from Team Liquid. Just hanging around that Radiant jungle, but Team Liquid have gone all the way to the north into the Dire jungle, so they're not really going to get caught out by the looks of it. You still have the mid-tier 1 tower to look at if you are Quest, and it seems like they may just have to settle for that, but the problem is they are probably going to start losing that top tier 2 tower very soon. There's a big wave with the siege creep available, and Team Liquid is surrounding the tier 2. So PSG Quest, they've got to make a choice. Do you want to defend? Do you want to push in the mid-tier 1 tower? Right now, they're just kind of standing there by the mid lane doing nothing.
Yeah, it's a full commitment. Top will fall, and even if they went for the defense, a sneaky ward behind that tier 2 is going to defend the position of Liquid quite nicely. So it's not something they can really hope for. Tower will eventually fall. Fortify to stall, but still just 2 swipes away, and Liquid should be able to find that. No contest. You do have the better end of the stick here in the trade. Liquid maintaining that lead at 4k up. Oh.
A bit of a missed hook there from Ducalis. Not too big of a deal. They're looking at bot lane again. I mean, they're just running straight towards the Void, wanting to slow down Mickey as best as possible. The thing is, you don't really seem to have much lockdown here for the Void past the Earthshaker. And Noob is not really close by to start this fight for them. Malik's going to run in on his own, but will just kind of reveal himself. Nothing's going to come of it. I think Quest just kind of accept the fact that it might be back to farming for now. Like, you still have TA2000 who's having a great old time on the gyrocopter, so maybe just play off the back of him.
Yeah, I think the issue is he went for the BKB early. So, you know, he kind of has a want to join in these fights to try to leverage that debuff immunity, or maybe just use it to escape when he is ganked up. You are trying to wait for Noob's own BKB as well, which is still a ways off. But you do have that Voodoo Mask timing for Malik, so you can sustain up front, not too far off from full Bloodstone as well. Still about 2,000 gold, but eventually we'll get there considering how fast the Bristol can farm. Liquid, they have some confidence here going into the late game. I love that Mika is also going for the Sanjin Yasha. Again, limited options for control on Quest. So the more slippery Mika can get, the better for the side of Liquid. Not able to really widen the network lead as much as you'd want, though. Again, it's held static at around 4k. But that still bodes well for Liquid. Full Radiance already up on 33. Trying to get that further build up. Maybe a BKB or just a straight up Blink. For Quest, They could start to hunt up top, but Nisha is really just not the target right now, considering how tanky he is.
Oh, flips back. Move. Oh, Nisha. Look at the damage output from this Timbersaw. This poor Shaker just has nothing he can do about it. He was underneath the sentry the whole time. My goodness, a perfect setup from Insania. Nisha is just... He's uncontested this game. 7-0-1 now on the Timbersaw.
Yeah. Again, that gambit with a Shaker mid doesn't fully pay off. Manages to hold the lane just fine, but once Nisha gets that earlier 6, it just falls apart. There's no play right now on the side of Quest. Have to be a little bit cautious farming forward here as well. They do have the Watcher at least to show Nisha. But he is going crazy.
Well, TA2000 is not even going to blink here seeing the Timbersaw. Just continues the farm game. Not concerned whatsoever. I mean, he probably should be concerned though, because Mike is getting very, very close to his own net worth advantage over the Gyrocopter. Again, Mike has been completely uncontested this game 1. Dying once during the laning stage, but that was really just about it. It's like Noob's desperately trying to farm his own BKB so he can just survive those initiations from Nisha. I suppose if you are PSG Quest, you probably aren't going to be moving until you have that up. Because it's just... Every single team fight, you get static stormed, or you just get controlled by 33, or Nisha just jumps you and blows you up. It just seems pertinent now that you have BKBs in your cores before you try anything.
Yeah, just have to wait. You're going to have that lining up with the Bloodstone of Malik relatively soon as well. So it's going to be a big power spike for Quest to play off of. No need to rush. Just have to accept the fact that Liquid will also farm as effectively. Mika has that full Sanjin Yasha we're talking about. They do commit a lot to just blow up an illusion, but these are fairly low cooldown spells on Boxy. You don't really care. Take away any scouting potential here for Quest. The Ags is coming out for TA2000 relatively soon as well, so the side gunner will be there, speeding up the farm just a tad bit, providing a little bit more team fight presence here for TA2000 on top of that. I think for Quest, the issue is the ease of execution is a lot harder this time, right? Like, again, you're kind of stonewalled into hoping for some good isolation plays from Noob. Whereas for the side of Liquid, you've got Static Storm and Chrono, and they've got a Smoke and a very good flank here.
Are scanning.
TA2000, Chrono immediately out. Is this going to be the Chrono you wanted though? Mickey still just trying to blow him up, but the disruption is there from Omar, and now the Echo Slam, but it catches nothing. They caught nothing but Boxy with it. TA2000, he'll survive the initial onslaught. It's now Mickey's in huge trouble. The Void is gone. TA2000 though still being chased down by Nisha, but he's going to try for a TP play out. In fact, he'll cancel. He'll move back onto the Timbersaw. He wants more. Nisha's going to try and fight back, but it's no good. Here comes 33, trying to at least secure the Gyrocopter's life, and he will get it. In fact, he still has the Primal Split. He'll pop it, moving back in onto Omar. Insania might just drop here to Omar's damage, but no. Insania barely surviving. There's now Malik trying to deal with the Broodlings of 33. Can deal with most of them, but 33 will still be able to find his way out.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yeah, does manage to bail out in the nick of time. That was not as bad as it could have gone for Quest. Certainly not the ideal, but you can see there is play. Great save coming out there once more on Omar for that Shadow Demon. That disruption buys them enough time to get that going, and that was before the Ags was up on TA2000. So they lacked a lot of damage. They lacked some lifesteal. There's not even a Morbid Mask up yet on this Gyrocopter. That entire fight changes if any of those items are up. Let's take a look again. Like, they get that one isolated Chrono, but Omar's just there. Slam, a little bit of a whiff. Doesn't matter in the end. Like, they get the room needed to really leverage Malik and his Ag's Bloodstone. Just so much to stand on this Bristleback.
Absolutely is. Very, very hard team fight for Liquid. I mean, I think the opening Chrono may have been a bit of an issue from Mickey's end, because they didn't see the Shadow Demon at all. And it just made it so they couldn't blow him up in time. There's now PSG Quest. They look right for the Roshan pit. Be a free Roshan to go their way, as Team Liquid will just have no contest without their spells. There should be a nice easy Aegis here for TA2000. And of course, now with the Ags up, he can go straight for the Satanic on the Gyrocopter, and that's going to make it infinitely harder to kill him even mid-chrono.
Yeah, it's not going to be a good feeling for Liquid, especially considering that, again, Mike went for a little bit more durability with Assange and Yasha first. So there's a little bit of a lack of damage, although he is almost done with the Mjolnir anyhow. That should fix itself up relatively soon. Quest, I think, again, if these fights line up, if they start to find better angles, even better angles for Noob, I think you're a little bit concerned for Liquid. Like the fact that the Slam didn't even catch the backline support still caused issues for Quest. If he doesn't focus on the front line at all and just looks for Insania, looks for Boxy, you're going to lack a lot of fall through once Chrono is down. All of these heroes are just so pivotal in trying to get that up. I'll try to play poke with Noob, but does have the BKB to bail out if need be. Not really the target that you'd want to try to burst down. Liquid. There is confidence going late game. Don't get me wrong, for the side of Liquid. It is manageable in late game. You've got Chrono, you've got Ags upgrade, Static Storm. That Insania is starting to line up, has the Philosopher's Stone to get that going as well. So you still have a lot more team fight that is a little bit more reliable on top of that. They just need to watch out for Quest. They can't afford to just catch one of the front lines with the save options in the back. Like, you have to spot Omar.
This would be a big kill if they can find 33. Oh, Noob just waiting for his teammates to meet up with him. 33 is going to have the opportunity now to retreat. They are still on the lookout for him. 33 going to actually stick around to farm the large camp, but Ducalis, oh, he's going to be blocked by the hook. The hook doesn't really land onto 33, but rather the small creeps. And now poor old Ducalis probably just going to be left behind. Though Echo has been committed. Boxy does cop it, but it was only on one, and Boxy actually survives with the Shadow Realm. So now Noob needs to get the hell out of there. A bit of a chaotic team fight already. Is Chrono? Oh, Mike, he found three targets. He has found 3 targets here. Omar and Ducalis both already down. TA2000 cycloned up by 33, forced the fight now. Will try to go into the void, but he'll just time walk away. And TA2000 will have to TP out of this team fight, as Malik will be left behind. Does still have the Bristleback to use, but everyone just kind of looks away and gets the hell away. And poor old Malik should eventually be dead. Noob's still around here on the Earthshaker as well, and 33's trying to cyclone him up. Doesn't quite get it done, but Malik will still drop.
At least the big ones on the side of Quest. Again, they can't afford to just isolate the cores, but they catch the saves this time on the side of Liquid. Catching out Omar, no disruption save through the Chrono. That's basically their only counter spell, their only counter play through the Chrono. Maybe you could count Hookshot as well in the calls, but he was also caught in that trap. Just not the right area for the side of Quest, although
they got Nisha. That's a big one. That's a big kill. Insania trying to help out with the Static Storm, needs to just try to get out of there now. Like he might just be okay. Noob does not have Blink for 3 seconds. Ducala's still chasing him down, but has no hookshot, just trying to keep up the vision. But ultimately, Insania is fine. You got the bigger target anyway. I mean, you take down Nisha like that, you're going to be feeling very good about yourself.
Yeah, man. That's the one they need to put a stop to. And again, this is where Quest can shine. Without Chrono and Static Storm, there are openings. You don't have to worry about that hold. You don't have to worry about that isolation. You can play front forward. You don't have Slam, but it doesn't feel like the most pivotal spell. It does really feel like all about TA2000 and Malik just sustaining true in these fights. These heroes certainly can. They'll find a tier 2 for their trouble now. They even out the map control a bit. Again, the network lead of Liquid has not really gone past 4 or 5k. Goes back down to 4k at this point. Quest, they're starting to get the tools needed to take these fights. Aegis, not too much time left here for TA2000, so in a little bit of a risky position. Does have the full Daedalus along with at least the Morbid Mask coming out. So that sustain for the Gyrocopter is going to kick in. Again, Malik, they've done a great job on Liquid's end to just ignore this Bristle, but how long can you keep ignoring this guy along with the Gyrocopter? If that Chrono's down, you're probably not able to ignore him for that long.
It feels like time is ticking. The Team Liquid still at a 79% win probability based off Dota Plus's predictions, but feels a lot closer than that. One of those games where one team fight will just change everything. Yeah, TA2000, he's getting pretty huge on this Gyrocopter.
are scanning.
Does even have the Paladin Sword to boot, so you've got plenty of heal coming in here for the Gyro mid Chrono. Nisha can be right by Ducalis. Noob's going to use his Invis rune here. Problem is there is a sentry ward in the mid lane, so they will see him walking past. In fact, they might be able to pick him up now as they do scan him out. But Noob, no, he's going to be safe. 33 trying to bait him forward, but it is not going to work. Instead, Noob running towards Niche, or rather Mickey top lane. Maybe looking for a kill onto Boxy on the creep wave. But Liquid are just patiently waiting for Noob to show his face, and there's Yako, immediate chrono committed. A lot of patience from Liquid, but obviously it does work out in their favor.
Yeah, just off the back of these wards on mid, into the scan, they knew that there was a hunt being initiated by Noob, and he does get punished. He is trying to play opportunistically, right? Like, you're trying to look for pickoffs while it's slow, but that gives Liquid a little bit of an opening. No chrono, though. So Quest, if they wanted to re-engage, they still have their two big hitting cores in the Bristle and in the Gyro without having to worry about that hold. So Liquid are forcing their way in here.
33. They're going to find TA 2000. Static Storm is out onto Omar to ensure that TA does not have the backup he requires to try and survive this initial initiation, as TA 2000 dropping very, very low. Going to BKB TP out. Oh, the bash! Right in time for Mickey. That's a huge kill now for Team Liquid. They can start looking on towards these tier 2 towers.
Man, it's just a fragmented response from Quest. Like, they already had Malik walking away from mid, while the rest of them were still hanging around the triangle right outside it. They weren't fully committing for the farm either. They knew something was going to happen, but they kind of don't fully retreat, and it cost them. All of a sudden, Liquid widen that lead up to 7k. They've got an opportunity to melt some of these last tier 2 towers left. They will take care of mid with Mike. Chrono only 40 seconds off. Roshan in half a minute. We'll see that timer. Quest, again, they still have play here, but they have to be cautious about giving opportunities like this back. I mean, they had a window. Again, they could have played more confidently without Chrono, but they were split apart and they weren't playing together.
Yeah, I mean, you saw TA 2000 was literally praying that there was no bash to come out mid-TP on the cams, and well, sadly, his face kind of said it all after the bash came out. It was not a very happy face, if you ask me. Ducalis, top lane, getting caught, does get the cogs off, and does manage to jetpack away. Noob's been actually trapped in the tree line here, but they haven't noticed it. Meanwhile, Team Liquid just focused on the bottom tier 2 tower. They do have Chrono now officially back up for Mickey, but they are going to retreat. They do not have the Primal Split available at the moment, and there's just no need to rush the game. You are now 10k ahead as Team Liquid, and looking very good to take this game too.
And you are. Again, so much on the line for Liquid. If they get that win here, and if Heroic or Aurora get 2-0'd on their other games, there is a chance. In fact, I can update. There's a little bit, again, spoiler alert warning. Heroic have been 2-0'd by Extreme. So Liquid, if they win this, can at least force one tiebreaker out. Okay. They are still in the game. They can go 4-6.
Good news for Liquid. See if they can just kind of close out the game. I mean, right now they're in a prime position to have their way in this game too. There's Yag and Himceptor finally coming out for Noob on the Shaker, but I mean, this mid Shaker has just really not had any impact. Like, it feels like nothing's happening here with Noob.
Yeah, I think it will really shine the high ground defense. That's where it has to come into. This real clumped up area where you can force a team fight. Heck, even the fact that Mike does not have a BKB can play in his favor. As long as he's not in Chrono, you've got some ways of keeping a bit of a chain stun going there. We'll try to smoke off the back of this Ags now. I don't know how well you take these fights outside, though. Again, Chrono is back up for Mike.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, Liquid waiting on the high ground of that dire triangle. Quester on the low ground. They'll get some wards down. They still won't see 33, but now they do. Smoke broken. 33 more than happy to tank the initiation of PSG Quest. Ducalis already getting shredded here by Nisha. Does jet back away, but TA2000 has been jumped by Mickey. No chrono as of yet. They'll back off and reinitiate once that BKB is gone from TA2000. Meanwhile, Ducalis, he's already gone down. TA being locked down for what feels like an eternity as they go right into the backside looking for Noob on the Shaker. They'll commit the chrono. They've got the Shaker locked down. Noob is gone. And now they can comfortably move on to the rest of Quest, as Omar will be the next target. Who do you want next? Do you want Malik? Do you want TA2000? Omar's brought back into the fight. Team Liquid just retreating as they see the Bristleback moving forward. Omar, curse crowned already. In trouble. Team Liquid, very good target prioritization. Do find the die back here on the Shadow Demon. Now they want TA2000. They want the big man. And TA is just getting bashed to oblivion here by Mickey. He is down. No buyback available. Malik in trouble. He'll pop the Bloodstone. He'll pop the Bristleback. But he is out of gas. Hook. Ducalis. He's back in. They are going to find Nisha. All right. They'll defend. Mickey, do you really want to keep going? The answer appears to be no. They do not have enough to take down the Bristleback any longer. They'll take the team fight, but it's not going to amount to a high ground attempt. In fact, Noob is still having a look around to see if he can find himself a straggler. And he may just find Insania in a moment. Glimpses out, but the Fisher will land, so they might at least find another target. And they will. Insania is gone.
Get a nice kill set up. Roshan is up as well, and they're in the right side of the map for Quest, although start to take that walk to top now. Little Roche. They can still contest on the side of Quest. Overall, a pretty big win. Again, for Liquid, a little bit staggered with the spell use. Not the best chrono target in Noob. Like you said, the Shaker isn't doing anything, so it shouldn't be a priority at all in the chrono, it feels like. And that just left room for Malik and for TA2000
Very
to play.
careful here, sir. Vicky. Cogs pushback is there. They'll break the Lincolns as well. Chrono's up in 20 seconds, but Roshan has begun by Quest. The question is, do Quest want to keep going now? Because Chrono is now 15 seconds away. And it seems like they are not feeling confident enough to try and force Roshan. They'll retreat.
They do have the vision set for this fight. They've got some good wards watching over the pit. So it's not going to be as easy for Liquid to just go in and steal it. They've got Slam ready on Noob. But they have a nice ace in the hole here for Mickey. Does have a Silver Edge, so he has the solution for that Bristle. Just needs to find a right break. Still, Quest know how big this Roshan is. They won't walk away, but there's the smoke.
They
snuck up indeed, Mickey.
Oh.
TA2000 spotted. They'll also see Malik. They'll break him up immediately, but the Fisher is going to make it hard to actually take the Bristleback down, as Omar does save for now. Mickey moving on to the Shadow Demon has found Omar. That's one down. TA2000 in the meantime losing half his HP already. Meanwhile, Malik trying to find Insania, has caught out the Disruptor, but needs a bit of help in the damage department as Mickey, he'll throw the Chrono out. He found the Bristleback immediately, and Ducalis is also gone. A triple kill for Mickey. And the rest of Quest once again are on the retreat. There's just no fighting as 2 versus 5. And Liquid, they could go back for a very comfortable Roshan.
Yeah, no contest now from Quest. They do at least manage to buy space for TA2000 to TP out. Noob and TA2000 working together well to block off 33 from getting the split off. Buying just enough time to salvage that situation, get the Gyrocopter out of harm's way. Still, a secondary life and a cheese ready here for Liquid. And they have an opportunity for the high ground. This break on Mika, simplifying the process and taking care of Malik. And Liquid looking like they're rallying great here in game 2. Again, 16k lead. You had an amazing early start for Nisha. The investment in Mika has paid off. Quest, it's such a difficult game. They don't have enough utility on Omar. No Ags up yet for the charges. Does not have the Aether Lens even. Heck, doesn't even have something like a telescope to help them reach out. So it's just a lot harder to get in that position to save your cores. And for the side of Quest, just taking these team fights is so rough. It's all in on Noob. And Noob hasn't found a good slam at all.
I'll do Carlos. Trying to force out the mid creep wave. He is going to have to pay for that with his life. Mickey now going to have enough gold to have the full Satanic build up. Not that he really needs it, but just in case. There's your Satanic to come out now on the Void. Again, PSG Quest, I mean, you've got to hope for the high ground defense to come. It's very, very challenging. Like, you don't have the Echo Slam available. Chrono's back up in 20 seconds here for Mickey. Noob. He jumped by Nisha. They'll miss the chakra. I mean, this Void just feels impossible to kill. Like, you've got to kill him twice. Aegis and a Satanic. Chrono up. He'll just take the Rain Racks for free. They are chipping away, but of course you can always just time walk off all the damage that Malik did just apply. Meanwhile, speaking of Malik, they'll try to catch out the Bristleback, but he's all right to run his way out. Mickey does now officially finish off that mid-rat. Looking towards that top lane of Barracks now. Of course, Liquid are being very cautious not to group up against the Shaker, which makes enough sense. They're just letting Mickey do all the work on his own. PSG Quest, a very hard defense to come because they've just got no angle to jump Mickey at the moment. There's no way you burst him down in time. And even if you do, again, he does have the secondary life whenever.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So you might be stuck just playing with 2 Raxes down at this stage for PSG Quest if Liquid back off after this one.
Dire's top
Nisha going to jump in on Malik, just a bit of a warning shot. Meanwhile, 33 just being annoying with the Brewlings, just split pushing the bottom lane. Does take out the tier 3 tower plus almost the Raxes. Now they make the jump in on a Boxy, but he'll just shatter them away. No killing anyone as here comes Mickey. Onto Ducalis he'll go. The clockwork is immediately down as Liquid will continue just ignoring Malik and ignoring the Gyrocopter, trying to find Noob on the Earthshaker. Malik almost finds Insania, but not quite. The Terrorizer's there. Malik is down.
Buyback.
No buyback available for him. At least they got the Disruptor, but now TA2000 is being chased by Mickey. Chrono is out. He was healing through with the side gunner, but it's not going to be enough. No buyback available for the Gyro either, and they've called it. GG is called. Noob will jump in for an Echo, but it does nothing. Nice, easy game 2 here for Team Liquid, and that does mean tiebreakers for them.
Yeah, it's an important one for them to find out when, again, Heroic kicking 0-2 is a little bit of a blessing for the side of Liquid. Heck, it could be a 3-way tie, depending on how Aurora and Gaiman goes into that game too. So Liquid gets to keep their tournament hopes alive going 4-6 at the end of groups. Unfortunate for Quest, they get 1 win on their way out. They end up with another draw. And again, this 2-game series didn't really have that much weight for Quest, but it had all the weight in the world for Liquid. And now, well, they get to play a little bit more Dota, Mike. They might be able to stay in DreamLeague 23, but they certainly are on their way to Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup anyhow. But you know, you want some of that prize pool now as well here for Liquid. You want to be in a good spot. And of course, there's always a little bit of an upset potential if any of those teams outside the top 8 can place in at second. You're not in the firing line for Liquid. There are 2 more teams to knock down, but you know, it can be a little bit more secure going into playoffs here for Liquid. Still, it's been a rocky road at the least for Liquid, and like we heard in the video with Slacks, you know, they're ending up at the bottom of the groups. They're not quite dead bottom, so there is some hope, Mike.
They are still hopeful for sure. Keep in mind, Jonathan, I mean, tomorrow we might have a new patch, so if they can make it through today, tomorrow is just complete chaos here for DreamLeague Season 23. We are going to throw to a break, of course, and right after that break, we'll be back with an interview from somebody with Team Liquid. We'll see you very soon.
Just like my mentor taught me. I can't hide. I'll make it quick. Back to basics.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you weren't watching game number 2 of that best of 2 series, of course, Team Liquid were able to take out game 2, forcing tiebreakers for themselves and potentially 2 other teams, at least one for now. Jonathan, an explosive game from Team Liquid, and well, thankfully for them, they are able to proceed at least to some tiebreakers later on.
Yeah, that's right. It's a very important 2-game series there for Liquid. And they do at least manage to get themselves a tie. Again, that was very dependent on other team results. It was a little bit nail-biting after losing out on game 1 with the spectacular performance of Quest. But this time around, Liquid cleaned it up. Much more in sync with their spell usage, much more in sync with their coordination in taking these fights. Managing at the isolation place, like just completely ignoring the bigger targets than, like, say, Malik and in TA2000 this time, isolating out the saves. Noob as well just never had impact on the Shaker. It just felt like a very rough game for him, which I do believe we did see a lot of smiles in the draft there from Liquid and from Quest. I do believe Noob was fairly happy with going for that, but it just didn't feel great at all. Nisha had control for a long time, and Liquid get to rally. You know, we've seen them in these circumstances before, where group stages are a little bit slower. We'll have to see with tiebreakers, but, you know, maybe Liquid starts to bounce back and get into form.
This is classic Liquid, Jonathan. I can feel a comeback coming for sure from these boys. I mean, these boys are fantastic. I can only imagine what they're up to. We do actually have an interview here with the lovely Mr. Insania. Mr. Insania, congratulations, sir, on your Game 2 victory. How the hell are you feeling?
I feel like we are so back to DreamLeague form. I mean, not super happy, I guess. I feel like we are playing up to our ability, but we're somehow scraping by. So, you know, mixed feelings, I guess.
Am I allowed to ask what went wrong in game 1, Insania? Do you mind breaking it down for us a little bit?
I mean, I don't know what happens when, like, they use 4 buybacks at Roche, and then, like, we drop our MMR by, like, 10,000, and then we off our buybacks and TP into, like, random areas of the map, and we're like, all right, well, let's go cook, you know? I feel like if you removed our nicknames and then did, like, a guess the rank challenge, Herald would have been pretty accurate, I guess.
So anyways, say you guys get through the tiebreakers today. Congratulations again on the tiebreakers as well. You guys get through the tiebreakers. New patch tomorrow. Is that a strength for you guys, just playing on a completely new patch and all the chaos that comes with it, or would you rather play on the same patch tomorrow?
If I'm honest, I feel like we can't be much worse than we are now, so I welcome it, and I look forward to, you know, some exciting changes. Hopefully it'll give us something.
Go on, John.
Fair enough, Insania. I'm curious, you know, there's a little bit of a tease of what the patch might have. What would you like to personally see? Is something crazy? Anything out there that's crazy? What would you want to see in the game?
I feel like right now there isn't enough, like, objectives for supports, like in the early game. I feel like we need some more stuff to do. maybe add like more wisdom runes, some shrines. Boxy had a good suggestion where he said like maybe you spawn some shrines that you have to go pray at for 10 seconds. Just like more like objectives on the map would be very, very, very welcome.
Fair enough, and we might see that again. It's not going to be too long now, and so you're looking forward to see if you guys and play it. I'm curious, what do you feel like is the reason why it's been a little bit shaky for you guys throughout this groups? Again, we always ask this question when we talk, but I got to know. What do you feel like looking back now in the past 2 days? What's up?
I mean, okay, so I think in PGL our early games were like disaster, so we put a lot of emphasis on trying to fix that, and I think our early games are looking better. It's still not like perfect, but it's a lot better. And then I think we had like a few unlucky games, to be honest. Like the first game against Quest, game 2 against Extreme. And by unlucky, I mean like we could have made better decisions and then the game would have been ease. But unfortunately we didn't. So the games were like kind of thrown away in some ways. But I feel like we're still learning and growing from our mistakes. So, you know, we've made our early game a bit better and now we need to maybe figure out how to do our high grounds a bit cleaner and when to group up a bit more. Yeah.
All right, fair enough. Last one for me. With a patch coming out tomorrow, what's the first thing you're going to Control F and look in the patch notes? What's the one here or item you're looking for?
I always do Oracle, but I think Oracle's been actually pretty good for a while now. So maybe, I don't know, Coddle? It's been a while since I played Coddle. Those are like my 3 heroes, like Coddle, Oracle, Rubik. I would always look for those 3 because it's the ones I played the most. But Coddle 5 just hasn't really been a thing in years. So maybe if in some shape, way, or form that can be brought back, it would be fun. But I kind of doubt it. I feel like the way Dota's moved, the hero is just not ever really suited to be a powerful 5 again.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Well, Insani, with that, we'll let you go. Of course, thank you so much for talking to us again, and we can't wait to see you in the tiebreakers soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
The lovely Insani, of course. You know, they always throw this guy into the hard interviews. Jonathan, always when the team's not performing quite as well, I feel like we get to talk to Insani, and he's a very well-spoken man, John. I don't need to say that. He's a pleasure to speak to as always, isn't he?
That he is. I love the frankness Insani can take to. It's like, well, we can't go down any further than we've already hit, so bring on the new patch. Who knows? Maybe we come out on top in the Insanity, but they get to keep their tournament lives alive for a little bit longer. We'll have to see in those tiebreakers, of course. We still have more series to come up here.
We certainly do, Jonathan. We have Azure Ray versus Tundra in our second series of the night, so we are going to head over to a break, but right after that break, we'll be back with our second series of the night. Don't go anywhere.
Well, that's it. Secret is under attack. Next level of my ordination will be met. A train moves. Pursuit of the mysteries. So it is revealed. Secret set. Your middle tower is under attack. Revelation. By Michael. Readily. On your guard. It's not time yet. I sense strange. Purpose is clear. These mysteries. Snare is set. Temple directs. So it is written. Train is fresh.
A position of power.
Prepare for battle.
Let's make this a battle worthy of my name. I ordain it. To battle. Onward. Sound advice. By my mystery. Onward.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
A divine infusion. A position of power. To battle. God help me back. Reach for the sky. I ordain it. Yes. Very good. Sound advice.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
To battle. Very good. Your prayer answered. Forward. I ordain it. You wish you would never spawn. Divine invasion. Sound advice. Beware.
Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for our second series, of course, between Azure and Tundra Esports. And it's MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great. We had quite the exciting series a while ago, of course, with Liquid managing to force out a tiebreaker at the very least. Going to be interesting to see what happens in this one for Tundra and for good old Azure, of course. Azure, there's some potential tiebreakers to come out here in Group B as well, depending on how some of these results go. Even BetBoom is still relatively, that has a path forward if they're not too careful. So Azure looking at the series up against the top dog of Tundra, already secure in the upper bracket start in a way they can get thrown down. But Azure still needs to look for something like a 2-0, right? Like, it's been a little bit touch and go with Azure. And God only knows, we watch a lot of Azure in qualifiers up against G2IG. They certainly know how to prolong Dota. I don't think that's something we'd expect here at the very least. That shouldn't be the most insane drawn out match up against Tundra. And I'm keen to see what strats they bring out. With all the experience in the world from Azure, it feels like they should be able to find a way to break through the insanity of Tundra, that, the whimsical drafting style of Tundra where, Thompson just says, I want to play Pudge mid all the time here, and they just do that and make it work. I'm sure Azure will find a way to punish that.
I mean, it's confidence when your mid player can just say, give me Pudge, and you have no choice but to just say, yes, sir. That is Tundra for you in a nutshell, I think, right now. And of course, Tundra, not much to play for. They've already qualified through to the playoffs. They are just, I suppose, trying at this point to make sure Azure doesn't make it to the playoffs with this kind of series. And we shall see how Tundra does do it. Of course, again, they are already qualified to the playoffs. Plus, they're already qualified to Riyadh as well, which is happy days for them. And in fact, I believe we can have a look to see the road they took to Riyadh. Jonathan, of course, starting at ESO, or rather DreamLeague Season 21, 5th, 6th place. ESO Kuala Lumpur, 7th, 8th place. These placings aren't the greatest, Jonathan, but proves to be enough anyway for them to qualify.
There's more than enough. It's just all about consistency, actually making it to the event, making it past groups is already big, as you can see here for Tundra. And, Birmingham certainly helped them all the way. That third placement just boosted them up in the points to push them past. And now with them guaranteed for at least 2,200 points here in DreamLeague Season 23. Quite a topsy-turvy circumstance for Tundra. They do manage to eke it out, especially considering, they had a couple of weird things going on with their roster for a while. But, it's good news for them. We'll see if that news elates them or relieves some of the pressure. Because I feel like, some teams perform better under pressure. I don't think that counts for Tundra because I feel like they're just, at this form, kind of just whimsical.
I'd say so, Jonathan. They also are the team that tends to never give up, and we actually have a bit of a video about Tundra, so let's head over to that and see exactly what happened with Tundra.
Team Tundra. Did you know Thompson is on this team now? Yes, no longer resembling much of the TI winning roster of the last year. Now they only have one TI winner in their roster. But Thompson did win 2 TIs, so that probably makes up for it. Together with Pure, Ramses, Whitemon, and 9 Class, you've got yourself the entire Tundra squad. It almost resembles last year's TSM roster, but that one didn't have Thompson. Tundra Esports is a team that never ever gives up, not with Moon Meander as their coach anyway. They got 3rd place in Birmingham, but that wasn't enough for Thompson and his team. They wanted more and swapped out Toby for Ramses. Once again, Pure is back to playing carry with another carry player on the offlane. Most people would already be satisfied with a placement like that, but clearly any team including Thompson takes nothing less than 1st place. If Tundra can show the magic from Birmingham here at DreamLeague, they could very well land another podium finish or even win the entire event. Did I mention Thompson is on this team yet? Wake up and smell the bat chest.
Holy bat chest indeed, Jonathan. Thompson is on the team. Oh my God, Thompson. He's here, Jonathan. I don't know if you've noticed. Thompson is here. He was playing Pudge yesterday, Jonathan. Did you not notice?
I don't remember. I think we casted that game. I had my eyes closed the entire time. So, it doesn't really make a difference to me. But I get the hype around Tundra. I think the one big benefit as well, this is a weird one, but the one big benefit of Thompson playing on Tundra in Europe is he is now out of sea hell. Like the Sea Immortals are now free of having to deal with Thompson in their pubs. So there's also that. I'm sure everyone in Southeast Asia within top 500 are probably cheering that he has been on Tundra.
I watched those streams. I think Thompson was the one suffering, John. I'm going to be honest. I think the SDA players were having a bit too much fun fangirling out to Thompson being in their games. I saw some games from Thompson. He definitely lost his mind at some point in SDA, which is probably why he's just picking Pudge every game now. It is what it is. Do you think he'll take Pudge against Azure, Jonathan?
Who knows? I don't think you can predict Tundra at all. At least you can't really predict Thompson and what he'd want to do. So God only knows what the man feels like playing today. If he says he feels like playing Shaker mid because he got inspired from the earlier series, he might just play Shaker mid twice over because of Noob. Who knows? He's that kind of person.
I'm not sure how inspired you can be by the Shaker mid we just saw, Jonathan. It was,
all right, then let's take a different idea off of Gunner's book, The Mid Ogre Magi. Maybe Thompson feels like just rushing Midas on a hero. That could be the way to go. Who knows? It's silly, but there's a patch coming out tomorrow. Tundra's already 2nd place. Do they really care that much? Probably not. Do they want to have a lot of fun before the patch comes out and creates more havoc? Probably so. So just go ham, I'd say, for Tundra.
What you don't understand, John, is Thompson's a winner, right? And winners don't like losing, regardless of what's at stake or if anything's at stake. We don't like losing. And I say we, Jonathan. I'm not saying I'm necessarily a winner. Obviously, Thompson is. I'm not so much. But, he's a winner, Jonathan. He's not going to lose. Thank you for the music, by the way.
I mean, they like winning, but, they did drop 2-0 in one for your series, so it could happen again. Just because you want to win doesn't mean it will happen. Doesn't just will itself into existence. What we can will into existence now is a draft that should be underway relatively soon here for game 1 of Tundra up against Azure. And we can take a look at that relatively soon, as we should have the initial bans coming out. We'll see what Tundra will want to take out and what Azure will to take out. I love to tell you, Thompson does look a little bit, sleepy. Waking up.
5 seconds remaining.
Xiaowe's just sick right now, seeing what just happened. There's a bit of a yawn there from Thompson. Speaking of, I think Xiaowe's back, by the way. I'm pretty sure LGD announced a new roster, so happy days. welcome back.
Very happy days. I'm still disappointed we don't see White Maw Noodles on camera anymore. I know who told him off about having Noodles on camera, but
It was past the
I feel
time.
like he should. The last time we saw him on camera with Noodles, Mike, he had Noodles.
I'll
He
take
had pasta yesterday. I just assumed it was noodle pasta. A noodly kind.
Tundra taking a long time for this first ban out as well, by the way. Just a lot of thought being
What
put into it. Yes,
What if they waste all the reserve time and just don't ban?
I would
No, they
respect it.
actually ban. They take care of Doom. I would. as
I
well.
would respect
I think that's the Giga Chad move. They do not do it. They will ban out the Bach Doom, so they will take out some options of comfort here for Azure. Azure not going too crazy. Ban out Chen, ban out Disruptor. Wouldn't be surprised if Shadow Demon popped out in the bans as well. Let's take care of the Timbersaw on Tundra's hand. Slardar being taken out by Azure. They're blitzing through it now with the Slaughter and Eye being taken out by Azure. Tundra, I mean, they can actually leave Shadow Demon in. They have first pick overall. So they can pick that up for themselves instead if they so wish. Have to see what their priority is here for the side of Tundra. But I wouldn't mind them just leaving Shadow Demon, picking it up. It's just such a strong hero. Yeah, they'll take care of, again, the Centaur, and they're good. There it goes. No surprises. Shadow Demon again.
Azure not to be outdone, they'll just go straight for the Ench. Not really too much thinking about it. We haven't really been seeing as much Ench as of late, but it still feels very, very potent in the current patch, so good to see the Enchantress coming out here for Azure. The Shadow Demon just feels completely busted right now, so obviously Tundra had no thought process in taking that. Also should note, Jonathan, Techies has not been banned, and we did see 9 Class having a bit of a conversation yesterday about Techies not being banned, so see if Azure want to pay respect to the man's Techies, or whether they're just going to leave it.
Yeah, I'd like to actually see Tundra pick it up, just because 9 classes. I don't know. He's kind of insane. Is my viewpoint. Like,
Thompson's literally
he is.
clipping his nails right now. I mean, my goodness, Thompson, come on now.
yeah, maybe he has to use his fingers to, play the damn game. Like, doesn't want to have a hangnail ripping into a key, blocking off that high APM gameplay. Have to keep those
I mean,
hands
that's
clean.
fair, Jonathan. We're in the middle of a draft right now.
Do you really think they care when they eat noodles on camera, Mike? Probably not that much.
Probably not. Probably not. That's fair. One more ban. I think the bane of our existence would be if the next patch made it so you had like 20 bans each. That would really scare me.
No, God, no.
These ban stages, man, they just take forever.
What if first pick got what if that 250 gold thing that was on the screen? What if that was first pick also gets 250 gold on one of their players?
I'd take
That would be
it.
kind of dumb.
I'd take it.
It's really dumb.
I want to only allow one courier and you have to buy it. One courier. I want everyone to suffer again in Dota 2, Jonathan. Everyone's been having too much of a good time.
I don't know why you expect to have any more fun when you play your pubs with one courier. I don't think you understand what that will do to you more than your team, Mikey.
I'll have you know I
think
die a lot,
some
Jonathan, so I don't
introspection
need
is
the
needed there.
I just die and go back to the field.
That's fair. And you are an Earth Spirit player, so that is your gameplay. Tiny does come out there for Azure. Tiny comes out for Azure. They've got a lot of jump potential on hand with his pickup. That should be our FY Tiny coming out here as well. Not too much flux onto Ori. Just a nice aggressive fort come out for the side of Azure. Complements the Enchantress support for Tianming quite nicely. So again, something that can work the map, maybe get some good connections out. They did run this in their series up against Betboom, and it did find a win there. So I do like seeing this for FY. Tundra, what are they going to bet on? I mean, they've got Shadow Demon. There's a Hoodwink option. If you're worried about the Enchantress, maybe a Clinks, although that doesn't really... We have seen some Clinks into Ench, just to kind of try to run it down and eat a creep as well for free later on. And we'll go with the DK instead. Nice and safe and boring. I'm a little bit surprised. I mean, don't get me wrong. DK does everything you'd possibly want from a hero. It can push in, it can lane mid or off lane just fine. Even safe lane is a very distant possibility. It scales really well. It's hard to kick out of lane. so I can understand why Tundra is going for it. You have Shadow Demon DK, so with Manta plus the Shadow Demon Disruption, say goodbye to any push potential for Azure Ray. It's going to be really annoying to contend with. You can take one of the illusions away, yes. It doesn't really change the course of that gameplay. And there goes the techies. The 9 class is probably going to all chat at the end to say, respect my techies again.
I mean, I'd love a very strong pick against the Ench as well. Go on, John. What are you trying to say?
I want to see him. Every time he picks techies, 9 class has to do this every game now. Every time he picks techies and they win, he has to all chat and say, respect my techies. I will not accept it if he doesn't do it every game.
That's
he has
fair.
to do it every game.
That is fair. I'll give you that. It is a nice techies pick as well, right? Like against the Ench, it's a really nice way of just blowing her up. Yeah, generally speaking, the Ench has a pretty hard time dying, but against techies, you get a couple mines nearby and she does blow up quite fast. As Azure Ray, they're going to go for a Sven pickup. Interesting.
Yeah, and they've run this quite a few times on low. We've seen him play it a lot as well, and again, in a lot of our qualifier matches. We haven't seen much Sven ourselves in the games we've casted, but it is up there in some of the cores you can go back to, of course, in this patch. It has not appeared too much here in DreamLeague, but it does. It also has a 0% win rate over 4 games. So, you know what? Maybe it's not the best. They will cover it with a Razor pickup. No disruptor, no electric combo though, but we have some electricity, Mike.
Oh, don't bring up that stupid combo again,
Very
John.
good, very good, very good.
Did it even win yesterday? I can't remember.
I can't remember either. Probably not. I don't think, but it's funny. There's the Storm Spirit for Azure. Oh, look at that. What's very conductive with electricity, Mike? Water. Tundra picks water into Razor.
Wow.
It's gonna shock them.
Just
This is actually terrible. We've seen Razor Sven into a Morphling, and Morphling turns into Razor and static links the Sven. This is actually really bad for Azure. We have literally seen this, and it does not end well for the Razor Sven team.
No.
That is actually not fun.
No, it is. It is not fun. I mean, it just feels like you're kind of griefing your team here. Like, the Razor obviously gonna have a pretty decent time laning stage, but like you said, once you hit that level 6 mark and you start morphing into the Razor, as long as you can find the Sven to link every single fight, it's gonna feel like he just does absolutely nothing in these engagements. And see how Azure want to deal with it. I mean, this is a pretty important series for Azure to just confirm their position into the playoffs of DreamLeague Season 23. And of course, they are still fighting for some EPT points to give themselves a chance at Riyadh to boot. So those playoffs are very important.
They are. I'm wondering how hard Azure flexes this as well. This does feel like it should be box hero, but for the most part, they have been giving this Razor to Ori. So it could just be the mid Razor very early on. It does feel like they're banning to protect. They're expecting, I mean, Tundra is looking for a mid, but they are also covering some matchups for the Razor in the Koppel, which can be fairly annoying. Are you worried about his Zeus at all? I feel like that's one matchup that can kind of work, or maybe a Sniper. It'll take care of the Bristle just in case Tundra will run something like a mid Morphling for Thompson. So just take care of that. Thompson, I always worry when he looks happy. It feels like he's asking for something ridiculous.
Yeah.
I worry and I look forward to it. No.
Mid Oracle time.
That is terrible.
It's really not that bad. Trust me, John. It's really not that bad.
I mean, in pubs, yeah. This is a pro game, Michael Phoenix. These aren't.
He chose the Pudge last pick yesterday twice in a row, John. I don't think he cares about the fact that it's a pro game.
You know what? Yeah, let's do it. It's because I can probably just go on about Phylactery Conda, or you know what? Let's go. It's gonna be an Oracle mid. Probably not. I think if any, they flex Morphling mid into a Razor lane, which again, it's not amazing, but it doesn't do too bad. I feel like the Razor gets away with a little bit too much going that hard on the flex. Maybe he just goes Pudge again instead of Oracle.
Oh, one's having a laugh. I'm scared.
Oh God!
What's about adjust the glasses? Here we go.
Tops.
Guys, trust me. All right.
What?
Is this what is this? Is this mid MP? What is it, like offlane DK mid MP? Is this an offlane MP? Oh, hello. One of my favorites, Jonathan. The Broodmother makes its appearance, and it is, of course, going to be the Buck Broodmother in the off lane. Thompson is playing Mid-Nature's Prophet. So here we go.
I like this from Tundra. I think laning into the Razor, it's not going to be as annoying. Razor can always go for Plasma Field, of course, so you can clear out and get some safe poke onto Thompson. Like a 3-2 build here for the Razor feels pretty good into 5. I don't think Thompson's going to be knocked out. The key thing to watch is really how aggressive will Thompson want to play with his TPs. Will he go hunting into the side lanes? You've got a lot of aggression that can come out here. And it's also interesting because Tundra gives Whitemon the techies, not 9 class. Huh? What is this?
For the memes, Whitemon should just say at the end of the game, how dare you guys, let me pick techies. Be amazing. Respect my techies.
Yeah. He'll also all chat, respect my techies. Or 9 class. That would be something. Still looking at this draft to close out. I like the X factor Azure has in that cheeky little Broodmother pickup. We don't see that too often, but there is a lot of push potential coming in. Mind you, I don't think it's like the be all end all pick here for Azure. There's steady enough hold from Tundra. The one thing that Bach will provide is some great mine clearance. Right, so he can micro out the spiderlings, clear out all of Whitemon's mines, and suddenly the smoke plays are a lot easier to pull off for Azure. Getting into those fights, though, into Tundra's lineup, in particular Pure, it is concerning. Now, you do have a good Orchid carrier in Bach, even Ori if he feels the need to rush something like that, or heck, even Chanming if he has the form to keep Pure down. You've got some decent enough Spirit Vessel carriers as well that can possibly come in. But my concern is once Pure has some defensive items up and these wider team fights break out, it's just morph into Razor and static link Sven. There's still no clear answer for that. That is still the deadliest thing that could happen to Azure in these fights. I love this one too. It's spooky. We've got spooky spiders, Mike. We've got a lot of stuff going on.
Ramses will drop a Love Heart, which is somewhat anticlimactic from Ramses, but it is indeed very, very spooky here. Not so much for me, Jonathan. I come from Australia, so this is another day for me. Maybe for Tundra. In fact, that's what we're lacking. ESO1 Australia. ESO1 Sydney, to be exact. That's what we need, Jonathan.
That'd be sick. That would be very sick. There would be a lot of 2 weeks.
Don't even bring up Melbourne. I know there's some Melbourne dude probably saying, no, it should be Melbourne. No. ESO1 Sydney. It'll be great, trust me.
How about ESL Outback? Just take us out in the middle of the desert. No water, no shade. You have to win to get water. Your wins aid your survival in the Outback.
Yeah, I mean, I never said anything.
Battle Royale.
I never said anything.
Dota 2.
I never said anything about hotels, John. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
You show up to play. That's about it.
Throw them in the Outback.
Nothing else has happened.
The battle
Tiebreakers, we'll just get them to fight a kangaroo. Whatever happens, happens. Disruption. Lowe's going to go for a bit of a run, try and chase down 9 class topside. Just gives them a little bit of a whack on the backside, nothing too much. Tips out from 9 class as well. Is going to be a 3-for-1 trade on the bounty runes for Tundra's end of things. So a nice start here for the boys on Tundra. And of course, let's start with the mid lane, shall we, John? You've got Thompson playing Mid-Nature's Prophet against Ori's Razor. I would ask you how this matchup's meant to go, John, but I doubt you know the answer to it. Well, hold on a minute. 9 class. Never mind, Johnny had a great block going there. Go on.
Yep. I think this matchup isn't as bad for the NPS you'd expect. It's a very confined lane, so there's some good sprout angles for Thompson to take to cut off Ori when he does go for the static link. Again, Ori's main play is going to be Plasma Field. This kind of sucks for Razor because he is not a Quelling Blade user. So once he's out of tangos, the sprout will be annoying. And look at this, Thompson threatening with teleportation damage just onto Ori. It's the psychological warfare aspect. And also, again, he can show up in side lanes. They don't have to rotate onto mid. It's a Razor. Do you really want to jump that? No, you can jump elsewhere. And that's what I want to see from Thompson. We'll see that is something that can come out. Again, for Ori, this is going to suck because once he's out of tangos, the Sprout is just a major threat. And even though he is going Plasma Field for poke, it's not like you have Treants to farm. Mid NP is not going to go for Nature's Call there at all. So he's pretty happy here on Thompson.
It's kind of the thing as well for Ori. Like, he wants to rush the bottle first before he does go for the Quelling Blade, but Feels like you just need to get the quelling first, but he does indeed buy the bottle out. So we'll see if it does pay off for him. Of course, down at bottom lane, you've got Whitemon and Pure against FY and Buck. So what kind of impact Buck's going to have on this Broodmother? Like, we have not seen as much Brood as of late, probably for very good reason. Does feel like Pure should have a pretty easy time farming, at the very least. I can't imagine they really threaten his life too much on the mall.
Not too badly. There is some kill threat if they get out of position on the side of Tundra, but it's hard to see that happening. Pure has some good spacing thanks to Whitemon, just getting some cheap harass out with the right clicks and the sticky bombs. FY, Tiny's a very greedy support, does need a lot of EXP, doesn't have a pullback opportunity either. So he's just kind of stuck camping the lane, soaking off of Bach. And that's all you could ask for here from Tundra. As long as they don't manage to start to isolate with some plays here. Hold on, FY.
Yeah, nice blast off here from Whitemon. FY trying to move in for a cheeky little avalanche, taking so much damage now, and he is going to go down. Whitemon able to secure first blood on the techies, and Bach sadly is unable to trade here on the Broodmama. In fact, he even loses his courier to make matters worse, so his Tango's going to be about a minute away now.
Yeah, it's not going to feel good for Bach. He can always rely on tower regen with a web regen as well, so it's not going to be too bad. But you're already, again, getting everything you'd want here from Pure. It's not the best lane for our Tiny, not the freest lane to soak up on. And take a look at the other lanes. Of course, up top, you've got Lo and Tianming, along with Ramses and 9 class. And this one is a little bit boring. This is probably the most boring lane there is. Breach Fire onto Sven, stop him from farming, or at least farming as hard. He still has a great cleave for cheap harassment, but it's not enough to shove Ramses away either. This is the most static lane out of all of them. And the best thing you can hope for is trying to block each other's camps, maybe slow down Tianming from rotating, but beyond that, this is, again, the slowest lane to watch out for.
Oh, Bach. Bach's going to go down now. Thompson rotating over on the Nature's Prophet, and I suppose this is one thing you can't really forget about, right? Like, Thompson at any moment could join his team with a teleportation and already making pretty damn good use of it.
Yeah, and that's what you want to see. That's the question I was asking myself. Will Thompson rotate early? And he does answer. He will. It's a lot of damage early on with that teleportation. Again, he's getting some good blockage out with the Sprout, so Ori's not able to really maximize the static link either, and he's still controlling the lane decently well. He's not that far behind in CS despite rotating away. So your happy times so far for the side of Tundra.
Almost a blast off to fly out from Whitemon, but he does cancel it off in the end because he was out of range. Bach's desperately trying for the pull away, but he's... Oh, boy. He lost aggro. It's kind of the thing with the webs. You can go over the tree line, but the creeps do lose vision. So Bach's having a few issues pulling aggro away as well. He's basically finding nothing in this lane. 12 CS right now. It's only getting worse. Thompson's incoming. Voice lines him immediately, and Bach is probably just down, as they have got him. Whitemon will finish the job off. This bottom lane is an absolute disaster for Azure. I mean, it really doesn't get much worse than this. Thompson, though, mid lane, being static linked up by Ori, but he has 9 class right behind him if necessary. So Tianming going to show up. Going to try and go on to the edge. Thompson still trying to run. Does get a Sprout off. The chase is still ongoing. Thompson still alive. There's no Acorn shot to throw at either, or rather Siege shot. So he's all right. Tianming, the one to go down, is now Ori trying to run, but it's only getting worse. It is only getting worse, Jonathan. 9 class with a double kill on the Shadow Team.
I mean, I understand why Ori goes for this, again, plasma field centered build, but he went for the value point in Storm Surge as well. So level 1 static link, even if he landed for long on Thompson, it's not enough damage being sapped away. This NP still can slap back with the 2 circlets and the power treads already up. I mean, he does have decent right click trades, so Thompson just holding his ground, forcing that deep movement out from Tianming, provides the opportunities for Tundra to collapse onto that mid lane. They're getting so much value out of this NP mid. Again, you can afford to get this movement out because you've got lanes that can be left alone. Like, there's no threat onto the Morphling for Pure. He even just leaves attribute shift at 1. Doesn't need the flash shifting around. He knows he's fairly secure when everyone's down mid. Ramses on the DK is just not going to die. Of course, up against the Sven. So you can just play off the back of this NP. 9 class.
9 class should be going down here. And does. Tianming with a nice little solo pick off for himself on the edge. It's just that bottom lane I get very concerned about for Azure. Like, you really want Bach to be able to set tempo here on the Broodmother, but with the start he's had, it's just going to be a lot of catch-up farm, it feels like, for a while here for the Brood. And of course, Pure has just farmed freely. Like 38 and 15 in CS from the Morphling. The perfect start for himself. Thompson's rotating. Where's he going? Down towards the bot lane again. They're going to find FY. They found both Wisdom runes on top. And this mid-prophet is just causing all kinds of havoc.
Yeah, I love that Thompson's bringing it out as well as the new patch rolls out. So it's like, you see it today, you realize its power, and you're probably not going to be able to run it again unless NP actually gets buffed instead. So that's good tone. I think, thinking about the patch, staying away from the game, I feel like Tundra's probably one of the scarier teams. Because again, they are going to playoffs no matter what. A new patch, I feel like, just emboldens the side of Tundra. Still, a fantastic start, 6-1. You are finding some free farm coming in for low. He does have jungle access lined up. But it will take a little bit more for the spend. They will find 9 class at least.
Yeah, 9 class has no way out of this. So a nice little pickup for Ori on the Razor. Buck, bottom lane, dies again. Pure on Whitemon, just bullying the Broodmother. Zori's going to rotate but can do nothing about the TP. Whitemon is perfectly fine. It's 7-2 now. I mean, the one saving grace is really just the fact that Low is farming freely on the Sven. But in fairness, Tundra do not seem concerned whatsoever about that.
I don't know if you should be at all. Again, you have a Razor to morph into for Pure. So even with all of that farm of Low, you can still just static link him in the middle. Plus Breathe Fire. Like, Low is not going to have damage with static link and Breathe Fire debuff on him. There's just no way you can get the hits off even with God's Strand up.
Top lane.
I think that confidence is justified.
Tianming, Sprout, it's going to land, but he will be able to chop through the tree line with his own Quelling Blade. So this time the TP from Thompson's not going to amount to too much. They are still going to try and apply pressure though onto that top tier 1 tower. It's going to be a lot of pressure as well, even without the dragon from Ramses, though he will have it up in 1 second. Not even popping it yet. There you go. He'll go for a bit of a chase onto Tianming.
Radiant structures are fortified.
So the end should be okay, but there is really no defending this top tier 1 tower. It's just as good as dead. There's 9 class on Whitemon still chasing down Tianming. He'll try for a TP play out, and he's going to make it. Though mid lane, Thompson in trouble. Ori, NFY, diving the Prophet. He's got no helping coming. Thompson is down.
Yeah, they do manage to punish. They read that movement now on Zure. FY just camping by the tier 1, knowing that with no kill, Thompson's going to head back to farm, play a little greedy. They do get the punish. I love that Thompson just hides in his tree as well, right before dying, and wants the comfort of his own little saplings. Doesn't save him, though.
They're trying for the Morphling, but there's just no way. There's just no way to kill this guy, I don't think. No. Pure will be okay. FY was wrapping around, but even if he did land an Avalanche Toss, it definitely wouldn't have been enough. And so, Tundra back to the farm game for themselves. Again, Azure, props to them. They are showing signs of life now throughout this, after this laning stage, rather. As, finding the kills on Thompson's always going to feel really nice. As FY... Oh, he's looking as good as dead here, FY. Mine's down, he'll take him out, but it won't matter. Buck's going to show up at the very least, trying to chase down Whitemon with these Spiderlings, and he does get him. So a nice little trade coming out from Buck. Some gold that he desperately needed.
Yes, something that the Broodmother certainly needs, especially if they want to scale up, get an Orchid to get these pickoffs onto Pure. That should start to set the tone. Keen to see if that is something Bach will want to pick up, or if he's going to go back for the Aura build, start to sustain and just play split push. It is open enough for the Broodmother in terms of trying to build in either direction. I think the one thing Azure is lacking is like stacks. They do have the Mask of Madness up on low, but they don't really have fast stacks for the Spin to go into. Just force to play top, dip in and out of jungle. You are smoking up with Ori and FY. No blink just yet in Tiny, still 700 gold off. But they know Pure is always left alone here, so it's time to punish.
I mean, they're going to give it a crack. Again, I think it's going to be a rather difficult task, considering you can always bring Thompson in whenever. He still has his bottom tier 1 tower as well, so you've got the TP points available to help out if Pure does require the help. He's actually going on to Bark right now, or he's going to move in. Waveform is on cooldown for 2 seconds. Pure, still just strength morphing, is going to be okay for now. They'll toss him up, but it just does nothing. Pure is fine. This is kind of my thing. Like, I just don't see how you lock him down long enough to get the damage up.
They need a Orchid. Bach is queuing it up. He is going for that utility. But without it, yeah, Pure is just really, really safe. Just not enough to burst. They will at least find a tier 1 bot for their trouble. So they will equalize map control a little bit, have a little bit of an edge with the mid gun as well from earlier shove. But I don't think Tundra, again, it doesn't feel like they care.
Chases on from Thompson. He'll block the way. Very, very nice sprout placement, just not allowing him to Quelling Blade his way out. Whitemon will secure the kill himself on the techies. He's already got that annoying Witch's Blade now on the Prophet, but the damage output is relatively high when it comes to the Prophet. As Pure now even just taking down Ori down to that bottom lane, just kind of making it look easy.
Yep. Finding all the damage. Really good. Using the Rat of Nature from Thompson to bounce around the creeps as well. Just a little bit by the camp. I believe that was the usage for it, leading into that pick-off. Azure, I mean, again, considering the scoreline of 10-4, you're only about 1k behind. It's not as bad as it could be. The hurting point is Bach, who really needs this Orchid to get some action onto Pure. And even then, this Orchid's going to line up with a Manta timing on Pure anyway. So I don't know if he will still be able to pin down that Morphling with how slow this is for Bach. Which again, it's just down to how rough this lane was with Thompson's rotations, which he's looking at again.
He certainly is. Bottom lane, Bach just being bullied this game will go down another time. And it's kind of the nature of the Brood as well. Like, you do require a decent laning stage to really start to take off. With the amount of kills in the horrible laning stage Bach has had, like, he's 1-4-0 right now. I kind of doubt the impact will ever come at this stage.
Yeah, it's hard to see it. I think he just needs so much room, and there's just not enough room when you have a Razor and a Sven also farming up. There's no way you can just shove out these waves for free as well. Tundra instantly going for the smoke play out. See if this hunt lands on something. We're looking at top with Thompson.
Oh, Low gets caught out immediately. He did not have a Quelling Blade. It was actually on cooldown, of all things. Guess he just chopped the tree on his way in, and Low is going to have to pay for it as Pure will take the kill now. Complete and utter domination so far for the side of Tundra. And with Low going down, I mean, that's the real big one. Like, Low's the one guy that wasn't having too many issues this game from the side of Azure, but, well, now with that death, he kind of just loses that perfect record, and, well, the top tier 2 tower is under attack. Pure is just going to go straight after some more objectives.
Yeah, I like this read from Tundra. Just shut down the map, make it awkward for them to start to find farm, because Bach is going to plant himself bot, so they need control over top. They're not going to find that easily without the tier 2 to fall back to. I believe as well, the quelling was used on the wrong tree.
Low's TP to the top lane. I mean, Whitemon's going to go down, but Low's on his own. Stun is out. Teleport in. Low. Can he make it? He'll try to run, and he's going to make it just barely. 100 HP on the Sven. I mean, it almost felt like Tundra couldn't believe he just TP'd in like that.
Yeah, I don't think anyone could believe that. And they find a nice pick-off on Whitemon, at the least, but they lose tier 2 again. They're going to lose top control. And that's the pivotal one, because you already have bot eaten up by Bach. This is the point where Broodmother can become a little bit of a net worth vacuum in whatever lane she's camping. That will lead to the Orchid. But it'll lead to a bit of a rougher time for Ori and for Low. You're going to have to try to balance it out now. Try to get some gold flowing through, which, again, I don't think Tundra cares about that aspect of this matchup. We don't even see Pure with the morph yet, but once he has that up, again, you just look for Ori, turn into him, then static link Low, and that's your gameplay. Like, there's nothing you can really do about that as a Sven. There's no easy saves. There's a toss away from FY. It doesn't feel great when you're going to have to rely on your Tiny to toss the enemy away from you to really take these fights. That's not a great feeling.
You'd rather not have to rely on that. That's for sure.
No.
Well, Thompson's going for the Gleipnir build-up now on the Prophet. Has the Rod of Atos available, so more lockdown now for the Prophet. Doesn't need to rely on that Sprout any further. I mean, Bach does have that Orchid available, but you just haven't really seen the impact of it at all. Not that you can really blame him, because nobody's really giving him an opportunity to actually abuse that Orchid timing. And of course, right now, you'd really imagine the only person he can kill on his own is probably a support, if that. Everyone else from Tundra
Not gonna be the most
staying off the
impactful.
map, just keeping that farm going, and you've almost got the phylactery completed here on Pure. So he's just going for the standard Kanda build up to boot.
Yeah, just looking to burst people down. Again, still no point in Morph. But again, hasn't needed it. He's just farming. So he can invest heavily into just farming more effectively. There's just no one to contest. No forward vision here from the side of Azure. All their eggs are lined up Bach, where they do have web control with Bach. Might be able to go hunting for Thompson. They have that blink in FY.
Back. Thompson, they'll toss him back into Ori. Thompson going for a TP up, but Low is going to be there with the stun. A very nice kill to Thompson. And that's more of what you want to see here for Azure, right? You want to see them initiating these fights.
Yeah. With a blink on FY, that certainly can happen now. That is the timing to allow them to get some play on the map. So you do have to watch out. Again, they're just camping bot. Ramses will bail out in the nick of time here. Whitemon is far enough to be safe. They have managed to take an area of the map that they feel safe in on the side of Azure. I do feel like these wards from the side of Tundra are still going to be a bit of an issue, though. Really sneaky area right below the staircase and near the rune area, so it will watch some rotations cross as Chanmi.
He's actually quite tanky here on the edge. Mines weren't quite enough, but they've got Thompson coming in and they've got Ramses right around the corner, and Tianming will end up eventually going down here to the Nature's Prophet. I mean, on the bright side, you are buying space. Like, there's a lot of rotations being made to just take down a position 5 inch. So space is being bought for the catch-up farm of Bark, and of course, to keep Low and Ori both escalating. Bark is still very far behind in the net worth department, but with the time he's been given, he should be able to catch up and hopefully start some Broodmother shenanigans.
He can. I mean, all things considered, he's only about 500 gold behind Ramses, so Broodmother is still in the game, although normally you do have a little bit more of a net worth advantage, of course, on the Brood, but it can start to ramp up. Interested in his build as well. He's going phylactery Kanda. So wants to use, maybe just stop at the phylactery, I think, for the Silken Bowl is slow. Help you kind of just chase down. That is fairly potent. So I like that. I don't know about a Kanda, though. It's exciting, but unnecessary, almost. I guess Spawn Spiderlings could be funny. I mean, it is a lot of damage, to be fair, on Spawn Spiderlings.
It kind of makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Somewhat.
Would be funny. I'd like to see that now. All right, let's go all in. Don't stop at the phylactery. Go into the Kanda. Show us the power of Spawn Spiderlings and the slow with the Silken Bowl.
Because you can pop Insatiable Hunger too, increase your base damage by 70%.
Yeah.
And then you can use Kanda.
Yeah.
It kind of makes sense.
I like this tech from Bach.
Yeah.
See it.
I don't know if it's going to work, but it's a nice way of just throwing spells from a mile away and hoping for the best, right? There's, every 6 seconds you're just going to be throwing these ridiculous kind of spells at people from the webs. Support Broodmother, Jonathan. It's on its way. It's happening.
I don't know about spell. Maybe in the patch, Maybe in that patch. Perhaps. Is it about that season in Australia where you get all of the webs out from the rain, Mike, or not?
No. It's more like dry season now. It's we're coming to winter, Jonathan. The spiders are going into hiding. We'll see them again soon, maybe in like 4 or 5 months. Not now.
Makes sense. Maybe the patch will favor it by then as well. So we'll see much more of the Brood, and you'll feel right at home.
Yeah. Thank you, John. What do you think? I mean, if they give innate abilities to each hero, what do you think they're going to give Earth Spirit? Like, he's just going to get an extra boulder or something? Give him an
probably
extra rock?
That's a good point. I don't think about that, Mike. I don't think about dead heroes. Thank you.
My poor Earth Spirit. What have they done to my boy?
He's dead. He's a stone. That's it. That's all he is. Not even a good stone. Like, look at his tiny. This is a good stone. It's a good set of rocks right there. Can pick up trees. He can hit hard. Be a better rock, Mike.
Maybe Thompson will pick Earth Spirit next game. You never know.
Mayhaps. Kelsey. For now, Azure again staying in the game by farming rather efficiently. Despite these early losses, they still have a really good ground to just keep farming bot. Of course, split push isn't going to be as effective when you're up against a Nature's Prophet. Then again, Thompson can't really clear out spiderlings because they just walk through the trees. So it is a double-edged sword.
Thompson? I mean, they're going to try and jump Thompson, but Buck's the one being jumped. Sadly for Buck, he thought he was the hunter, but he is indeed the hunted. And loses all the spiderlings on top. I mean, you've got to try.
Bit unfortunate.
You've got to give it a crack, I guess, but doesn't get too far with.
It's a little bit optimistic by a tier 2 teleport point. It's very well protected by Tundra. They just need our supports to come in. Obviously, you don't want to give your NP away. He does buy space. Can tell about buying that space for Azure. They're very safe now up top. They know no one's moving around there. They've got room to farm for Ori, room to farm for Low. BKB for our Sven isn't too far off now as well. So he's going to have some protection up front. Mid tower will just fall to Pure though. And his Conda is set to go once his courier is back up. Bach is stopping at the phylactery, Mike. So we're not getting the Conda. He's going BKB first. He's going sensible on Bach. No funnies yet. Maybe later.
Maybe. A Tormentor. Looks to be taken here by Azure. BKB comes out on Ori to boot. Thing is, Pure's got the full Kanda. He's just in the stash right now. Not rushing to bring it out quite yet. Looks like he's just trying to farm another item in the meantime. This Morphling's just absolutely huge. There's your Gleipnir build up as well now on the Prophets. The Thompson's got a lot of utility now in terms of just holding people down throughout these fights. It'll be very annoying for the Broodmother to try and deal with.
I think the bigger thing is that he'll be able to counteract the split push much better. Gleipnir out the spiderlings. So you will be able to just stop that from Bach a lot easier because they just walk right through the trees, of course. See another smoke out from Azure, FY, and Ori on the hunt once more. Just need one good blink angle. They even have the Force Staff to help out for FY now. But the side of Tundra are cautious. They do smoke up his tree, though.
But they do. For now, Azure, they're finding absolutely nothing for this smoke.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Thompson's the closest target on the far western side of the map, but he is seemingly aware that they are coming, so he'll rejoin his team now down at the bottom lane. It's like Bach is probably going to be the one that gets hunted again on the Broodmother with the way Tundra are moving. You also have the opportunity to go Roshan. So if you want to just ignore the fight and just go for the Roshan pit, you could. Spiderlings are moving their way to scout out the Roshan pit, but they all just kind of expire and die. And Roshan is officially started now by Ramses and Pure.
Yep. Not going to take too long for this to fall, with Thompson showing up as well. Again, the Spiderlings should be able to find it out. Bach is microing still at the check, but it's not like they can contest or even hope for a deny. No webs, no free padding. No cheeky plays here for Bach. Secondary life up for Pure, and he almost done with a BKB on top of all of that.
Top lane, Night Class going to jump right into the Tormentor. Does purge up Low. Low's going to pop his BKB. Meanwhile, Pure does get that static link off. He does use it onto the Sven and immediately forces the TP away. They will find Tian Ming, the only one that was left behind. In fact, never mind. FY has also been left behind here on the Tiny. He will drop to Thompson. So both supports of Azure go down. I suppose that isn't the worst case scenario, at least for Azure, but the game is certainly not getting any easier as time goes on.
No, certainly not. I mean, yeah, I'd say it's pretty bad for Azure. They popped both their fresh BKBs on their cores. So Sven BKB, Razor BKB down to 8 seconds. It's a bit of a window for the side of Tundra to just do what they want. They're still keeping that invasion top. There are wards here from Azure, so they can just dodge out the area. Not that they would be farming there anyway. But Tundra are still in the prime position. Again, not a massive lead for either side. It just feels like Azure was just much more tempo heavy with this Bach Broodmother. And it still doesn't feel like they're able to just camp lane and keep it constantly shoved out. Not with an NP on hand.
Oh, he took a lot of damage. Oh, and he's right into 9 class on Thompson. It's kind of the thing. Like, if you run into that many mines, Thompson's watching. Like, he's waiting to see where you go. It's not too hard to predict the movement.
Oh, not that safe. Nice little pickup now for Tundra. Yeah, they still have Aegis, but doesn't feel like any big opportunities really presenting itself here. We are about to hit the point where Ramses will have his BKB, just about 1,200 gold away. And once that's up, as he approaches 18 with the disruption illusions, you can kind of just take care of the Broodmother lane without even throwing the NP on top of it. You could just shove in DK illusions all the time, and Bach wouldn't be able to manage that. We'll just get the free siege. Age is still 2.5 minutes up. More than enough time. They are mass TPing here for Thompson.
They do find him. It's a good pickup once again here from Azure. They do obviously have to sacrifice that tier 2 bottom tower for that, but it's probably well worth it because they weren't intending on defending anyway. So take what you can get, take down the profit. The thing is, again, the game is just not getting any easier. Like, you saw that last engagement, Pure just static links to Sven, and you have no choice but to run. FY may get caught in the mid lane now as he does go for a quick avalanche, but Pure's just going to toss him up with the avalanche to set up. FY will at least toss him away and try to go for a bit of a run. Wymon on the chase, FY with the TP out, the blast off. Oh, right on the edge. Good attempt.
Close enough. That does buy, again, more time. Azure, they are banking on that time. They are getting bigger and bigger on low. Going for that full Daedalus on the Sven. So we'll have some damage output. I still don't know if it's going to be enough. As long as Pure can turn into Ori's Razor, it just doesn't feel great. Doesn't feel great at all for low. Not going to be an easy game. Again, Ag for Ramsey's not too far off. Ori.
Thompson is going to move in onto the Razor. The BKB static link is there. Do they have enough? Not quite. Ori will survive thanks to the static link usage onto Thompson. Meanwhile, mid lane, FY being chased down here, and so is Bark. Pure not going to go any further. He does not have waveform available. But they have a mid tier 2 tower they can focus down here, I think, and I don't really see much in the way of stopping them.
No, there's really nothing to stop them. We've got the Dragon form up. It's not going to take too long with Ramses on hand. And Azure just don't have a defense. They don't have that team fight. Smoke out from Tundra on the hunt. They've got a good board up top. They see FY.
They do. Thompson with the TP in. FY, no idea they're coming. He will find out the hard way, sadly, as of course Ramsey's going to cut him off from the other end, and FY is down. Back to the TPs towards Ori. They are just not stopping here. Tundra all across the map, right onto the Razor. He'll try to Ogre Steel Totem away, but there's just so much damage from Pure. Even Buck showing up there for a second, but thinks better of it. Gets the hell out.
They still have a little bit of time on the Aegis. Will expire in the siege, but they'll find a high ground opening for Tundra. Just like that. Again, it doesn't cost them much at all. Tier 3 gone. Rax doesn't take too long with the damage on Pure and Ramses. Ramses does have the Ags as well for the next Elder Dragon form usage. No level 18 yet, so it's not as annoying as it could be. But it's still a massive spike. They will be held back with no creep wave. Are some cuts coming in here from Xian Ming. So again, the stall kicks in for Azure, but Tundra is knocking on their doors. And Azure aren't really ready to answer yet. They still need so much more. Heck, they're working onto a Linken's now for Ori. That's the one way to kind of block off this morph, but it just doesn't feel great when you have to go back for that just because your own hero is griefing your carry.
It's pretty rough. Now you've got the level 20 talent on Thompson, so you sprout leashes, which is infuriating to play against, of course.
I love Tundra still from Thompson.
What is
it? Going for the Revenant's Brooch to kind of just eat through low, even with a War Cry. I mean, you don't see that item all too often anymore. But in this case, up against the Sven, it makes so much sense. You're not building crit anyway on the NP, so you might as well just to rip through the Sven.
Makes sense. It's a lot of damage. It's going to be a 5-man spoke from Azure. They're going to try for something. Bark's going to show on the mid lane. Lines are being drawn straight through the mid, at least by 9 class, predicting the movement. But Azure are actually backing off. they've got waves to address at that top lane. FY will take an outpost back. But yeah, a 5-man smoke that is really only to retreat back towards the base.
They don't have many options in the Zure. Map is fairly dark. They only have one ward out, 2 wards outside, 1 down bot, which isn't giving them that much useful info. 1 under triangle, which they can use to farm. And that's basically it. And you're under Tundra's complete control. Roshan will see the respawn in a minute. Whether or not the side of Tundra can get that quick, or if it's something that Azure can contest. I mean, they've got the damage and low. They even have an amp damage rune. There are some blessings here. And Low does have the light collector, so he does have a break for all of the trees if he is sprouted up by Thompson.
More importantly, Jonathan,
is coming out in neutrals.
Bark is going for the Kanda at the moment. So,
oh yes, finally he's going back for it. Let's see it. I mean, it's fun. It's fun. I don't know if it's enough. I mean, it might be. With that base attack damage increase. I don't... We'll see. It doesn't feel like he has the most damage yet. Like, he needs more stats in Universal. But if he gets fat enough, like, say, a Scotty on top, that's where it gets really scary. 9 class. Good scouting.
He's going to go for a run. Azure still hanging around, but Start of Tundra, they're pretty close by. Both teams down at the bottom lane. Tian Ming's really the only one missing. So is Pure, in fact. Azure still grouped up. Nobody's showing underneath their vision in the lane. And Tundra actually just removed themselves from the bottom lane and just start pushing out the top. Azure checking Roshan, but it's still a minute and a half away from respawning, so a little bit unlucky for them. If you are Tundra, of course, there's no intention of giving that Roshan away. But they are very well aware that the Roshan has not spawned yet.
No. And besides, Low gives up, heads up top to fix the lanes, so you don't have your spend to hit onto the Rosh. All of your damage is kind of gone. Not going to be a very safe objective to take on the respawn. And so I kind of just have to wait out. Maybe the timing works out for them if they start swinging down bot around this time, a minute away. They do have some wards. Again, this laning ward now giving a lot of info out for Azure to plan out their approach. Do have to be very concerned about Pure. He has to pull Butterfly up with that Conda. The blast from Adaptive Strike is going to probably kill you off if you're not careful. Still Azure again playing off the back of this vision. Out with a smoke. Need to find something.
Well, Tundra grouped up as 5 as well, though. Azure, I mean, they're coming. Winner of this fight gets Roshan. It's a very important team fight for both sides. More so for Azure if they want to try and make a comeback in this game 1. Ramsey's going to break the smoke. We'll move in with that Black Dragon form. Bark going to try. We'll have to be popping his BKB to survive. The Dragon Tail coming in. We'll move in onto Thompson, but Thompson's got his own BKB. He just mans up against Bark, who just cannot take the damage. He needs to get the hell out of there. Bark is gone. Blown up by Pure and Thompson. They'll try again onto 9 class, but he'll just force stuff down towards the south. Ori is trying to chase down the Shadow Demon, but there's just so much stuff around him. He still tries for 9 class. Maybe he finally gets him, but what's it gonna cost? FY is gone. Ori's TPing out. He'll make it out, but Tian Ming's been left behind now. So it's a 3-for-1 by the looks of it. As Tian Ming will unsuccessfully TP away. Meanwhile, Thompson still chasing down the Sven. Though he doesn't have teleportation any longer, so won't be able to keep up the chase. But Tundra have Roshan.
Yeah, nice and easy Rosh access out for Tundra. They've got the full Revenant root shop on Thompson as well, so he actually does so much damage with the lack of magic resistance here on the side of Azure. No one would build that. You know, no one's going to go Eternal Shroud or Pipe, because are you really going to do that just for techies? No. Another free Roshan for Tundra off the back of that fight. Aegis out for Pure. More protection again.
Ramses.
He's
going to find Low. Low has been caught out. He'll TP away. A lot of damage coming in from Thompson, but not quite enough. Low's all right.
Yeah. Does cost another BKB charge at the least. Down to 7 seconds now for Low. Again, you're not losing anything on Tundra. Back, you're eyeing Bach a little bit.
They are. Bark losing half his HP to 1 adaptive strike, and now Bark might actually just be dead. FY going to move in for an avalanche to save. Low going to be there with the war cry, but they really can't do much else than that. Bark is down. Meanwhile, Ramses will move in. They'll find FY. In fact, Low is just getting annihilated. Oh my, Low just being chased all the way. Tianming also going down. GG is called, and I think it's probably a very good choice to call that GG because this game was well and truly over.
That it is. They were a bit of a rough time for Azure. Again, a lot of weight on their shoulders for this match as they're not in the clear for a lower bracket start. And again, there are certain results that can have them out if they're not too careful. Still a really strong performance out from Tundra. The confidence from Thompson to just call for that NPA, the early activity he takes to switch out the lanes, making that bot lane a living hell for Bach. It just caused too many issues. This Broodmother had no game. There was no presence at all, no controlling anyone. Orchid timing lined up with right around when Pure got his Manta, so you couldn't even run him down. And it just kind of fell flat. I feel like Azure needs to go back, look at their lanes, try to make them stronger, because the Broodmother just didn't feel like it was strong at all. Double melee lane for Bach and FY was just too greedy, and Tundra just constantly punished. We'll have to see some hard adjustments in that next draft here.
Absolutely. It's going to be some hard adjustments to be made here by Azure, and I can only imagine what those adjustments are going to be because it was a pretty one-sided affair most of the game here for the side of Tundra. Of course, against Tundra, it's very hard to know how to pick and ban, Jonathan. They do bring out some really wacky stuff here with Thompson, so you never know what's coming most of the time. And we'll see. Hopefully they can regroup and regather here for game number 2 because the tie is going to be relatively important for them to secure their playoff position and just give themselves the best chance possible. Apart from that, though, Tundra looking fantastic as always.
That they are, and they do a fantastic job. Again, not much weight in this match for Tundra. They're already going into the upper bracket. They're already set for Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup, but they want to go out with a bang. They want to have as much as fun as possible before the patch, and they're certainly doing that already. It's already, I mean, they play like there's no patch at all. You know, they just do their own thing, mainly because of Thompson, but it's always a pleasure to watch. Keen to see what happens in that game too.
It's certainly so. And we do have a break ready to go, so we're going to head over to the break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between Azure and Tundra Esports. We'll see you soon.
I'll sort this out. Yes. This'll sort you out. Bit of work to do. These faces need mashing. Attacks your top tower. Yes. These faces need mashing. It's not time yet, mate. I'll sort this. I'm not ready. Not yet. I'll sort this out. It's not time yet. Blink, and you're dead. Indeed. Not yet. It's not time yet. You get it? Put your lights out. I'm under attack. I shall find them.
The battle begins.
Dawn calls to and it begins. Kidding me? This. Tip of the horn. By the gleam of my horn. Stand aside. Point taken. Triple kill.
is under attack.
Yes.
I'll take that.
Ground shudders.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into our game 2 between Azure and, of course, Tundra Esports. Jonathan, game 1 was a pretty one-sided affair. I mean, it may have lasted 30 minutes, but it didn't really seem to matter too much. Tundra Esports are completely dominating game number 1. What would you like to see Azure change up here to give themselves a chance in game number 2, John?
Maybe just the draft. I feel like going for the Razor Sven with the Morphling on hand was already pretty tough. It was never going to be an easy time for Low, even if he had a lot of farm. And Box Broodmother just didn't do much. I think it was just down to this last pick, Nature's Prophet for Tundra, all the early activity, the fact that Broodmother plus Tiny really just doesn't present a threat to Morphling as well was a pretty big hurting point there for Azure. So kind of adjustments in drafts, I think that's fairly easy to rectify coming into game 2. And again, for Azure, there's a lot in the line because they will need at least a win unless their fellow group mates in Group B do also get 2-0'd. Like Navi gets 2-0'd by Falcons, then you still kind of have a shot, you know. So you are relying again on these other results to play in your favor here for the side of Azure. And for the side of Tundra, well, they really don't have anything to play for outside of the fact that they're having fun. We saw all the smiles on Tundra's faces when they were talking about the draft. You know, maybe they're picking stuff. Maybe they could start preemptively practicing stuff that they feel like will be good in the patch. Who knows? Maybe that mid-Nature's Prophet will be an actual thing that's more common in the next patch.
I hope
who knows?
not.
No one knows with this patch.
No, I don't want Prophet to be strong again, John. We already had that before. It's still really good anyway. Like we don't need Prophet to be strong again. Oh, hopefully not. Yeah, where are my heroes like Sand King, John? When's the last time you saw Sand King picked up in the meta?
I mean, when its Ags was fresh, it was, you know, picked up a couple of times, but yeah, it kind of died out. You know, the shard got nerfed down. We'll see. Maybe it comes back. You never know, Mike. New patch tomorrow. You know, things can change. And what I do know is that we do have our draft coming up shortly here for game number 2 of Tundra up against Azure. So you can take a look at how these teams will adjust into that game 2 as well. See what Azure will ban out. I think they can't go back into this idea of Razor Sven. It's just hell on earth when Morphling's there. If you are going to go back to that, you just ban out Morphling. You cannot. You just cannot play that.
That you certainly cannot. See what kind of bans we do see. For starters, Tundra, they will get rid of the Timber Saw. We'll see the Chen removed again. I believe they removed Io straight after the Chen last game around, and this time they're going to get rid of the Slaughter. Pretty standard ban so far. Again, I think it's quite challenging when you're playing against Tundra because you never really know exactly what you can ban because there is a lot of versatility on this squad.
Yeah, there's just way too much to be concerned about. Do you still have some of the top tier picks still there? Disruptor, Shadow Demon, which is your should probably look to take care of maybe the Io as well that we've been seeing first phase banned. Tundra just targeting down Bach, Timbersaw, Centaur. I wouldn't be surprised if they just take out just more of that off lane. They've been really emphasizing on making Bach as uncomfy as possible, and it certainly did feel that way last time. Considering that, again, the Broodmother just didn't do much. So I want to see what ideas Azure have if these key heroes are taken away from Bach. There's some options like Brewmaster, but it just feels pretty early in the game to pick it. And of course, first pick overall doesn't feel great, perhaps. So, but that is something I can see sliding true. The Doom is still left in the pool as well if Tundra don't ban it out. So that's a bit of a safer opener for Bach if he wants that. See if Tundra takes care of it again.
We shall. Have a think about it. I mean, all the bans so far have been focused towards Bach. That last game was literally just all the focus on Bach as well. They would not leave that poor man alone. Has seemingly been the trend with most teams as well, I might add. Just everyone seems to be focusing on the offlane of Azure quite a lot, as we're going to see the first pick Monkey King coming out from Tundra.
Yeah, an interesting way to open for Tundra. It's not something they've run in this tournament at the very least yet, so there's a lot of wiggle room with what they could want to do. They could give it to a support, maybe Whitemon or 9 class plays it in 4. They could just run it for tops and mid. They could run it for pure. You can kind of flex it around in any position. So we shall see. And I think that it makes it more challenging for Azure to figure out what the hell Tundra wants to do, right? Like, you don't know if this is safe, if it's mid, if it's support. It's just so open as a pickup. And I feel like Tundra, again, they have players that can play it on basically every position if you need to. They'll open up with Venomancer and Azure. Again, we've been seeing a little bit more of Veno in day 2. We're seeing a lot more here in day 3 ourselves, Mike. Still not the biggest fan. I'm not sold on this. If it doesn't have a great time in lane, it falls flat. I can understand maybe picking the Veno to try to run down this Monkey King in the laning phase. It certainly can, especially if you land your Gales. All the poisons, the slows, doesn't feel great for Monkey King. I just don't like how it scales up. I think the vision game can be useful, but it feels like there are just better heroes to give you that vision or that information, like, say, Techies. You know, it does it in a much stronger way with the mines not being revealed on the map.
I mean, that it does. I hate the Venomancer myself, Jonathan. I mean, every time we see the Veno, it just seems so lackluster. I think Tianming as well. The last time we saw Tianming play Venomancer was it was a pretty sad kind of performance, sadly. So hopefully that doesn't happen again.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it's a rough one. Like, once it's behind, it really just, the best thing you can hope for from it is just vision. And again, it's just not amazing. If it does crush, it feels good. It's here that if you're winning, it makes you win more. If you're losing, it doesn't help you necessarily to come back that easily. So I don't know, it's just such a snowball hero. Maybe Azure can kind of play around that fact, though. Have some really strong lanes coming out with Veno. Go with something, say, assuming a Veno 4. Get something with Bach that can kind of frontline well. Play off the back of these slows. They will ban out the Bristle on Tundra. Again, just a lot of offlane bans. Bristleback, Doom, Batrider. Batrider, of course, something FY loves to play as a support. Just taking away all the comfort that Azure has shown up, especially in their qualifier games. These are pretty much all the backbones of their drafts here. The only cheeky thing I can think of for Azure is like something like the Bach offlane Abaddon. But even that doesn't feel great into a Monkey King overall.
No. This final ban out from Azure. They've been very focused on the support pickups here. And there is still that techies if they want to ban that out as well. We saw Tundra doing a lot of great work on the techies. A lot of teams just letting it go through. Not too concerned about it, but it has proven to be very, very potent in the hands of Whitemon or 9 class. But they get rid of the IO once again. So just not wanting to deal with that support. Leave the techies alone. We'll see if Tundra do want to go ahead and take it for themselves, but Azure, they will have priority for their pick.
Seconds remaining.
What kind of support do you want for the Veno? Like your support duo with it. We'll go to Clockwork, so they've got some entrapment, even more vision with the flares, some way to try to isolate out the Monkey King. Again, very strong laners if their combinations are right. Tundra right into the NP techies, and again, it's not necessarily a Thompson NP coming out early. They could flex it onto support, run the core Monkey. Thompson could pick up the Monkey King mid. I mean, there's a lot of ways to still throw this around for Tundra. It's still a relatively open draft. Again, I love the techies. It just provides so much information. Those mines are a nightmare. And the laning as well, the flexibility for which lane it can go into with 9 class and Whitemon playing it. It leaves this draft fairly open. It's Azure that has to show their hand.
going to be the Storm pickup here for Ori. It's going back for a bit of comfort here for the Storm. Yeah, I was waiting for that. I knew it was coming.
Hell yeah. Very electric pick.
Do you like the Storm, John?
Not the biggest fan just yet. Especially since you don't know what your matchup is. If it's NP mid versus Storm, I don't think that's bad for Storm Spirit. It's not particularly amazing. It's not a lane that you instantly win out. I think the NP still plays. If it's a Monkey King mid, you have a better time as the Storm, of course. But I don't know if it's something to even expect from Tundra. I think at the least it's NP versus Storm. Sure, Tundra does lack like very easy hold for Storm Spirit. No instant Hex, no instant stuns. But you could go Orchid build on the NP and that still kind of covers your bases here for Tundra. I don't know, like there is some good play for Storm Spirit plus Clockwork. There's some good jump. We'll go with the Troll here as well for low. So again, just going back into comfort as you mentioned, low Troll, something we've seen him play a ton of. I know, for some reason I'm just not filled with a lot of confidence. Like the lanes are looking strong though. Troll Veno can kind of run down fast with the axes. There's a lot of slows, a lot of damage to play with there. Clockwork +1, it's also pretty good. Or just Clockwork Troll if you want to go that route instead. Although I do feel like FY Clock is something to be feared. With a player like that, you really don't want FY to be hanging around on like a Veno, so you'd want him on that clock for sure.
Tundra. "35 seconds reserve time left to make this choice." I'm kind of wondering where this Prophet's going. Like, where's this MK going? Are they flex picking this Prophet? You know, is it going to be just another support? Still thinking about this fourth pick here for Tundra. 15 seconds reserve time. And it's going to be the Tide to come out.
An interesting one. It lanes really nicely into the Troll, so you can't really fault them for that. And again, with a Venomancer in hand, you just kind of want to bulk up. You can kind of dispel off with your passive here for the Tide Hunter, so you're not too worried. You will have to dip into that Kraken Shell a little bit more, but you can't hold the lane. I'm wondering what Tundra's supports will end up. It's Techies Monkey or Techies NP. I'm actually leaning towards Techies NP. You run pure Monkey King and you go something else mid. It's probably the best way to flex this one around. Like Monkey King versus Troll core matchup isn't too bad. Monkey King plus an NP lane or Monkey King plus Techies is a really good lane to play into anyhow. Tide plus one of these range supports is also pretty decent. And that seems to be the idea Azure has as well. They realized, all right, Tundra's probably just running Monkey King safe. We'll ban out some mid matchups for the Storm to feel safer. Taking care of the puck. What else is there? There's like a Lena that outranges you. There's the Zeus. Maybe a Leshrac could be annoying. Don't think this is too viable for a TA with a Veno in hand, so probably not that crazy. Or Tundra. What if there was a Pudge pick? Pudge versus Storm. I don't think you mind that too much in Storm, but if Topson feels like it could come out.
Well, you never know. We'll have to wait and see. One more ban to go. Seems like Azure are guessing there's going to be a mid laner to come. Tundra, not much time left for this final ban out. It's still going to be an offlane ban for Bark that they're looking for. So get rid of the Enigma. And Tundra? Oh, it's going to be a Slark to come out. So what are we seeing here, John? Who's going mid?
I feel like the Monkey King overall does better there. Maybe the NP. So you could run either one. Slark mid is a spicy idea, but I don't think that works all too well against the Storm. You just have... I mean, you could try for the pounce plays and just try to win out, but Storm does have a lot of early magic damage and good range, so I don't expect that craziness to come out there for Thompson. I'll probably lean towards the NP. They go with a Viper pickup on Azure. Stable break, strong lane. Strong lanes, very toxic lane. You've got a Viper. You're not going to run Viper Veno at the least, but that would have been extra spicy. We'll go with Viper Clock, of course, for FY. And it is going to be a Thompson NP. Best one to lane up against Storm Spirit overall. It is a 9-class Monkey King.
Okay.
These lanes look all right. Maybe the weakest lane is that bot lane for Ramses in 9-class. It's not too comfy. Double range, double melee into Troll Veno can be fairly annoying. At the same time, Monkey with his reach can still try to run down the Veno, force out the Plague onto himself, the Venomous Gale, and once that's worn off, you can just keep the chase down. Very squishy target. With a gush out from Ramses, it's fairly feasible to actually cut off the Veno entirely and just pressure out low. I do like what Tundra's cooking up. I like the adjustments in Azure, don't get me wrong. There's some good activity on hand here. You've got some good reach with FY and Ori, some more playmaking. I do have to wonder about Box Viper. Like, yes, it can kind of make it annoying for Pure. You have one source of break on hand as well for Ramses, although it's not as important. It just feels like when it comes to team fight, it's kind of lackluster until you get like a Storm Ags for Ori. And I'm not sure how high the totem pole that Ags is for Ori in this game. Feels like maybe a 3rd item pickup at best, maybe 4th item pickup. And that's way down the line. And catching out Pure is going to be a little bit of a problem as well. The hard hold, it's not going to be there. A lot of tips out for Bach. And the call outs again.
Why is it Bach? Everyone's just picking on Bach these days. It makes me so sad, Jonathan. He's done nothing wrong. He's such a sweet guy. Why Bach?
Who knows? They've been targeting out his heroes. Literally all his heroes gone. He only has a Viper left and Abaddon. Oh no. They're having fun on Tundra. At the very least, that's all we know. Epic music this time, Mike. Nothing silly.
Very good. I'll see if Azure can make this one work again. Like, they would at the very least want a tie to keep their chances high here towards those playoffs. You'd rather not have to end up in tiebreakers, but that's probably a high chance at this point for Azure, assuming they can pull off this victory. No level 1 team fight to break out yet. Tundra, they are posturing around the mid lane, but it's just Pure having a look around for a ward.
The battle begins.
FY, copper sticky bomb here from Whitemont. It's going to be another 3-for-1 trade on the bounties as well. By the way, Tundra is once again going to be able to pick up the extra bounty rune for themselves. And as usual, we can start off with that mid lane where you are going to see Thompson against Ori on the Storm Spirit vs. Prophet matchup. And this feels like a matchup that actually still just favors Tops.
Yeah, I don't think this changes too much. It's maybe a little bit better than the Razor matchup, but because you have a little bit of hold of the Vortex, still not particularly amazing. Ori does start with the Fallen Blade this time around at least, so he's not going to be in as much danger as it was last time. But it's funny because last time it was an electric matchup as well, up against Treant with a Razor. It's a little electric teamed, but not. It is better for Ori overall. Like stable farming. I don't know if he's going to go for the Vortex double overload play. You could try to run down Thompson, but beyond that, that's the only shift. Maybe some aggression at tree if you find that opening still. We'll see if that develops. Up top, of course, we're taking a look at Pure and Whitemon on the Slark and Techies up against Bach and FY on the Viper Clock. This is the most straightforward lane for Azure. Good front line to block off to allow Bach to get some hits. Level 2, level 3 is going to be really big here for Azure. I'd say level 2, you should try to find something with a Cogs, get the chase down, and see if you can try to get that pressure onto the Slark early.
Not going to be the easiest of deals here. I mean, you've got the Dark Pact ready whenever for that poison attack of Bach. I mean, it's still going to be very, very annoying against the Viper for sure, but you should be able to deal with it. Of course, that bottom lane as well, you're going to have Low and Tianming against Ramses and 9 class. It's like another lane where Ramses probably not going to mind the lane matchup too much as the Tidehunter. I mean, there certainly is a world where you could see some kills happening here for Azure, but as long as 9 class does stick around, it does feel like Ramsey should be just fine.
Yeah, could just be. And the Gale is annoying, but the follow-through from low, it's not the easiest to pull off. And you can try to access him and run him down, but it's still fairly tanky. And Anchor Smash will slow the actual kill process down. 9 class.
Just he
got cut.
He did get cut indeed. 9 class, he is down. Good try for the mischief dodge, it won't make a difference. Gotta be a little bit careful, 9 class. You can't just jump through the tree line like that.
Yeah, they've got a quelling on low, of course. And even Tianming has a quelling just in case because of the fear of God from Thompson. They are ready for these rotations this time. And again, the damage is starting to pour in. Like, you get the levels up, you've got the Poison Sting with the Gale, you've got a little bit more coming out from low as well, with a Fervor to stack up to help with the chase down. Not the safest time. Again, Ramses doesn't mind. He does have to go for level 2 Kraken. Again, he needs that protection. He needs that hard dispel just in case the Gale is on him and they are chasing hard.
Alright, on top lane. He's gonna cop a bit of a Cox pushback. He'll be alright. The Buck is certainly trying to apply that big pressure now onto Pure, but again, he just keeps dark pacting off the poison attacks. Make life a little bit challenging here for Bark because he can't really abuse the Viper matchup that much. As long as Pure's got the mana for the Dark Pact, he should be okay. Wymon's also doing a pretty damn good job of just forcing Bark back along with FY, so they aren't really abusing the Viper matchup at all yet.
No, it's just so hard with how Tundra are positioning. Whitemon's not really a very presentable target. You don't have good angles for FY. He's just going to go back for the pull. Try to soak up a little bit more. And try to hit that level 3 marker. With level 2 Battery Assault or having the Rocket Flare to help slow down and chase in.
Oh,
one way to go as well. Oh,
Ori getting caught. Still in trouble. Got hit by a blood grenade. Going to try and fight back, but no, he is down. So Tianming with a very nice rotation does take down Thompson. Might even have 9 class, but not quite. 9 class is all right. Still a very nice rotation from Tianming, at least finding the follow-up kill here onto the Prophet. But in fairness, they did get Ori first, so it is still a pretty damn good trade here for Tundra, assuming you get 9 class out of there. And then sadly for Tianming, he can't really reach for a Gale. So 9 class should be just fine.
Yeah. Some good activity for Tundra. Not the worst thing in the world for Azure finding a trade back. But that will slow down the level 6 for you just a tad bit. Still having a slight advantage in terms of EXP. But Thompson is working that lane really well. And he's got a little bit more CS flowing in. He's always got this teleportation threat, although it's not lining up as much in this game, considering how much more passive the side lanes are. Ramses also starting to feel that hurt coming in with that level 2 Gale up on Tianming. They're starting to try top though.
Well, they are going to give it a crack, Pure. Actually, Bark is down already. Thompson has TP'd over. Like, they'll get Pure eventually, but it's going to be at a heavy cost again. FY to follow. He will also drop here to Whitemon, and it's just kind of the thing. Like, you get the position 1 Slark, but you lose your Viper, you lose your Clockwork. It's just not going to be the greatest of feelings.
It certainly isn't. And Thompson, again, having all of this activity early is going to lead to a very fast timing in the Orchid, which is your answer for that Storm. Now, we were talking about that lack of hold for Ori. The Orchid is going to be it. And Ori, it's not like you want to queue up a fast heals anyhow on the Storm, so I don't see anything defensive coming out to counteract that early on at the very least for the Storm. They are getting some good pressure onto mid. They've got rune control as well. Nice regen rune for Ori to play with.
Oh, Bark.
He's set to expand the mana for that.
Bark is down again. I mean, FY might at least be able to find Pure, so they may call that worth it, but the problem is Thompson's getting all the kills. So that Orchid is going to be coming in a lot faster with all this bonus gold coming in for Thompson. And I mean, I just don't know how much emphasis you want to put on killing this Flark over and over again if it's going to cost you a Viper. At least Ori has applied so much pressure in the mid-tier 1 tower, though. So they are getting some nice objectives out of this.
That they are. Again, I like this read from Azure. Just hug mid, open up the map a little bit more, check the triangle. No, there is one small stack being made on the medium camp, so can try to snipe that later on, and they can get this opening to rotate bot. Again, this has not been the easiest time for Ramses. He actually goes 0-3-3 at 6, not even a Ravage. So he's a sitting duck if they commit. Are just going for the Wisdom Runes on Azure Ray. Oh,
a bit of a fight to break out. Whitemon unable to steal it away, or he was able to take the other Wisdom Rune, and Night Class is already down. Whitemon looking dead as well. Buck will be able to secure that kill, so a pretty big advantage now for Azure Ray as they do find both Wisdom Runes.
Again, 9 class just getting his tree cut once more after using the Boundless. It's not the easiest time for our Monkey and Tide, honestly, have been suffering. Ramses is still alive and farming, but he's never at a healthy HP. Again, no Ravage on the Tide, expecting a slower game. They'll try top.
They will give it a crack at Buck again. Buck trying to run. Nature's Wrath will fly through, and Buck is down. FY now being pounced on here by Pure. Should be another target to drop. Though he does get a cogs off, and the Sprout from Thompson kind of messes them up a little bit.
Go on the hunt.
They still have a look. TP in. FY not out of the woods yet either. He's gone. Thompson will get him eventually. No problem.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And I'm still concerned about how much Thompson's finding. This Orchid is still going to be really damn fast. And again, Ori's going for the Kaya, which you tend to do on the Storm. So no Yules, no protection. That's going to be the next target on their hit list here for Tundra, as they will get a nice shove in onto that top. Again, the one big thing is that there's no relief for Ramses. Does manage to reset, but this is free farm for low so far. Battle Fury is a slower build-up. They are starting to commit the top here.
Do they have a stun? Oh, they do not. FY not at level 6 yet, sadly. Almost there, but not quite. So no way to stop the TP out from Thompson. And now he's very close to that Orca. Just needs the cornucopia. We'll have it up pretty damn soon. Meanwhile, 9 class is being chased again. Tianming gonna find him. Ori gonna zip in, and that should be 9 class down. Ori will happily take the kill for himself.
Yep. Nice little pickup. Again, feeding into the Storm as well. Ori's Kaya timing not gonna be too far off after a little bit of a slower lane again into the NP. Not the best feeling in the world there. You are starting to find a little bit of that early ramp. This is going to start to really collapse once you've got 6 on FY, which he does have. So they've got the hook shot and the zip in for the side of Azure to keep that tempo up. Let's see though, Tundra are smoked up with their supports here.
I mean, heading down bottom, they'd love to find that Troll Warlord. Low's been freely farming practically the whole game. He's been having a great time. 9 class, Boundless is going to be there. They have got the Ravage if necessary. Low's going to pop the Battle Trance, and well, they have got him in really low HP, and with all the disarms out from Whitemon, there is really no fighting. So they'll pop the Ravage just in case to secure the kill. So they do lose Ramses in the process, and now FY, he's going to find 9 class. The MK also caught out, as Azure is successfully able to at least counter-attack and find a 2-for-1.
We managed to get some trades. It's still a big loss to lose out on low. Again, this Troll, it has had a free lane, but still needs a Battle Fury to really ramp up, and Ramses has just made it pretty painful in that lane, despite, again, not getting as much himself. The Anchor Smash slows down your farm progress. They even get some early activity up from Pure, already 2 stacks of Permanent Agi up from all of the action up top. And again, you hit critical mass on Tundra, you've got the Orchid on Thompson. So next time around, Ori shows his face. Not going to say the safest of times there. And good isolation out, good punishment from Azure, but losing your Troll, it's still a little bit scary. They need a lot more on low to start to feel comfy here. Tundra, for their part, kind of wants to see that activity from Thompson now with that Orchid. See if he finds the space to do so. I mean, overall, they have been playing relatively safe with Ori, although they will smoke out now, Ori and Tianming.
They will. Mid lane, they're looking at Ramses again. Get forward from Ori. There's no T1 tower to TP to help Ramses out with this. And with Buck around, he will be in pretty massive danger. But Thompson, he's going to try and trade it. Ori goes down. Thompson, TP out. Does he make it? Oh, he does. Oh, that's just horrible to see if you're an Azure fan. Though Pure does get caught. That'll be a great pickoff if they can get it. FY's trying to body block him up while Buck does get back to work and Pure is down. Azure fighting some great kills here. Does cost them Ori. Nine Class going to jump back in onto Bark. Mines down from Whitemon, locking down the Viper. The Bark is still alive as here comes Tom. They've got Bark down. They're onto FY now. FY trying his best to fight back and just survive the onslaught of Topston. Ramsey's moving back in as well. And somehow FY's actually gotten out of it. They kind of just left him alone.
Yeah. Topston opts to push himself out to the trees. You're overall, again, somewhat happy. You already lost, sure. You were going to lose Fierce. They are still chasing for a little bit more, but again, everyone has Quelling Blades in this match. No one wants to be trapped in the trees. Everyone but Ori, but he can zip out, so that does make sense. 12-10, Azure, much more active in this game. Again, good corrections on the draft to have that activity. Just this launching point off the back of Ori has been big, but what the Orchid reveal, he should know something defensive has to come out after this Kaya. He cannot afford to just go all in on offense. There has to be one save on hand to stop Topson from this onslaught.
And at least Low is farming very well here on the Troll. The Battle Fury is on the way for the Troll Warlord, so he's going to be very, very happy as Bark, Pure. He's going to get jumped here by FY with the hook. Pure trying to Dark Pact all the damage off. Does get there. Is now FY going to be in a spot of danger because Whitemon's made the jump in and here comes Topson. They're onto the Viper again. Bark is gone. FY has been caught by a Boundless. He's also looking very dead though. Ori going to try and at least trade Topson's life with all of this, but Ori needs to be careful because he's out of mana. He'll zip out of there just barely as he does take Topson's life. It's going to be a 2-for-1 special, but they do lose Topson.
It's a much bigger win for Azure overall, getting that streak onto Ori as well. It's a huge gold swing just for the Storm, 700 gold coming his way off the back of that. So, going to be very pleased on Ori. Can start to plan ahead for some saves from that Orchid. Tundra, for their part, they still find more heroes for their side. Still, it is costly. They will keep going, though. Whitemon and Night Class looking again.
They'll use the Twin Gates up towards the top lane. I mean, Low is around. They seem like they might be going for that Wisdom Rune, just try to snag that away, but Low's already picked it up. And Nine Class immediately just thinks better of going, though they are still thinking about it. Here comes Topson again. Stance is out, Low is locked down, and Low is down. As long as Topson comes in with the Orchid, there's nothing Low can do.
No, it's a hard one. You've got the reactive taser disarms. You can't even just try to fight back. Can't pop your ult. And just clean up. All this pressure on Low has been slowing down the Troll significantly. Again, he has the Battle Fury. He wants to just really farm up. Doesn't feel like anywhere is safe. Good forward vision planted out by the side of Azure. Very early on to just keep that control in that area. They do have some more protection here for Azure, though. They've got the full mech coming out for Tianming. So a little bit more to staying true from the onslaught. And again, it's a straight BKB rush for Ori as well. I like that read. Just understands there's way too much to kill him off. Orchid's just causing massive issues. Might as well just go for the BKB just to save yourself from an odd Ravage or two as well from Ramses. I want to see Azure just buy space for Low. Force these fights across the map. They've been doing great when they have managed to get these pickoffs. And if Azure don't and Tundra are allowed to have the space to go hunting, it will always be onto Low. And it will always be the Troll in the firing line. And again, not the scenario you want to find yourself in.
Mid lane, pretty big group up here from Azure. My class is actually going to pop the Wukong's command, hoping for the power rune to spawn down bottom, but it's actually up top. So nobody will get a power rune around this area. It is just an invis anyway, but they are still trying to move in. As now the hook shot, 9 class will go down. So they do find the Monkey King once again off the back of FY's hook. And Ori does find the power rune. So happy days for Azure.
Yeah, they're playing their cards right. And they just kind of dance around the Monkey. There's no setup to keep everyone in the Wukongs. Even if they were, it's not a lot of damage. No points in the Jingu for our support Monkey, of course. So there's no real threat. And just being twacked away. And Zure, despite getting a few more kills, they are slightly behind. Not a massive amount. Pure.
Yeah, Pure's going to end up finding this Venomancer. It'll be Tianming to go down. Bit of free agi here for Pure. Pure definitely needs the kills. I mean, he was falling a little bit behind after that laning stage because he was starting to die to the ganks from Azure, but now he has found himself sitting in third place on the net worth as White on bottom lane will also end up going down. Azure able to find another one here for Low. The net worth differential is only about 450 gold between Low and Pure at the moment, so things are pretty close between these two teams. The thing is, Low is still going to be a sitting duck up until he gets something like the BKB up, so does still need to be a little bit wary of the movements from Thompson.
Yeah, still has to watch it. And they still have that good forward ward on the side of Tundra, watching around the Wisdom Rune, but not much beyond that. Maybe a little bit of vision here in the bot jungle, but they don't really have control in the areas in as much as they'd want it. They are about to hit a major power spike now for Pure. The Ags is almost done. Off the back of this camp should be ready. And with the secondary jump and a little bit of added range, you can start to really line up your shots here on the side of Tundra. BKB for Thompson's a little bit further away. You will have another big tool here for Ramses with the Ag Shard. That anchor is going to cause some trouble for Ori. And again, he's going to have BKB, but it's just more hole to help pin down these targets.
Well, mid lane, they've got Bark. And Bark is a pretty big sitting duck here to Pure's damage output. Now Pure has the full Aghanim Scepter up and is suddenly looking a lot stronger as bottom lane. They do make the jump onto Thompson. This would be a great kill if they can get it, but Thompson, he survives the initial initiation. FY is still going here against Thompson, but he will die. FY will not survive, and the chase is on now for Ori, who's out of mana. Pounces back up for Pure. He'll land it perfectly onto the Storm. There's really not too much Ori can do about it. He is gone.
Oh, that is not what you want to see for Azure. And that's a great Ags reveal for Pure. Buying it out, instantly getting some investment back in getting these kills. And Tundra widen that lead up to 3k now. They are hunting for more.
Tianming. Oh, nice free
not
shot.
Another 3 cut.
And 9 class. Caught out again. Does go down to a nice freebie here for Azure. They'll chase for a little bit more, trying to find Waimon, but he will just be able to TP up. Waimon is perfectly fine. Azure is still finding some collateral kills here, so it's not too... Ooh, they might find Pure, in fact. But no, Pure just pounces away. So not too much you can do about that.
No. I'd really put the stop on that. That same move they did on Thompson earlier is not going to pan out for that much longer. BKB, not going to take too long. And the side of Azure, well, the investment low is paying off. He's got the Manta, he's rushing Ags. Manta at the very least will save him from the Orchid. It's not going to save him out from that dead in the water anchor and the pounce though. So there are still tools here for Tundra to spread that control out. And the great thing for Tundra in these team fights is that they haven't even had to go back for the Ravage from Ramses. Right? It's not even been necessary. It's been a series of pickoffs leading to more pickoffs so far. So they still have their ace in the hole there. Force some added control if need be, which that hasn't really presented itself just yet in this match. Azure, I think the biggest pain point again is just box hero. Like this Viper is not achieving much for the side of Azure, barely above the net worth of Tianming. That's how slow this game has been for Bach. Just 700 gold above his own support. Tianming's getting a lot more than you'd expect on the Veno. Of course, he's nowhere near an additional utility like say the Ags. So a little bit of a pipe here on that, but a Force Staff, a Glimmer Cape can start to buy some space out. And again, it's just Bach, he can get big. Right, again, there's like a 25 talent, become universal. He's got the Manta he can go into. He has a BKB he could always pick up as well, but there's just not enough space to get him up and running along with Ori and Low safely. It feels like he is going to get the short end of the stick here.
Fine class. Bottom lane. Hyper Strike committed there onto Pure, but he's just going to be able to pop the Shadow Dance and run. Azure still on the chase, 2 supports smoked up. Seeing if they can find anyone else, but everyone from Tundra has successfully retreated. When they are drawing lines out into that dive triangle, but not really well advised to run in there like that without vision. It's kind of hard for Azure. Like, you've got Roshan to play for if you really want to try and force a fight right now. You can certainly take it with this troll walled around, but it seems as though they're just more than happy buying low more time to build up to the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah. It feels so risky when you have to worry about like a Ravage from Ramses who's inching towards that Blink Dagger as well. Just a very tight, confined area where it's not the safest. They'll get the D ward off with Purist passive. So no extra reach to set up for that Roshan now on the side of Azure. But they are still hugging that general area. And for the side of Tundra, full BKB up on Thompson now. He's going to be feeling safe and secure in these fights. There's that Blink that we were mentioning for Ramses, already done. So some more initiation angles that we can play with. Shard for Pure as well. Going to be a massive issue with the Depth Shroud saves. You have some AoE on the side of Azure, but not that much. Like, it's actually mainly on what? FY? Maybe if you want to count Gale through that. Can be something that comes in as well. I would like to see Ori pick up something like the Ags. He's just going back for the Witchblade for now. A little bit more damage, a little bit more sustain on the mana pool. But it does feel necessary to look for wider AoE control, especially as the reality of that shard comes in here for Pure. We'll want to hold, at least group them together on side of Tundra and try to prevent that.
Daedalus being formed up here on top, so he'll have that relatively soon. So he might actually run into Ori as well. Pure's going to join in. Ori's going to show himself on a creep wave. This could be a real problem for him as they do not land the pounce. Sadly, the pounce a little bit off the mark. Ramsey's now trying to have a look for the storm, but can't find him either. Ori just zipping right back to that triangle. BKB now up on the top.
I like that shift for low. Instead of going for the Ags, just have some more protection beyond just the Manta. I mean, Ravage is a threat, Dead in the Water is a threat. This kind of negates all of that at the least, so he can play. Tundra are smoked up, and they still have Ravage. Roche is the target now for low.
They're not going to try for this one. There is going to be a 5-man smoking Tundra. Roshan's still pretty damn low. They have made the jump in onto Tian Ming, so Tian Ming will go down before the fight really even starts. So he's actually still alive, gets to the high ground, and he's made it out. Tian Ming's on the high ground of the Twin Gates. Ravage has been popped. They're going to try for low. Low in a bit of danger. May lose the first life already. Still surviving for now, but not for long. He has died the first time. Bark has also gone down in the middle of all this. Thompson did find him. Is low now. Going to try and go for the fight. Has his BKB available if he needs to pop it, and does do so now. Moving on to Thompson. Here comes Ori as well. Pure going to jump in. They're all fighting right by the Roshan pit. A very, very tight situation for them. Is low. Still going. Pure manning up. Takes him down. Onto Ori they go, or rather onto FY, who holds them in the cogs. Ori getting pretty deep. Ori will drop, but it's still a 3-for-4 trade in the favor of Azure. As Nineclass is trying to TP out. Does he make it? He does. What a messy engagement.
And it works out in the favor of Tundra, despite them dropping way more. Very clutch usage of that Depth Shroud in such a tight spot. Again, that's what saves Tops, and that's what gives them a little bit more of extra damage in that follow-through fight. And for the side of Azure, it felt like a good start. It was very split up. You know, the rear, the supports did manage to save each other in the rear at that gate for a little bit longer, but when it came down to actually going in the fight, sure, Ravage fell a little bit short. They did manage to isolate away low. That is the one shortcoming of that troll, of course, just how kiteable it is. And in this area, like the Depth Shroud coming right in the right spot, it's just a little bit too much there to contend with. They had the right ideas, though. I love that Ori was just hanging back, willing to give away that first Aegis life, coming back in, trying to clean up. It's just that it was way too prolonged. If Pure wasn't that low, he would have wrecked them all with SP shift. Like, he would have been very, very hard to run away from on that floor.
Things are getting rather spicy here for this game too. We've got a 1k advantage for Tundra. Win probability sitting at 60% for Azure, so they are sitting in the lead here is, or mid lane. A smoke up behind Ori now.
Radiant
Run right into Ramses. FY not seeing him quite yet though. Ramses narrowly avoiding the vision of Azure Ray.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I'll take that.
Well, my class could get caught here. FY gonna run right into him in a moment. Again, narrowly avoiding the smoke rotation here from Azure, though FY seems to know he's around here somewhere.
Is under attack.
My class, not going to be an easy target to catch. He'll be just fine. Thompson was spotted.
Radiant
That'll be a
is
big one.
scanning.
Gale will connect Thompson. Completely surrounded here. Really has no real gameplay apart from BKB TP, but he doesn't have a TP available right now, so he's going to fight. Both TPs were on cooldown. So Thompson could not even try to TP away. Not that it really would have made a difference anyway. There's Azure Ray now onto the T2 top tower.
And again, they can get the siege off so damn fast with a troll. Just leave it at the tower and we'll get work done. Tier 2 just gone like that. They're trying to trade on Tundra. Pure might be able to work bot, but it's not as fast of a process here for our Slark as they will jump back in.
Onto the storm they go, or he's going to pop his BKB trying to get away, and he will be just fine. It seems like Tundra are now in a position where they're just going to have to sit back for a little bit, because Lowe's got into a stage where he's just huge on this troll. 4k in the bank account, just waiting to see what he's going to spend it on. Could always go back for the Ags that he initially wanted. Would make life very, very hard for Tundra. 9 class in the meantime. Looks like he's being chased by FY, who does cancel the TP successfully. So 9 class not going to be successful in being able to take down that creep wave, and does give his life away. Tundra at least going to be able to find a tier 2 tower down at that bottom lane while that's happening. So they still find themselves a bit of an objective for that.
They open up the map a little bit more. I don't think Azure minds too much. Again, they're getting control up top. They've got some good aggressive vision set up on Azure, right on top of the mines, and right around the cliff by the tier 2. So they can look to play off that info quite well. Where the side of Tundra, it's a little bit darker. And you will, again, start to need more items. We're getting the BKB out for Pure into the Scotty. Thompson trying to go for the Shadow Blade to kind of phase in and out of these fights. Ramsey's just going back for durability with that full Shiva's Guard into the BKB. Does buy the plate mail out first, so going to be fairly secure at the least. Not going to melt as fast low. I think the thing for Azure is as long as they can kind of keep these fights very scattered out, again, play pick off, their lineup can shine. Tundra are sort of reliant on getting wider team fights, prolonged team fights going with the Slark. A fast fight with just pickoffs does not work in their favor at all.
Bottom. Get a bit of a D ward here. Ori and Tianming going to be able to successfully walk away. You've got the Ags now up on FY, so he's going to start with the rocket flare spam immediately. There's no hesitation in trying to get that information out for his team. BKB now up on Pure as well, so he's got some nice defense available on the Slark. And I think Lowe's still going to be a huge issue now, as Lowe's going right into a basher right after the Satanic. 9 class, he's going to reveal he is around the area, just chucks out a cheeky boundless strike, but that's going to be about it. Lowe's whole team is smoked right behind him. They will have a look around to see if they can find anybody. See, understand how powerful they are right now on the side of Azure. 9 class, spotted. Hook is on the mark. FY's got him. Pure is going to save with the shards though. The 9 class will survive the initial onslaught here as they do catch the clockwork. FY will go down. Low has started to move on to Thompson though. Thompson taking so much damage. He is down.
God.
Pure in trouble as well. Pops the Shadow Dance, but is still just being chased down. Blocks the Pounce here with the body of the Troll. And Pure just melts the Low. Ramsey's in 9 class, still trying to be a little bit defensive here and get the hell out, but it's not looking good. Tips out for Thompson. And Ramses should eventually die as low. Actually pops the battle trance.
Just to ensure that kill comes out, they need to find those big ones. 9 class trying to be cheeky, staying around by the mines, but not going to be chased down for too long. Not enough damage there to really burst anything down, unfortunately, either, although still not safe.
And 9 class, well, he does at least get Tian Ming on the way out, but he is certainly going out. He's now low onto the high ground, onto that tier 3 tower. Does get the 1.
Yeah, it's just such a quick process for the troll, of course. Again, a really strong fight for Azure. Tundra are just not able to start these fights that well. Again, it's all about these pickoffs. You jump in with Clockwork Storm. It's just that easy for Azure. No clean angles for Ramses to look for the Ravage. Buyback will force them back. Respawns are fairly short as well. So it's only the 1 Rax for now going the way of Azure.
He gets a Gleipnir onto Bark. Topster will TP in. Seems like Bark's going to be left behind. I mean, you already got the mid-racks. Considering the buyback was committed, you're more than happy to just retreat and only allow them the 1 kill. And Tundra, I mean, they are in dire straits at the moment. It's looking a lot harder for them to try and make this game number 2 happen. But just low seems kind of uncontrollable at this stage. Why just committing a hookshot to try and get away here from 9 class and Pure. But it is really going to be a matter of how do you control low in these fights.
Almost feels like you want to see a Halberd come out and someone. It's just, there's no easy carrier for that. Thompson could have gone for some utility instead. Again, was going for the Shadow Blade to try to weave in and out of these fights. Does have that at least up. Roshan, the next flashpoint here, half a minute until the respawn. There's a good angle for Azure to find, but Tundra will try to make a smoke play out. Again, they still have Ravage ready on Ramses. They just need to hammer in this teamfight control. Try to isolate the softer targets and back. Maybe honestly killing off FY or Tron Ming already feels pretty big. Taking away a lot of their damage and holds. If you can start to find something here, Tundra.
They're having a look. Jump is there, Pure. Already popping that Shadow Dance. Will move on to low, but needs to back out once again. Low now rushing right towards Tundra. Looking for a big fight. They'll go on a Pure. Pure's still just in the tree line, but a lot of vision being provided now, of course, by FY and the Rocket Flare usage. Pure's still just trying to get away from low, but here comes Ori, catching him mid-pounce, and Pure is down. Not reacting quick enough. Onto Ramses. Ramses forced the Ravage, but is just gone. They do get the support backline, but can Tundra get everyone else out of there? Thompson's been left. He'll BKB TP away. Low's going to pop the battle trance. No, he can't get him. Unfortunate.
It still works out in a big way here for the side of Azure. They only lose their supports. You lose your big cores on Tundra. You pop Ravage as well. Roshan's open. They're going to be able to get to that objective now on Azure with no contest. And again, with low on hand, this does not take long. Aegis and Cheese to go the way of Azure, opening up the high ground. There is still the bot lane relatively intact for Tundra, but they could just look for top into the end game here if they still wished on side of Azure. For Tundra, again, these fights are just a little bit too fragmented. They're jumping in, they're forced to retreat with Pure. There's no reinitiate angle for Ramses until the end of that fight. And there's just no easy team fight presenting itself. Azure are just able to stay disciplined, stay split apart, leverage this mobility on the Storm and the Clock. And the side of Tundra, their options are shrinking. And Thompson's trying to go back for the Bloodthorn. A little bit more damage coming out for him. It's just, I don't know if you're lacking damage. It just feels like you need control. You kind of have to step up to the plate and try to hope for a big Ravage somehow.
Like you do. Low's gonna go ahead and take care of that bottom tier 2 tower. Double siege creeps as well. Gonna make this a very fast tier 3 tower to be taken down. Of course, Spark has a shot to boot, even picking up the Ags now. That nosedive available. The bottom rack's just not gonna last whatsoever here for Tundra. So 2 Raxes down now is Tundra. They've got 1 left. Pure. Oh, hook. Barely off the mark. Ori still having a look around. Pure does pounce towards the east and looks like he is okay. Ori running a little bit too low on mana to chase, but they'll hand him over a cheese in case he needs it. It doesn't seem like Azure want to back out. I mean, just set up on the map, start pressuring that top lane, and try and go for those mega creeps up.
Yeah, not too much for them to wait out for. Lol. This is a hard one.
Hello. Let's get caught. Has this BKB ready whenever? Pure's actually going to go for the chase. I'm not sure about this from Pure. The whole squad of Azure is right there ready to go, though they are all a bit low on mana. These Ori and Baka. So they'll avoid the fight for now. They're up towards that top lane, and they do have a creep wave in the base of the Dire, so they just want to force Tundra to come back and defend. Why fight when you can just go after the objectives? Just force them to you. Before being forced out, they have found Thompson. He sneaks up from the back, immediately going down. Xiangming will hang out the tips immediately here. Thompson, he's been stunned, or rather slowed up here by Bark. He's going to be alright for now, but Low is right on top. He'll get the Sprout down and push him away. Meanwhile, they do find Xiangming on the backside, although Ori is going to find Whitemon. And now, I mean, Pure just trying to go for the fight against Low, but really cannot do it as a Slark. There's your Ravager from Ramses, only connected on Ori. He will eat the cheese, he'll zip right back in onto Thompson, looking for the dieback on the Prophet. Thompson is down. Thompson is gone. And this is looking like this is game over here for game 2 of Tundra. 9 class will drop. Ramsey's trapped up here by Low. Ramsey's still trying to get out of there. More tips flying out between Xiangming and Thompson. And that's it. I mean, no buybacks available. They'll have to call GG. And as a Ray, they do manage to successfully tie this one up 1-1.
Yeah, an important game for them to find that win against Zure. Not in very clean position when it comes to standings. This draw should put them up in a good position, as you know, even if Shopify or Na'Vi get a win, they're still going to be in, and they're in a very solid spot. So that saves them a little bit more, depending again on other results, depending on how Na'Vi and Shopify tie out their series. But this is something Azure needed to find, and it does work out. It was a little bit rockier. Don't get me wrong. This was not the cleanest game as well for Azure, but they did give all the space in the world to Low. They managed to get that build up on their win condition. They had much more playmaking on Ori as well in comparison to last time, and there was good follow through from FY. So they had the tools to pressure in onto Tundra. Tundra, for their part, getting the Thompson mid NP, it made perfect sense. Guess what the counter was? Quelling Blades and literally everyone in the laning phase. There was not as much aggression out from Thompson in the first 9 minutes of the game. There was still some good pressure coming out, a couple of kills coming top, but certainly not to the same pacing that we saw in game number 1 there.
No, absolutely not. Props to Azure for coming back here in this game too and tying up the series 1-1 for themselves. Again, Tundra doesn't really care too much. They're already going through the upper bracket of the playoffs, so they're still perfectly fine, but Azure definitely needed that draw to keep their own hopes alive of the playoffs here for group number B, or rather group letter B. And with that, Jonathan, I mean, we should be having an interview with somebody from Azure after a bit of a short break, I do believe. So perhaps we'll throw to that break, and right after that break, we can be back with an interview from somebody from Azure. See you soon.
Look closely. Something special is about to happen.
Prepare for battle.
That was unpleasant. Yes, yes. The danger is this way. A pleasant sound. And where's it gone? Not encore. Oh. Easy. Any doubt? Points away. Let's get to the point. Moving. At your disposal. Hold my wine, please. Like so. To the task at hand. Where does this lead? You know I. You have trouble now. Excellent choice. Something good this time. Fear not. An honorable path. Thank you. Come on, then. Yes. Rest assured. Is this wise for you?
Your top tower is under attack.
Is that a challenge? That's a head. Yes. Power. Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
The danger is away.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
It's conceivable. There's more to this. I know. Yes. What's this? Too busy. Wait. Another attack. Sure.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you weren't watching game number 2 here between Tundra and Azure, you are in luck because we do have some highlights to show you. And Jonathan, Azure, I mean, it looked quite bad for the start of the game, but they do end up making game number 2 happen, and they do force a draw here against Tundra, which puts them in a pretty nice position here in group number B to get themselves to the playoffs.
Yeah, they've got a pretty solid shot in getting into those playoffs. It's still pending on other results, whether or not they're going to have to play tiebreakers, but already a good tone. If they did get 2-0'd by Tundra, again, that would have just been an almost all possibilities straight out unless someone else got 2-0'd as well. So their fate is a little bit more secure considering the circumstances here. Again, they played fantastically well here in Game 2. Game 1 is a little bit shakier coming out from Azure. Game 2, a lot sharper in terms of execution. Ori and FY stepping up for a lot of those kills to make things happen. It was a little bit rougher for Bach, but Bach only had a Viper to play. So, he was the punching bag onto Tundra, but Bach's here was not important at all. Like Ori being given all of the space out despite the early Orchid timing, just did so much work. And again, FY getting the levels needed to get the isolation plays connected to that storm just enabled a lot. So big props to Azure for getting that game underway their way up against a very tough opponent in Tundra. Tundra maybe being a little bit more stubborn, going back to the NP. Thompson's in one of those moods like, I just want to play NP mid. This time around, Falling Blade starts for the supports, and suddenly that snowball effect was mitigated extremely well.
Yeah, that certainly was. Props to Azure for making the game 2 happen. We do have an interview as well with the one and only Mr. Ori coming right up. Ori, congratulations on your game 2 victory, sir. How are you feeling?
焦哥，首先恭喜你们在刚才第2把中战胜了石头战队，就想问你们现在感受怎么样呢？
不用上飞机的，玩几天吧。
I'm glad that we don't have an early flight back to China, so we get to play a few more days.
Excellent, thank you for that. Of course, can you break down for us? I mean, game 1 was a bit of a rough affair for you guys. Can you break down what went wrong in game 1 and how you guys shifted for game number 2?
就第1把你们打的也比较艰苦嘛，然后就想问一下，第1把到底问题出在哪里，以及你们当时是怎么调整过来，就是进入第2场的呢？
第1把可能就是到处被干，然后就被干晕了。第2把就选点自己熟悉的英雄嘛。
For the first game, we felt that we were just getting picked off left and right, and then it got to the point that we didn't even know what was happening anymore. So we kind of just lost track of the game at that point. For game 2, we just simply picked the heroes that we were much more comfortable with.
Well, speaking of heroes, do you guys find it challenging drafting against teams like Tundra? Because you saw Thompson yesterday, he chose 2 games of Pudge. Today, he chooses 2 games of Nature's Prophet against you guys. Like, how do you draft against a team like this?
就想问你们，对阵像Tundra 这种战队的话，你们 BP 方面的话，是不是觉得会特别有挑战性呢？就像因为他们有像 Thompson 这种选手，像昨天他直接打了2把中单的屠夫，然后今天又打了2把中单的先知，就是这种比较特殊的英雄池，你们会不会觉得针对他的 BP 会特别困难呢？
他的英雄太多了，所以我们就不去针对了。
We feel that Thompson's hero pool is probably too wide for us to actually ban out, so we don't actually bother targeting him.
Respectable. Go on, John.
Fair enough. Ori, you guys make it true. I'm curious. There's a patch coming up the next day, all things holding, if you guys do get to play more Dota. How does it feel knowing that there's a patch coming out for you? Are you excited? Is it more stressful when you have officials lined up? What's the sentiment?
就现在我们也众所周知，就是明天可能就会出一个新的版本更新了嘛。然后就是想问，那这种知道明天即将有新的更新的情况下，就是你们现在打比赛的心态是什么样的呢？会不会有什么影响呢？
没什么影响，就是按照这个版本先正常打着，然后版本更新以后再去适应。
It doesn't really affect our mentality right now because we're still on the old patch currently, and we're still gonna just play or however that we have played so far. When the new patch does hit, we will try our best to adapt to it as quickly as possible.
Right, fair enough. Now I'm curious, Ori, is there anything you want to be able to play in the next patch? What are you looking forward to that might be viable again? Is there any hero that you haven't played in a while that you'd like to see again?
就焦哥想问你，就新版本里面有什么英雄你特别希望你能玩的吗？就是有哪一些英雄你希望能加强，然后你自己可以再次在赛场上面体验呢？
没有什么英雄吧。我希望新版本出门，就是 AR 战队出门5个人，每个人都有5000块钱。
There's no particular hero that I really want to see being buffed in particular. I just hope that things might be really shaked up and we might see everyone starting off with like 5,000 gold or something.
Fair enough. We'll see.
With that, I think we'll let you go. Thank you so much for joining us, Ori, and best of luck in your future games, sir.
Bye-bye.
The lovely Ori, Jonathan. I could tell by his face, he just couldn't believe how stupid the interviews were. I mean, you and I, we always ask the dumbest questions. Ori just couldn't. He was sitting there today. He's like, Jin must be translating incorrectly. I mean, what are these idiots asking me?
Yeah, he just had just stone cold serious face, like they're not asking me about, how'd we do so well, about this moment where I did amazingly well. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm half blind.
Did they see my stuff? Did they see it?
Not enough. No, apparently no. I didn't see enough, Mike. I can't see anything. Still, always good to hear, and I am looking forward to how well Azure adjusts to the patch. It always feels like, when you get these Chinese teams rolling, there's always that patch that comes in for the tournaments, like say in KL. So I'm keen to see whether or not they adjust well, and of course, whether or not they have to play some tiebreakers. Again, that is still pending the other results from the other streams as well. But they are in a much more solid position so far, and they get to keep that hope alive. No early ticket back home, as already said.
No, absolutely not. Of course, though, we do have some EPT leaderboards I believe we can have a look at here, or perhaps some standings, something to have a look. And here we go. OG has qualified, Jonathan. This happened while we were casting the game. OG has now officially qualified to the Riyadh Masters. Imagine that.
Yeah, they're much more secure in their position. I believe that's because the chances of other teams coming up is a little bit lower. So a chance for an upset on 2 teams now is much harder to foresee. So there's only one slot that can be knocked around by a top 2 finish from any of these underdogs on the lower 8 half. And that's what we have left in tournaments: Heroic, Aurora, and we've got Azure as well. So these are the only upsets left that can kind of eclipse all of our secured teams. And that does put all these teams in a very good position. Again, coming into DreamLeague, the EPT points were such a big dividing line, and it's going to be a relief for them that coming out of groups, there's only so much pressure left. We do have an updated group stage standing here as well. Here you can see some of those teams. BetBoom not doing the hottest. They're not completely locked out. Again, they do get the 2-0. There is a chance for a tiebreaker still lined up for them there. In Group A, we already have one confirmed tie between Liquid and Heroic for the elimination. So that's not going to be a very comfy spot for either team, especially Heroic, who, again, need a deep run in this tournament to get straight into Riyadh at the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. So we'll see how that one breaks out. And of course, for Group B, potentially a lot of ties. Who knows while those series goes on? Still a lot of excitement left here, Mike.
Absolutely. There's a lot of excitement here today for these tiebreakers coming up, I'm sure. And I can't wait to see how it all plays out. I mean, playoffs are just around the corner, Jonathan. We still don't have all the teams yet for those playoffs. So, again, we're fighting for some lives here. We're going to see exactly what does play out. We don't have a playoff bracket yet, John, as I've already said. So, we're going to have to wait on that one, sadly. But it's getting closer. Soon, Tia.
That it is. Yeah, it's coming close. And again, it's going to be exciting to see whether or not some of those bottom 8 EPT points teams can take that slot away from Team Spirit. Like, they're not in this tournament. Their hands are off. Their fate is outside of their control. If someone gets a miraculous run into top 2 here at DreamLeague, it can ruin their day because they'll have to play in qualifiers. They might end up in the play-ins first, not straight to the group stage. It's not the comfiest time to have to go through that kind of direction, especially for a team like Team Spirit. So I'm sure, I don't know if they are, if they're confident enough, they're like, these teams, they're not going to get top 2. They're just not going to watch and just relax, take in the patch, enjoy the sensation of Dota being you again. All that good stuff, Mike.
I can't wait, John. Are you going to stay up for the new patch? Are you officially just going to tank through the night?
I was debating it. I feel like, it's a good time. I could play Hades all night. and watch the clock until it's like usually around 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. is when a patch launches. Get the patch in, and then sleep afterwards, maybe, after reading through Control F, Crystal Maiden, and Lion. That's the first thing I'll do.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, with that, Jonathan, I mean, speaking of sleep, you and I probably should be getting some sleep, so we are going to head off. That is it for the Storm stream. If you want some more Dota 2 action, do go over to the main stream and, of course, the Ember stream, as there will be tiebreakers happening over there. Apart from that, though, it is MLP Dota and John X Forest. It's been a pleasure. We'll see you all again next time.